It appeared again, Xianxia said to himself. He felt joy, sorrow, as well as disappointment. All types of feelings welled up within him. He was feeling a complex mix of emotions. Within his body, bone texts appeared like strokes of calligraphy, strokes that traveled horizontally, vertically, diagonally, pressed down firmly. When displayed together, they shone brilliantly and concentrated like the stars. Sacred force surged from within them. In the past, because of that bone, blood and tears had fallen. Too much had happened, with joys and sorrows interweaved. His life was forever changed because of it. From when he had his bone bloodily gouged out by another, to when his life was close to its end, forgotten in the great wasteland stone village, and now to when he rose up all alone, fighting against the world. It was all because of this true bone. How could the bone texts reappear? Great waves were stirring within Xianxia. He could not stay calm at all. These imprints were condensing. Dong! Within the flying immortal stone. It was as if a morning bell or evening drum rang. There were Dao sounds coursing through his arms, passing into his body. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear them. He saw the truth, granting him great enlightenment. Bone texts were concentrated within his flesh, flowing like molten iron, blazing and resplendent. They extended to all 4 limbs of his body, fully displaying the power of that precious technique. Xianxia suppressed his agitation and collected his thoughts. He concentrated all of his attention on comprehending these patterns, carving them down so he could truly grasp them. This was a rare opportunity. His body and mind were clear, entering a state of forgetting himself. There was only the precious technique within his eyes, only bone texts. This was a deep level of comprehension. His heart was calm. Symbols condensed and took form one after another, appearing within his body. He firmly grasped them. How terrifying was the precious technique of an innate supreme being. It was complex to the extreme. The so-called patterns interweaved like a sky full of stars. It was difficult to remember. Xianxia didn't know if he would be able to see this precious technique again after missing this opportunity. That was why he cast aside all distractions, all for the sake of remembering this secret method. He became momentarily quiet and speechless, entering the world within his body. In the surroundings, everyone revealed looks of shock. Why did this person become silent? Regardless, everyone was already extremely shocked. He raised the flying immortal stone 3 feet into the air, and then he didn't move, actually maintaining this type of state for a long time. Just how terrifying did one's strength have to be to do this? One had to understand that just now, those geniuses did everything they could, yet they could only move it a bit. Even the exceptional talents could only raise it a foot or two, and then they couldn't hold on any longer. He actually produced this type of performance, immediately dominating these people. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu's beautiful faces were devoid of color. What kind of monster was this? They truly feared that he might raise it with a spurt of energy. The two looked at each other, expressing both shock and worry. How formidable! This lunatic did have the qualifications to be so arrogant. Could it be that he really is going to raise this strange stone today? A few people felt nervous inside. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Regardless of whether it was the celestial race or the geniuses from outside this clan, they were all quite jealous, not willing to see him succeed. How could this kind of accomplishment end up belonging to this type of person? Suddenly, everyone saw his body shake, and then violently tremble, as if the body couldn't hold on anymore. It was as if he couldn't persist much longer. It seems like he can't hold on much longer and is about to fall, someone said softly, revealing a look of happiness. Xianxia's body's shaking became stronger and stronger. A bit of light flowed through the flying immortal stone, as if it was going to come off his hands and fall off. I knew that he would fail. No one could succeed. Who does he think he is? This is a unique stone that had existed since the immortal ancient era. No one can raise it. The celestial race finally released a breath of relief. No one from their entire race could raise the immortal stone, so if an outsider did this, how could they endure that? The young experts that came from other great sects, the outstanding talents of their heiress, all released a breath as well. Otherwise, if they were defeated like that, it would really make them look bad. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu, the two beautiful ladies, were no longer nervous either. They relaxed slightly. If this fella really did succeed, they would spit out blood. Don't force yourself any longer. You can't do it. Red Spider Lily took delight in his disaster as she spoke, purposely inciting Xianxia, wishing to see him dejected and depressed. If you can't do it, then just give up. You don't have that kind of talent. If you continue to force yourself, you will only break your bones and snap your tendons, ruining your foundation. Fu Chu said with a dull and indifferent voice. They were clearly getting revenge, inciting Xianxia to keep trying. It was because they were just angered too unbearably before. The dozen or so young experts from outside this race all revealed strange expressions. Some had smiles on the corners of their mouths, waiting for Xianxia to make a fool out of himself and be crushed by the flying immortal stone. However, after waiting all this time, Xianxia's body continued to shake, but he just didn't fall. I don't think he'll last much longer. Someone began a countdown with a smile, wishing to see this so-called genius be crushed. The martial arena was packed with people. There were too many young experts that came. They were all quietly waiting for the youth at the center of the arena to fail. Time flowed on. Over 100 breaths' time had already passed. Why isn't he falling yet? It really is strange. He clearly can't stand it any longer, so why can he still endure it? Something doesn't seem right. Everyone became stunned. They all revealed looks of puzzlement. Everyone began to feel dismay. They all began to develop suspicions. He should have collapsed under the pressure, so why was he still shaking in the wind? I reckon that he might just suddenly fall. He clearly can't hold on any longer, yet he is struggling on through clenched teeth. His body might just completely split apart at the final moment. Interesting. Let's see just how long he will hold on for. Red Spider Lily said softly. Suddenly Xianxia moved. His arms raised slightly upwards, bringing the flying immortal stone another foot higher. It was now 4 feet from the ground. In addition, his body stabilized, becoming like a boulder without moving, stopping his decline. He firmly stood there. Everyone became stupefied, especially the ones that were just taking delight in his misfortune. They all shut their mouths. Even Red Spider Lily was stunned, the expression on her fine and beautiful face freezing. Was this fella doing this on purpose, intentionally watching as she made a fool of herself? Everyone became shocked. He actually stopped shaking, as well as endured for over 100 breaths' time. This was a bit ridiculous. Could it be that he intentionally did this for everyone to see? Too shameless. Is he playing with everyone? Daring to do this? Is he not scared of not being able to hold on any longer and his body exploding? Someone sneered and said. Just now, quite a few young experts spoke, breaking into discussions. It seemed like they were all wrong now. All their faces now fell. This fellow was using his actions to challenge them, making all of them lose face. Thick-skinned, a dark and bad heart. This is his true portrayal, Fu Chu said. She was quite discontent as well and inwardly grinded her teeth. In reality, this couldn't be blamed on Xianxia. He had long entered a world of his own self. How could he still tend to other things? Everything was happening based on his instincts. Within his large eyes, there were only mysterious bone texts. He was completely infatuated with them, immersing himself and carefully studying, observing them. He engraved them in his memory one after another. For him, time was incomparably precious and could not be wasted. Judgment light. Within his body, brilliant light emerged, cutting open the eternal, making the world within his heart brilliant. An undying aura began to spread. In the past, when he fought that great battle against the dual pupils, he barely made it out alive. He had seen this light before. It was precisely the supreme method, the supreme being bone produced. Strand after strand, like immortal multicolored light from outer space, scattered downwards, turning into bone texts. They formed ripples, producing all living things. It was omnipresent, lighting up the heavens. Xianxia bathed within it all, unable to free himself as he comprehended these changes. He earnestly studied the method. The heavens' punishment descended, carrying out judgment on everyone in the world of mortals. Bone texts interweaved, intense and terrifying. Sure Hao woke up from his state of Tao comprehension. He was a bit shocked. The bone texts were changing and evolving, becoming a bit different from what he saw before. From outer space, judgment light descended from the heavens. They then unexpectedly began to condense, forming a hand that reflected in his eyes, contained a heaven-changing profoundness. The pure white hand was warm and gentle like jade, covered in symbols. It possessed terrifying power, as if it could destroy everything. So it was actually like this. Sure Hao understood inwardly. This was the true, complete, precious technique. Could it be that last time when Shuri displayed it, he hadn't completely grasped it? The grafted bone had not completely merged with him yet. If the dual pupils were still alive and reappeared, he should be able to display the perfect divine ability now, right? Hand of Heaven. Sure Hao now knew the name of the precious technique of his first bone. He already lost that bone, and he was without supreme being blood, so how could he see the bone texts again? Sure Hao was shocked. After awakening, he began to ponder over this problem. The body is the foundation, producing the bone that has the innate precious technique. Perhaps the foundation still possesses the essence of the imprints. This was the conclusion he came to after his analysis. Then he thought of the flying immortal stone. The value of this thing was too great, unexpectedly reawakening the imprints within the very depths of his flesh, allowing the supreme being bone texts to reappear. What kind of strange thing was this exactly? Sure Hao used the dual pupil secretly and carefully inspected it. He discovered that there was something within this stone, but he couldn't see it too clearly. An ancient scripture? That item was wrapped within mists and hidden within the stone, difficult to see through. Not even the dual pupil could help him here, unable to grasp its true form. He sighed inwardly with amazement. No wonder there were rumors that this wondrous book could illuminate the true bones, divine skins, precious blood, and other things. It was not simple after all. If one cultivated with it, they could understand their self even better. The immortal ancient era's things were formidable after all. Sure Hao exclaimed in admiration. In the past, the celestial race had shaken all 3,000 provinces, known to be an emperor race of the higher realms, so that was why they could have this priceless immortal stone. One wouldn't be able to find a second piece even if they scoured the entire higher realms. Sure Hao meditated here, comprehending the method again. He threw away all other thoughts and focused on understanding the Hand of Heaven bone texts, engraving them within the depths of his mind one after another. This was a rare opportunity. In the surroundings, everyone watched impatiently. Sure Hao actually closed his eyes as he carried the flying immortal stone. His expression was calm without any joy or worry. Red Spider Lily was truly angered badly. This fella really knew how to pretend. Others could only lift it after exhausting everything they had, yet he could act so complacent here. Stop being fake already. I know you can't hold on much longer, but you are purposely controlling your expressions. Your body will break apart soon. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Are you saving energy? You still want to raise it? I reckon that you will definitely fail. Fu Chu smiled, provoking him. In reality, Sure Hao didn't even hear these two's words. He entered the precious techniques world, comprehending the Hand of Heaven. I don't believe that he really can raise the flying immortal stone. An exceptional talent from outside this race revealed a cold smile. The celestial race's experts all inwardly nodded. They didn't think that he could succeed, because in the past, their race's most formidable genius only managed to raise it to his shoulder before his arms blasted apart. He raised it. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Sure Hao unconsciously moved. His hands carried the flying immortal stone, slowly raising it up. This time, his body didn't even shake, as steady as an enormous mountain. Then, his arms and the unique stone rose, directly passing over his shoulders, and then it was raised to the very top. He stood there, raising the immortal stone high up in the air. How was completely unaware that he already raised up the flying immortal stone. The scene was dead silent. He continued to be immersed in his own world. Is there still heaven reasoning? The crowd of celestials were greatly alarmed, and then their expressions all changed. No one from their race had ever succeeded before, yet the youth in front of them did. A commotion broke out on the spot. All of the young celestials were stupefied. They erupted with noise. The dozen or so geniuses outside the clan were all shocked. They were closely related to this clan, so they naturally understood the stone's origins. This was an immortal ancient stone that was too difficult to move. Now someone shattered reasoning, raising the immortal stone above his head. Moreover, it didn't look like it was too difficult of a task. It was extremely strange. What kind of divine force is this? Even the exceptional talent could only stare blankly and exclaim in admiration. He had also raised it, but it was only lifted an inch and maintained for a brief moment. Everyone became completely stunned, feeling that this was inconceivable. Red Spider Lily's beautiful eyes were widened. There was no way she could have thought of this result. This seemingly unsightly, thick-skinned youngster actually succeeded. I'm done for. She couldn't help but say to herself. She wanted to run. She immediately made the bet with Xianxia before, but now that she lost, the consequences were too horrible to contemplate. Fu Chu's face was also pale. What were they supposed to do now? They never thought that this person would really be able to raise the immortal ancient stone. This was just like something out of a legend. Not long ago, she was still ridiculing Xianxia, waiting for him to make a joke out of himself, thinking that there was no way he could raise the immortal stone. Now reality was right before her eyes. The two girls looked at each other, feeling that things were not looking good at all. When they thought about the gamble, their bodies felt extremely uncomfortable. Were they really going to become Tao companions of this youth at the same time? When they came to this conclusion, the two individuals' faces immediately lost color. They were truly scared badly, feeling as if they had trapped themselves. They placed this condition, but the other party fulfilled it so easily. The two ladies were proud and arrogant, never being oppressed by others. They always had their own confidence, rejecting all geniuses that came knocking on their clan's doors. Now they had to marry the same person. When they thought of this result, they truly felt it to be more unbearable than if they were killed. If news of this got out, how would they endure this? This was too embarrassing. Heavens! Someone raised the flying immortal stone. After a brief moment of clamoring, someone shouted loudly, spreading the information. This was undoubtedly a shocking event that alarmed many celestials. That fella succeeded? There were quite a few people who weren't able to squeeze their way in and stood outside the martial arena, because there were just too many people. Right now, when they received these news, there wasn't a single one that wasn't stunned. They were all incomparably shocked. Ever since the ancient times, there had never been anyone that raised the immortal stone, but now it was done, and also maintaining this stance the entire time. This was explosive news. Could it be that the three most brilliant pearls of our clan will all have to become his Tao companions? Heavens! Please release a streak of lightning and just kill me now. Someone released a cry of despair. The peace of this region was shattered. It was hard for everyone here to stay calm. It was extremely noisy. When Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu heard everyone's words, their faces fell even further, especially when they felt everyone's eyes gather over. The two truly wished to find a hole to hide themselves in. What do we do? The two looked at each other in dismay, unable to think of anything. Red Spider Lily wore red clothes that flickered with scarlet multicolored light like a burning flame. Her skin was snow white and sparkling. Right now, her brows were tightly locked together. She was truly worried badly. Fu Chu wore white clothes and appeared otherworldly. She was quiet and exquisite. She was extremely unwilling, incapable of accepting the fact that she had to become that fella's Tao companion. In a few years, she would have to leave behind a descendant. She was simply going to go mad. Why is he still not moving and maintaining this stance? Within the hubbub of noise, everyone in the martial arena were discussing among themselves. Someone noticed Xiaoxia's strange state and asked, This was too absurd. He was as steady as a boulder, not moving at all. The immortal stone was raised high above him, but it wasn't strenuous at all, as if he could maintain this stance for a long time. How could this be? Being able to raise it is already quite amazing. So why can he still maintain that position for such a long time? Everyone felt that this was a bit inconceivable, as if they were looking at a ghost. Could that fella have been killed? And now there is only an empty shell left, maintaining that stance? Someone muttered. When Red Spider Lily and Fuchu heard this, they immediately paid close attention, really wishing for something to happen so they could cancel this bet. His breathing is long and peaceful, and the blood energy within his body is exuberant like a secluded dragon. He is clearly at his peak state. Someone came to this conclusion. Is this an intentional provocation? The exceptional talents from outside this clan were doubtful. Otherwise, why did he do this? Red Spider Lily and Fuchu looked at him again and again, feeling that it was reasonable. This fella actually closed his eyes, assuming a relaxed appearance. This was too hateful and shameless. What is all the racket about? Senior figures had arrived. When they learned what was going on, they similarly couldn't help but cry out in alarm. They all stood in place, stupefied. True deity Xianxia hurried over as quickly as she could. With the ancient ancestor in seclusion and heavenly deities helping Yunxi and the others merge with their heaven's mandate stones. True deities and others were in charge of the clan's various affairs. He succeeded? That fella really did it. Even the true deities were bewildered, feeling greatly shocked. Great waves stirred within them. This was not some small matter. It was definitely enough to make even heavenly deities jump and come out of isolation to inquire about the details. It was too inconceivable. That fella really likes to pretend, still not lowering the flying immortal stone. Be careful not to tire yourself to death and cough out blood. Red Spider Lily was resentful. No, he is comprehending the Tao. You all must not disturb him. The true deity Xianxia noticed the problem. Her expression became grave, informing everyone that they cannot go up to disturb him. When these words sounded, it made people even more jealous. Many people widened their eyes, staring unendingly at him. Fuchu, Red Spider Lily, what do you two think about this youth? He produced such an impressive feat. This has surpassed all of our celestial race's previous outstanding individuals. The old woman Xianxia sighed and said. The two young ladies were speechless. This youth really was formidable having this type of method. He was definitely extraordinary. However, when they thought about how he was acting not too long ago, they truly couldn't endure it. It really is a nightmare, Red Spider Lily said without a trace of politeness. I will protect him here, the true deity Xianxia said, ordering the crowd to scatter. She personally guarded this place. 2 hours later, Hao finally opened his eyes. He sighed softly. Hand of Heaven was too profound. If he truly wanted to grasp it, he needed time. There was no way he could completely comprehend all of the engravings. He now freed himself from this state of Tao comprehension. Will there still be another chance later? How did I end up raising the flying immortal stone? Hao was shocked when he discovered his own state. In reality, it wasn't he that raised it, but instead that the stone resonated with his body's divine patterns and rose on its own. In the surroundings, everyone became speechless. Heavens! Now that I raised it like this, could it be that I really have to take those 2 flowers? He was driven mad. He was prepared to escape, thinking up every possible method to do so. But in the end, things developed to this state. Everyone was stupefied. This fella, after taking advantage of others, he was still going to act like this? No one would believe that this was what he was thinking inside. They all felt like he was acting smug, purposely ridiculing the 2 exceptional beauties. Red Spider Lily immediately became angry, saying, What are you trying to say? Are you doing this on purpose? She truly wanted to give this youth a beating. He was too cocky. I really didn't plan to raise it. Hao cried out. He felt like there was no way for him to leave the city now, so he didn't mind saying a bit of truth. However, in everyone's ears, it just sounded like ridiculous arrogance. He was definitely showing off after getting an advantage. The young experts of the Celestial clan all glared at him, thinking that he was doing this on purpose and looking down on everyone. You? The white-clad Fuchu was angered badly, unable to maintain her aloofness. Just like Red Spider Lily, she truly wished to take a bite out of him. The dozen or so geniuses from outside the race were all speechless. They still wanted to propose marriage to the Celestial race, but in the end, a maniac that was so strong it made them speechless appeared. This was a crisis that enveloped all of the City of Heaven. Even if Hao wanted to act low profile, he couldn't. He actually raised the stone, leaving all sides shaken. If not for the higher-level figures of the clan not being able to come out, Hao would have definitely been summoned to be interrogated. In the following 2 days, visitors poured endlessly to the little lakeside residence, including the geniuses that had previously treated him with hostility. It was because the reality was difficult to change, the reality that Hao would become Dao companions with those 2 pearls. As for Yunxi, no one could be sure, because she had merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone and would be personally taught by the old Celestial. It was difficult for outsiders to make arrangements for her. In these 2 days, Red Spider Lily and Fuchu were depressed. Every time they thought about how they had to marry Hao and become his Dao companions, they felt like they were going to go mad. This was especially the case when they thought about the quarrels they had and how they immediately made the bet. Their faces were burning, feeling incredibly depressed and resentful. In the end, they actually gambled their way into this. The 2 girls felt like they had sinned. They were incomparably regretful. No, this won't do. I am unwilling. Even if he is powerful, he is too terrible of a person. His skin is as thick as a thief's. If I have to be with him for the rest of my life, I will die from misery, Red Spider Lily said. She discussed things with Fuchu and secretly used up all of their methods and connections to change this. During these 2 days, Hao had talked to the true deity Xianxia, and then he was allowed to sit in front of the flying immortal stone to continue his comprehension. What? They invited me? Hao was surprised. Someone delivered a message, saying that the 2 pearls invited him over. After a bit of thought, he agreed and followed this person. To hunt and collect medicine? Hao revealed a look of shock. When he arrived inside an immortal cave and saw these 2 girls, he actually obtained this piece of news. Every year, around this time, there would be a period of time when the spiritual medicine garden and beast fields would be opened, allowing the young disciples inside to hunt and collect medicine. When Hao obtained this information, he was immediately shocked. He knew that the chance had come. These 2 girls really were unwilling. This was exactly what he was looking for. The 2 unmatched beauties' influence really was astonishing. In just a day, Hao followed a group of youngsters from the City of Heaven, entering the 100,000 Li mountain range below. Picking medicine and hunting beasts was extremely normal during this period of time. Only in the end, Hao was led in front of an abyss. Rumor has it that there is a strange spatial rift that leads to the immortal ancient era's ruins. The flying immortal stone was obtained from that place too. Red Spider Lily explained. Hao silently sensed it. He discovered that there really seemed to be a spatial crack that led into the distance. Was this perhaps the last chance to escape he had? Hao secretly observed it with the dual pupil. Before Red Spider Lily and Fuchu finished their enticing, he directly leapt down and said, "I'm going to check it out." The 2 girls and all of the experts that came along were shocked. Why did this shameless person suddenly become stupid? He was so easy to fool. Before they even displayed other methods, he went in himself. Chi. Then, a magical chain appeared, winding around Hao and dragging him back out. He was not able to close in on that abyss. A figure appeared, precisely the heavenly deity Chi Tuo that had brought Hao back from the blood plains. "Little friend, it is extremely dangerous down there. You cannot enter." He smiled and said to Hao. He then gave Red Spider Lily and Fuchu a look. These 2 immediately lowered their heads. The group of people were brought back to the City of Heaven. Regardless of whether it was the 2 girls or Hao, they all felt extremely disappointed. Chi Tuo came out from isolation. This meant that the other higher-level figures were going to emerge as well. The heavenly deity Qi Tuo approved of Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu's bet, and he also decided that they would become Tao companions soon after. Heavens, save me! The two girls' faces were gloomy. They looked at each other in dismay, secretly cursing unendingly. They felt as if they lifted a rock and smashed their own feet. This time they truly suffered severely. This was not all. The heavenly deity Qi Tuo privately made a non-public decision to make sure how the celestial race's young generation's protector. This meant that in the future, he might really become a protector of the celestial race. The protector of a clan undoubtedly possessed great authority. This was a position second only to the sect master. Qi Tuo's acts of roping in, this type of favoring, made a few true deities shocked. When some people expressed their disapproval, he directly said, "Can you hear the flying immortal stones Tao sound? There is an immortal scripture inside. I have to bring him tea and water?" Red Spider Lily acted out violently. She was truly angered badly. The clan's true deities actually had her and Fu Chu take care of Hao's residence. This made the two young ladies go mad. This was going too far. Even if they were roping in outsiders, they still don't have to go this far, right? The two individuals were ashamed and resentful. During these past few days, Hao obtained special permission to bring the flying immortal stone back to his residence. He spent the entire day seated in cultivation, comprehending the great Tao. It was clear that this situation stirred up huge waves. Many people within the celestial clan were discussing this. Even the geniuses outside the clan were shaken up. We must make this person stay behind. He is worth roping in. The heavenly deity Qi Tuo personally spoke, instructing Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu that they couldn't throw a fit. The two were furious. Even though there were other heavenly deities, they could only arrive by the small lakeside and take care of Hao's residence. You two came? Are we going to become Tao companions right now? Hao was shocked. Then, with a small voice, he added, "Even more hurried than me, really not reserved at all." The two girls almost scratched at him. This was too infuriating. Who was not being reserved? The two clenched their teeth and endured it. Mysterious ancestor, what exactly is there within the flying immortal stone? The true deity Xianxia asked for guidance, wanting to know what was going on. Even she felt that Qi Tuo was pampering Hao a bit too much. Inside of it is immortal melody. The heavenly deity Qi Tuo said with a serious expression. What is immortal melody? Xianxia was surprised. The supreme heavenly book that has been passed down from the immortal ancient era that could engrave great Tao scriptures. Qi Tuo said, his eyes deep. What? Xianxia was shocked. This was simply a priceless treasure. At the same time, she was a bit confused. Why couldn't their own people comprehend it? Immortal melody itself does not have an unmatched inheritance to pass down. Only, when nurtured by immortal energy and undying matter, it will produce a wondrous reaction that can connect heaven and earth, producing a sheet of great Tao bone text. When Xianxia heard this, she became momentarily stupefied. Then that is to say, he can come to trigger a sheet of immortal scripture? True deity Xianxia found this hard to believe. Her golden magical robe shone, and her head of silver hair fluttered about. She widened her eyes and said with a trembling voice, "How could that be? Why can he come into contact with the immortal scripture?" She found this hard to accept. Their clan's most powerful experts couldn't do this. Yet this youth could actually hear the sound of scriptures. This was simply outrageous. It is indeed unexpected, but he really is comprehending the method. If it isn't the immortal melody's great Tao bone texts, what other explanation is there? Heavenly deity Qi Tuo said. He has immortal energy and undying matter on him? Xianxia revealed a look of shock and asked like this. She now already understood that immortal melody, as a rare thing, would not appear to have much value when compared to precious things of the secular world. It was hard to find a second piece of something like this in the entire world. It did not have secret methods recorded on its own, but it could carve down this world's natural luck and reveal great Tao traces. That was why it could be called an immortal scripture. Qi Tuo nodded. He believed that Sure Hao perhaps had a bit of undying matter left on him. If Immortal Melody is not currently engraving this world's great Tao, then it is repairing some damaged technique on this child's body. The heavenly deity reached this conclusion. If it was the former, then it was still easy to explain because this was where the value of the Immortal Melody laid. However, if it was the latter, it meant that she had some supreme inheritance that, even though was damaged, was currently being made whole. Regardless of what side one looked at it from, the meaning was significant. It meant that a type of exceptional precious technique was taking form. What kind of backing does this fella have exactly for him to have undying matter? True deity Xianxia said to herself. Comparatively speaking, heavenly deity Qi Tuo cared more about the result, caring about the method Sure Hao was currently comprehending. If it was handed to the celestial clan, it would be an unmatched inheritance. I still find this a bit hard to understand. Xianxia was still puzzled how this youth could have obtained immortal energy or undying matter. In this world, there aren't many things that are absolute. Perhaps some type of triggering factor led to the changes that are taking place today, because the flying immortal stone had absorbed a bit of undying matter a long time ago. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo said, recalling a few past matters. Your distinguished self is saying, Xianxia asked for guidance. In the past, my clan had 6 great celestials. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo's eyes started to close. He thought back to the ancient past, recalling it fondly, but even more so feeling a sense of regret. The celestial clan was extremely glorious in the archaic era, its might shaking the 3,000 provinces. It was known as a higher realm emperor clan, and a golden age was produced. Xianxia was moved. She had also heard a few rumors. Regarding the 6 great celestials' ultimate end, it was impossible to unravel. Not many people knew about it in the clan. Even as a true deity, it was still difficult for her to know about everything. How exactly did they die? That was a taboo topic. During our most powerful and glorious time, only rarely did our clan face troubles. We were greatly respected under the heavens. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo's eyes were extremely brilliant, yearning greatly for that time. Where did they go? True deity Xianxia asked carefully. Since they were talking about the 6 great celestials, this was a rare opportunity to ask about them. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo sighed softly and said, the 6 great celestials all ended up entering that vast, uninhabited area. Just like that, they left for millions of years. 5 of them never returned. This was the reason for the celestial clan's decline. Otherwise, if the 6 great celestials were still in this world, they would still be one of the higher realms emperor clans. True deity Xianxia was shaking. Their clan's ancient ancestors actually disappeared like this. Of the 6 great man-to-heaven unmatched experts, only a single one returned alive. He never mentioned anything about the disasters of the uninhabited area. Back then, they brought Immortal Melody into the boundless and limitless uninhabited area's depths, and discovered a bit of undying matter. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo said, exposing some secrets. True deity Xihua was shocked. Those 6 great celestials' plan really was great. Unfortunately, 5 of them fell and only one of them returned alive. This was terrifying to the extreme. One has to understand that back then, 6 of them moved under the heavens, sweeping through all of their enemies. In the end, they actually had this type of conclusion. It was rumored that the 3,000 provinces added up altogether weren't even a tenth of the total higher realms territory, while that vast and uninhabited area occupied more than 90%. It really was shocking. What exactly was there in this unknown region? No one could say for sure. The flying immortal stone is too important, able to bring about a sheet of supreme immortal scriptures. He has to stay in our clan. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo ordered after snapping back to reality. 5 great celestials disappeared, paying this type of price to make Immortal Melody absorb a bit of undying matter. Even though it was not enough now, it was actually successfully triggered. They naturally had to cherish this opportunity. True deity Xianxia understood. They couldn't allow Sure Hao to leave. Sure Hao became this generation's protector. News hadn't been announced publicly yet, only informing him privately. It was because the effects of this were too great. The celestial clan had their misgivings. However, his current situation was quickly improving. There were people specially designated to protect him, allowing him to peacefully comprehend the method. During these past few days, Hao obtained tremendous benefits. The hazy radiance scattered out from within the flying immortal stone, passing through his arm and entering his body to project symbols. In addition, there was a great Tao sound that sounded like it came from a yellow bell, ringing by his ears to help him comprehend the Tao. Through the flying immortal stone's help, the symbols became clearer and clearer. He began to understand them one after another, but there was no way he could achieve success overnight. After all, the supreme being bone had already been lost. During this process, Hao inspected the inside of his own body, carefully observing the changes that were taking place within him to see exactly what was different, why he could sense the flying immortal stone's secret force. He discovered that it should be related to him coming into contact with the Immortal Tomb and Lightning Emperor's 2 golden sheets. The immortal Tao energy within his body had aroused the flying immortal stone. Soon after, this cultivation concluded. He let the flying immortal stone go. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu appeared with reluctant expressions on their faces. Their beautiful, sparkling white faces were filled with unwillingness. Tending to this fella made them extremely unhappy. "This is a cookbook. What do you need?" Red Spider Lily asked emotionlessly. 100 gene of dragon liver, 3 plates of phoenix marrow. Hao teased. "You!" Fu Chu stared at him, feeling more and more like this fella was despicable. He was completely opposite from them in every way. The food the celestial race prepared for Hao were all extremely shocking. They were all precious medicines, spiritual springs, and others. Any one of them would be extremely precious in the outside world. It was all for the sake of helping him comprehend the Tao. For example, the purple liquid could cleanse the divine senses and brighten the flesh. It was extremely extraordinary, and normally one can just forget about touching it. They would never be able to even see it. The food were all composed of spiritual medicine essence, great flesh medicine. If his meals were seen by the outside world, jaws would drop to the ground. It was because it was too expensive. What is so good about this thick-skinned fella that heavenly deity Chi-Tua is caring for him like this? Red Spider Lily muttered inwardly in discontent. Even she felt speechless when she saw this food. For example, that soup actually had a bit of holy medicine. It was slowly refined into a kanji. Brilliant colors flowed about. Normally, only when heavenly deities went into isolation cultivation would they be able to enjoy this type of treatment. Hao found it difficult to laugh, because these past few days, he had really been treated too well. However, only heaven knew when his identity would be exposed. There was no way to predict what would happen. "When are we becoming Tao companions?" He looked at the two and purposely frightened them. The 2 ladies' faces immediately fell. They really wanted to escape the city of heaven. If they were urged into the wedding and ended up marrying this most despicable youth, for them it was truly the most terrifying punishment. Just like that, Hao was extremely content during the following days, using the immortal melody to cultivate while having the celestial clan's 2 pearls to help him. He was simply like a rich good-for-nothing. How am I supposed to leave? When there was no one around him, Hao revealed his worry. He sighed deeply. He didn't have any way out. Inside the city of heaven, all of the young celestials were envious of him. They heard a bit of news. "Did you know that the fella that raised the flying immortal stone is now being treated like a good-for-nothing, enjoying all types of holy precious medicines? Sigh, it would be fine if that was all. But our clan's 2 pearls were taken into his house, becoming his exclusive property. How can heaven tolerate this?" "What? Say that again." "Preposterous. He cannot blaspheme our fairies." The people in the streets began to become riled up. They were all younger generation celestials. They were incomparably stirred up. "Everything I said is true. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu really are living in his residence. If you don't believe me, you all can go to seek proof." These news were truly shocking. The celestial clan favored Mo Shi, giving him precious medicines to help him comprehend the great Tao. These things could all be accepted, But this result filled the younger generation with grief and anger. That day, news traveled outwards. The younger generation Celestials now all knew about this, causing a great disturbance to break out. It was extremely noisy. My clan's 2 exceptional beauties were taken into the home of an outsider brat? Heavens! Just bring down lightning and hack me to death already. What hope is there left in life? This really makes people fall into despair. The outside world was in an uproar. Young miss, there are people slandering you. A servant girl ran over to spread this message. Who is? Red Spider Lily asked. You'll know if you just walked on the street. The servant girl didn't dare talk about it. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu got up. As soon as they arrived on the street, chaos immediately broke out. Many young experts surrounded them. Soon after, they knew what was happening. They were incomparably embarrassed and resentful. Their public images were completely destroyed. Everyone was discussing this matter. Red Spider Lily, don't be scared. Isn't this just an outsider? We'll help you get rid of him. The city of heaven cannot tolerate his oppressive behavior. In the end, the 2 individuals' faces fell from anger and they stormed off in a huff. Of course, this was also done intentionally. They stirred on everyone's resentment to borrow everyone's help in dealing with Shurhao. They were now already halfway there. As expected, the furious crowd of young Celestial crowded the streets as they headed towards the Azure Lake, surrounding Shurhao's residence. You evil tyrant! Return our Celestial clan's pearls. What right do they have to do this, abusing others in my city of heaven? Even if you were someone from an Emperor clan, it's still not enough. My clan won't agree to this. Shurhao felt that this was rather strange. His cultivation was disturbed. He walked out from the fine residence and saw thousands of young Celestial clan experts. He felt quite wronged. Get lost from the city of heaven. There is no place here for you. You little brat actually dare to do whatever you please here, bullying my clan's people. I want to challenge you right here and banish the vile evil you are. When Shurhao heard these shouts, he immediately looked at everyone with contempt. Staying together with my Dao companions. What does that have to do with you all? This simple sentence seemed to have set off an explosion. Many people wanted to rush over and beat him up together. Shurhao gave Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu a look, noticing that the corners of their lips were curled up. Realizing that it was them who invited everyone over, he immediately walked over with large steps. Red Spider Lily, Fu Chu, you 2 come over. Don't throw a tantrum and stoop to their level. Let's go back and make babies. When these words were spoken, this place immediately became silent. All of the young Celestial opened their mouths, revealing shock, dejection, and despair. You scoundrel! In the end, Celestial clan's young experts all roared. This place erupted into chaos. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu screamed. This guy was too much of a good-for-nothing. Now, no matter how they tried to explain things, it all seemed blank. It was too hard to clear things up. They shouted loudly, but with so many people here, their voices were completely drowned out. The 2 were embarrassed, angry, and annoyed. They truly wished to directly tear Shurhao apart. Shurhao took action, and like a ghost, he appeared by their side, dragging them away. His cultivation level was greater than theirs, so they had no way of resisting. Everyone became furious. They wanted to attack. However, in the end, true deity Xianxia appeared. She roared loudly, subduing everyone and ordering them to leave. There was no way the disturbance would end just like that. That day, geniuses continuously came and went, coming here to challenge Mo Shi to a decisive battle. Shurhao tossed the flying immortal stone by the lakeside, telling anyone that whoever could raise it could challenge him. Otherwise, please keep this place peaceful. Too arrogant. Everyone was resentful, but there was no way, because no one could lift it. That day, Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu were so angry they almost spat out blood, wanting to stake it all against Shurhao. In the end, they weren't his opponent, suppressed together, only proving his tyrannical behavior further. We are not willing to accept this. We want to meet the heavenly deity. Please ask the ancient ancestor to come out and deliver justice." That day, many people cried out. Unexpectedly, the heavenly deities all came out. It was because Xianxia and the others had finished merging with the Heaven's Mandate stones. So they didn't need their assistance in protecting them anymore. They all came out together. Xianxia sighed. What was inevitable was going to happen. Heavenly deities came out. The effects of this were huge. However, unexpectedly, Xianxia wasn't summoned. He instead stayed peacefully in his residence. Xianxia told him to comprehend the Tao at ease, that he didn't have to worry about anything else. It was clear that she hoped that she would obtain Immortal Melody's assistance and comprehend the unmatched secret method, then hand it over to the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan's younger generation were in despair. The higher levels of the clan didn't deal with Xianxia, and instead doted on him, having people specially guarding the vicinity of the lake and preventing others from coming close. Soon after, everyone concentrated their attention on another matter. Xianxia and the other three great geniuses came out of isolation, successfully merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone and thus walking on the unmatched path. The effects of this were extremely great. There were 6 great celestials during the Archaic era, and they ended up establishing their clan as a higher realm emperor clan. Now, these people showed up again, even though they were just seeds right now. What was a bit regretful was that there were 4 of them before, but one of them was killed along the way. Fortunately, even though another one was seriously injured, he was still treated. A sensation broke out today. The appearance of the 3 geniuses made them temporarily forget about everything else. They stood at the sides of the road, calling out to them. This represented hope and glory. Perhaps they could once again lead the Celestial Clan to ruling the world. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu's expressions were complicated. When they saw the 3 great experts that everyone was watching, especially that purple-clothed girl, it was difficult for them to hide their disappointment. In the past, Xianxia was like them, not becoming well known because of her fighting strength or cultivation, but instead from her gorgeous appearance. She was ranked within their 3 pearls. Now, the Heaven's Mandate Stone changed everything for her. There was a ruined stone in the clan called Heaven's Mandate that could test the younger generation for potential, and whether they could truly merge with the true Heaven's Mandate Stone. Through this test, she, together with a large group of people, headed for the mysterious land, ultimately standing above the others and merging with the divine stone. From here on out, her path would be completely different. In reality, this wasn't all that rare. The celestial race were extremely special. They were divided into 2 stages, man and heaven. They might not be that amazing in the man stage, but when they reached heaven, they might erupt with potential. After obtaining the Heaven's Mandate Stone and completely merging with it, it meant that these 3 would have endless potential. Their heaven stage would definitely shock past and present. As for their previous foundation, it wasn't an issue at all. Man to heaven was originally a rebirth process. All of the path that had been treaded upon would be rectified. Starting again from the beginning was precisely the first step of the road from man to heaven. The man stage wasn't important. What was important was that after stepping on this path, after the rebirth process, they would truly surge with the brilliance the heaven stage ought to have. How could Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu not be dejected? Someone who was originally equally famous had now become one of the clan's most important members. Xianxia's appearance was not inferior to theirs, also an exceptional beauty. However, her status and future accomplishments would advance unprecedentedly, far outstripping their own. In the future, Xianxia would rule over the world under heaven, becoming someone in a different world from them. At this moment, everyone in the Celestial Clan looked towards Xianxia. Her purple clothes fluttered about, her hair soft and glowing. Her forehead was sparkling white, her beautiful eyebrows curved. Her large eyes were like gemstones, precious lips bright, body graceful and slender. Her entire body was outstandingly gorgeous, like a fairy that had just walked out from a painting. She was just too beautiful in addition. There now a charm to her body that separated her from the masses. This was the result of merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, obtaining the Heaven's approval, the world's wisdom. It could now be said that she possessed a magnificent style unmatched in her generation. Many from the celestial clan's younger generation stared absent-mindedly. Their eyes were fixed on her, feeling a type of shame in their inferiority. Apart from Xianxia, the other two were male. They similarly drew people's attention. One of the others was similar to Xianxia. They couldn't be considered particularly powerful among the young celestials. But this time, because of their great destiny, rose up, obtaining the Heaven's Mandate Stone and merging with it. As for the other person, he was even more dazzling. He also had a head of purple hair like Xianxia, bright and glowing like a waterfall. There was a unique divine aura to him. This was an extraordinary male. His name was Yu. His figure was tall and slender, sturdy like a dragon. His skin was sparkling and brilliant, looking like an immortal that descended into the secular world. His eyes were clear, his eyebrows reaching the temples. He was handsome and heroic in appearance. This was the celestial clan's most powerful genius. He was an exceptional talent, already shocking originally. Now that he received the Heaven's Mandate Stone's approval, he became even more terrifying, now incomparable. Many young ladies screamed from both sides of the street, their eyes filled with great splendor. They were all looking towards him because Yu was already the #1 expert of the celestial race before. After merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, his future accomplishments were impossible to assess. Just like how all the young men were looking at Xianxia, all of the young women were looking at Yu. Some people couldn't hide their adoration and cried out from the sides. Red Spider Lily and Fuchu sighed. When they saw Xianxia and Yu walk together, it really was an ideal combination. Their gaits were identical, walking shoulder to shoulder. They felt a bit of bitterness inside. They knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be like a pair of jade. There was always the tradition that the most powerful and perfect celestials would walk together. Red Spider Lily and Fuchu also felt admiration for Yu. But now, the two of them were powerless to compete for him. Xianxia and Yu's relationship looked so close that it was hard for anyone else to walk between them. That was why Red Spider Lily and Fuchu felt a bit dejected, even thinking a few different thoughts. So what if they ended up becoming Dao companions with that hateful Xi? Perhaps solely based on aptitude, Xi shouldn't be inferior to Yu, right? The two were immediately frightened. Was this despair? They were actually searching for confidence like this to compare themselves with Xianxia, even using the relationship they had with that hateful youth? What do you all think? Now that our three great young supreme beings came out, can they suppress Xi? Someone suddenly said. They are definitely not inferior to him. One person said resolutely. He then explained, the reason why Xi could raise the flying immortal stone, based on what a true deity said, is because he has some special undying matter on him. This information left many people shocked. After understanding more of the details, there wasn't one that wasn't happy. They now regained quite a bit of confidence. Regardless, I believe that he definitely isn't Yu's opponent. My clan's exceptional talent merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. So who could compete against him? Many young celestials nodded their heads in agreement. They were previously an emperor clan. Once an exceptional talent appeared, that would definitely be an incomparably terrifying thing. Now that he merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone too, he was fated to dominate all others in his generation. Is Xi really strong? While walking through the street and being looked at by tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, Yu spoke. He looked towards the beauty walking with him. Xianxia nodded and said, extremely strong. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that even the three most powerful experts of their generation also mentioned that person. He killed a war king? The other young man that merged with a Heaven's Mandate Stone spoke up. When a few people heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. When Yu heard this, he also nodded and said, I heard that a young war emperor might appear among this generation of the war race. I am actually looking forward to this individual's appearance. His eyes were clear, his style was elegant and confident. His character was outstanding. The three formed companionships. They originally wanted to see Xianxia, but they were then told that he was in isolation training and couldn't come out to meet them. Meanwhile, the higher levels of the Celestial Clan were in discussion. We already came out, so we should meet Xi. He can actually raise the flying immortal stone and through it trigger the unmatched scriptures. Formidable. He absolutely cannot be disturbed right now. Give him the best Tao comprehension environment. No one is allowed to disturb him. In the mist-shrouded palace, several great heavenly deities spoke with serious expressions. They all favored that outsider youth, hoping that he could obtain the perfect technique in the following days. This also meant that the celestial race was going to obtain an unmatched inheritance. Everyone, the people who I sent out behind have returned. Perhaps there might be some good news. Heavenly deity Chi Tuo spoke. He clapped his hands, allowing a void figure to enter. Everyone became interested. It was because this was someone they sent out into the war clan to understand the truth. Through some special means, we obtained the truth. A young war king was indeed killed in the blood plains. The void figure reported. The war clan really is keeping their composure, sealing off all information. News of this has not yet spread to the outside world. A heavenly deity smiled coldly. They killed a heaven's mandate genius, while the other party lost someone as well. This barely made things even. I also report to great ones that the war clan sealed all news, because another irregular event happened. The one that killed the war king does not have an ordinary identity, said the void figure. Oh? What kind of unordinary? A heavenly deity shrouded in the hazy ancient palace who released a powerful pressure asked. It is rumored that he is Huang. When these words were spoken, the palace hall became quiet. Then, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. It was clear that several heavenly deities were shocked. It's actually Huang. A heavenly deity stood up with a tongue sound. His eyes flowed with terrifying luster. Heavenly deity magical chains interweaved in the void. Even though they were high above everyone else, they still heard this name. In Origin Sky Secret Realm, the young devil king Huang slaughtered young outstanding talents from all areas, killing more than a single exceptional talent and also obtaining the golden sheet. As the celestial clan, they were naturally informed. The ancient ancestor, the old celestial, had said that this might be the lightning emperor's inheritance. No wonder the war clan sealed these news. So it turns out to be like this. I reckon they might take a risk out of desperation and capture the young devil king Huang. A heavenly deity spoke. This was definitely no small matter. The young devil king Huang had a supreme precious technique. Who would try to plot against him? He actually appeared in my race. I truly never would have thought of this. Another heavenly deity laughed loudly. How should we treat this matter? One of them frowned. Huang had a great secret on him. His unmatched precious techniques were world-shocking. Who didn't want to capture him and obtain what he had? Meanwhile, from another point of view, he had previously made Immortal Palace's inheritor suffer a huge loss. His natural aptitude was shocking. If they raised him, he might produce a terrifying intimidation effect. Call him over first. We want to meet with him. A heavenly deity said. Soon after, Hao came out from isolation. He was led into this ancient palace. The people who showed the way were shocked because normally, few people could enter this place. This palace hall was extremely ancient. It was often used for deciding on great matters. Hao had a bad feeling. Things couldn't be hidden any longer. He entered the mist-shrouded ancient palace along the stairs and met the heavenly deities. In addition, he found with surprise that Yunxi and the other two young men were also here. They were allowed to stay on the side and hear secrets. They were being raised as core members of the clan. Who exactly are you? A heavenly deity spoke. There was a terrifying dignity to him. He sat on the praying mat, surrounded by a bit of chaotic mist. He was mysterious and powerful. At this moment, Hao was calm. Since things already reached this state, he remained incomparably calm. I am Huang. What? On the side, She was shocked. Her beautiful eyes were widened. Yu and the other young supreme being were also shocked, revealing looks of astonishment. They felt that this was inconceivable. This person actually had this kind of identity. Above, the heavenly deities were silent. They never thought that he would be so frank, directly exposing his own identity. This place immediately sank into a state of silence. He was Huang, the one who had the Lightning Emperor's immortal scripture, the Golden Sheet. Right now, he was in the city of heaven. Everyone revealed looks of shock. The palace was silent. Mists curled about. Several heavenly deities sat on praying mats, indistinct and powerful. No one opened their mouths to say anything. It was incredibly quiet. How could this be? Xianxia's purple hair was smooth and glossy, her sparkling, charming face full of shock. The mo she had traveled with this entire time was actually Huang. He had this other identity. Yu had an imposing appearance. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the calm youth in front of him. This was Huang. The one that had killed exceptional talents and killed a war king was actually like this. Within the palace, the atmosphere was extremely tense and heavy. Xianxia stood there waiting for the result. He knew that things would be extremely dangerous now that he exposed his identity. No matter which great sect it would be difficult for them not to be enticed. After all, the Lightning Emperor's magic was known as a heavenly technique, an immortal scripture that regulated the world in heaven's place, passing divine judgment on this world. It was the most terrifying thing. Even forbidden existences would feel moved. Where do you come from? What sect are you from? One of the heavenly deities surrounded by mists spoke calmly without any fluctuations in his voice. The chaotic mist within the palace was hazy. There was a great pressure here. I came from the uninhabited forbidden depths outside the 3,000 provinces. Xianxia replied. Currently, he calmed himself down, his eyes not revealing a trace of ripple as he gazed at the heavenly deities. When these words were spoken, there wasn't a single one among the higher-level figures of the celestial clan who weren't shaken. However, as heavenly deities, they preferred not to show joy or anger on their faces. They still looked calm, but great waves were stirring about within their hearts. This youth came from that terrifying, uninhabited region. They harbored suspicions and attached exceptional value to this. It was because that place represented the strange, powerful, frightening, and mysterious. It was full of unknowns and terror. Not even the celestial clan would be so great as to believe they could subdue a place like that. Are there inheritances in the uninhabited region? A heavenly deity spoke, not revealing any human emotion. My clan resides within, but I cannot talk about it. Xianxia continued to remain neither servile nor overbearing as he responded to the heavenly deity's question. Now that things had reached this point, he had no choice. He could only use this name as a shield, because perhaps that was the only way he could protect himself. Xianxia found this hard to believe. Her beautiful face was full of shock. The youth she had traveled hundreds of thousands of li with was actually so mysterious. Inside the palace, those heavenly deities became silent, not speaking for a long time. None of them could calm themselves down. In the archaic era, the celestial clan was extremely glorious. There were 6 great celestials that appeared in this world, establishing an emperor clan and ruling the world. All people respected them. It was precisely these 6 great experts that brought them endless glory. But after they entered that boundless, uninhabited area, the unexpected happened. Regarding the 6 great celestials, whenever their names were brought up, who wouldn't respect them, who wouldn't feel fear? That was an undefeated legend. However, now only a single one returned alive. The other 5 were nowhere to be seen. Inside the palace, the great heavenly deities were silent. How could they not attach great importance to this? If what this youth said was true, then they had to treat him seriously. They couldn't rashly make decisions. This might perhaps be an incredibly important event. Coming from that region, do you feel that it is any different from the outside world? A heavenly deity asked, his gaze deep as he stared at the youth below him. Xianxia trembled inwardly. Were they trying to test him? He knew that there was no way he could make them believe him with just a single sentence, nor could it intimidate them. These people were full of experiences, their eyes and eyelashes clear, not easy to deceive. The ancestor has instructed me not to say anything regarding that place, Xianxia said. It was because he truly didn't know, while the celestial clan had an old ancestor that returned alive, so he should more or less know a bit. If he tried to say anything more, he would give himself away. Hao's mind trembled. He felt like it would be difficult to deal with what would happen today. Mo Shi, you are Huang? From the side, Yun Shi spoke. She was beautiful and stunning, her entire body sparkling and shining. Her skin was snow-white and translucent. Only right now, her expression was complicated. I am. Hao nodded. Yun Shi opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. They had traveled together all this time, yet she didn't even know his true identity. Then, the heavenly deities asked a few more questions. They did not casually smile and instead spoke with awe and solemnness. They made it feel like it was a bit difficult to breathe here. Hao replied the questions one after another with a calm expression. All right, you may leave. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo spoke, having him depart from the palace. This place entered a state of silence. Hao stared blankly. Everyone led him out from this important holy land. He walked quite far away, not showing any expression this entire time, revealing neither joy or anger. In the palace, the heavenly deities talked among themselves. They were all discussing and thinking about what to do. Do you all believe his words? Qi Tuo asked. Naturally not. One of them carried an indifferent smile. The others nodded. Their expressions all relaxed. They didn't believe Hao came from the uninhabited region. They understood some actual truth. On the side, the three young supreme beings were shocked. They all revealed looks of surprise. They began to ask the heavenly deities for guidance. How did they come to this decision? Qi Tuo indifferently said, forget about the performance in Origin Sky Secret Realm, as well as how those sect masters have all said that he is a loose cultivator. Just as a heavenly deity myself, how can I be deceived so easily? I naturally have my own divine senses for judgment. This was a heavenly deity's intuition. They carefully thought to themselves, and they always felt, through their divine senses, that Hao's words were not true. Daring to deceive you all, that is equivalent to disrespecting heavenly deities. Yu frowned. What type of attitude should we use exactly to deal with him? A heavenly deity spoke. This was a difficult topic. The heavenly deities were all internally conflicted. How were they supposed to treat this youth? The Lightning Emperor Immortal scripture could not be passed up on. They wanted to obtain it. This type of unmatched secret method would be extremely beneficial for even the ancient ancestor, the Old Celestial. Perhaps he could advance a step further. In addition, this youth's aptitude was quite shocking as well, able to make Immortal Palace inheritor suffer greatly. He truly was formidable. If they could nurture him and make him the Celestial Clan's protector, the value was too great. I feel like we must obtain the clan's bone lens to observe him and see the truth, a heavenly deity said. Some people nodded, expressing their agreement. Perhaps we should let him first study the method of immortal melody in isolation. We can discuss this a bit later. It was clear that they cared quite a lot about Hao borrowing the flying immortal stone to comprehend the unrivaled method. They wanted to understand and obtain its secrets. It will give him time and give us time as well. There is no need to urgently make a decision. Before then, we can communicate less with him. If he is willing to stay behind, what is so bad about cultivating him into a Tao protector? A heavenly deity said. The others nodded. This was a mature and dependable suggestion. If that was the case, they could foster this youth, giving him time to rise up to power and ultimately become an extremely powerful individual who could overlook dozens of provinces. This would definitely bring the Celestial Clan endless benefits. All right, then let's go with this for now. We will have him comprehend the flying immortal stone first. That precious technique and the Lightning Emperor's immortal scripture are both extremely important. On this topic, their opinions were more or less the same. There is one point where we have to be on our guard about. He is obedient now, but if he feels hatred in the future, once he grows up, it might be a disaster. When these great heavenly deities were leaving, someone said this. Everyone nodded, shivering a bit inwardly. Hao returned to the small lakeside residence. Only after a long time did he calm down. He didn't know what would happen, how the celestial race would treat him, or what kind of decisions they would come to. However, everything was peaceful, as if nothing had happened yet. True deity Xianxia told him that he didn't need to think too much and to just focus on his comprehension and cultivation. Sure Hao was speechless. He realized that a difficult and dangerous situation was impending. The peace was going to be shattered. His peaceful days in the Celestial clan were about to reach their end. He knew that the Celestial race cared greatly about his current comprehension and even more so wanted to obtain the Lightning Emperor's immortal scriptures. They didn't immediately make a decision and take action because he couldn't escape. As long as he was inside the city of heaven, they had more than enough time to demand for those things. Perhaps there are still some who are thinking of fostering my growth, so I can resist those Emperor clan's experts, right? He said to himself. Sure Hao entered a state of meditation, recovering himself to his most calm and optimal state. He silently thought to himself for a long time, and in the end, he began to comprehend the hand of heaven. After that day, no one came to disturb Sure Hao, giving him a peaceful cultivation environment. Even those young celestials that tried to stir up trouble didn't appear. Sure Hao didn't think about anything else. He only focused on the techniques and Tao. Reporting, there are war race experts that have appeared in the outer region of my celestial race. Several days later, someone reported, informing the higher-level figures of the Celestial clan about some news. Could it be that they still want to fight us, coming to the Heaven province, entering our domain? They should forget about being let off lightly this time. A true deity sneered. Then, a few powerful experts came out and personally investigated. They understood the true meaning of this event. Could it be that a war was truly going to break out? Dong! Soon after, heavenly drums sounded, startling the heavenly deities. Why are the drums sounding? Chi Tuo appeared, his expression grave. Soon after, other great heavenly deities descended. They all look forward at those few true deities. Seniors, things are not good. Heavenly deities from the War Clan have appeared. A true deity spoke with a pale face. They captured traces of heavenly deities and felt that things were taking a turn for the worse. They immediately hurried over to give a report. It seems like they can't sit still any longer and came for Huang, Chi Tuo said. The one that killed a war king from the war race was Huang. Regardless of what aspect one looked at this from, there was no way they would take this matter lying down. The first was for revenge, and the second was to obtain the unrivaled precious technique he had. Now, the War Clan's people finally arrived, revealing their whereabouts. Coming to my clan's residence. Yet you all still want to be let off easily? A heavenly deity sneered. Intangible killing intent pervaded the air. They were definitely going to retaliate and kill the War Clan's experts. Last time, they were ambushed in the Blood Plains, causing them to suffer greatly. They wanted to get revenge for quite some time already. The Celestial race used to be an emperor clan of the higher realms. Even though they had declined since the Archaic era, there was still no one who dared to come knocking on their doors. They decided to completely sweep through all intruders. Martial uncle, not good. We've discovered the bone boats of other great sects. They are traveling through the void into our Celestial clan's territory. There are heavenly deities overseeing them. Someone returned and suddenly reported. Everyone stared blankly, and then they frowned. Even Chi Tuo and the other higher-level figures' eyes were intimidating as they gazed into the distance. Soon after, someone reported that a heavenly deity-level warship appeared 100,000 li out. There were powerful experts wishing to enter the city of heaven and obtain an audience. I understand. The War Clan released information. They don't dare go all out against my clan, and instead came to pressure us together with a few great clans. Heavenly deity Chi Tuo came to this conclusion. The heavenly deities already understood what was happening. A difficult and dangerous situation had arrived. The Celestial clan's residence was definitely going to go through a storm, one that would be difficult to calm. Those people all came for Huang, for the immortal scripture. A warship stopped 100,000 li out. Only a single person walked out, arriving in the Celestial clan's important location. They then entered the city of heaven. This was a heavenly deity, a black-robed individual who was covered in dark light, his face pale like snow. There wasn't much color to the face, as if he was a corpse. He was someone from underworld Earth, an individual that had entered the heavenly deity realm for many, many years. Despite this being the case, there was still a wave of underworld deathly energy pervading the air. I have to ask fellow Dao brothers for forgiveness for my uninvited visit, he smiled and said. When esteemed guests visit, there is no forgiveness but welcome, one of the celestial clan's higher-level characters said, cupping his fists. Even though he was discontent inwardly, he still wouldn't show it on the surface. It was because underworld Earth was definitely powerful. There were many pieces of Deathlands in the higher realms, and all of them were vast. Now, they already formed a power and unified, so no one was willing to even slightly offend underworld Earth's people. Dao brothers, I definitely do not come with malice. Underworld Earth's heavenly deity explained his position first, dispelling the celestial clan's hesitation. I just heard that a youth entered the city of heaven, so I came for him. When these words were spoken, the celestial clan's heavenly deities didn't say anything. They were naturally discontent inside. These people came, without a doubt, for Huang, desiring his precious techniques. We are both heavenly deities, so let's not beat around the bush. That youth is named Huang, correct? I believe you all know. Underworld Earth's expert noticed that they were discontent and explained, in Origin Sky's secret realm, he killed our underworld child. A celestial clan expert opened his mouth and said, the Qin clan invited the young experts of every clan to exchange pointers. For people to die in the secret realm, that is something difficult to avoid and cannot be blamed on outsiders. Moreover, if you are to blame anyone, you should instead visit Immortal Mountain. You are correct. My clan's descendants' strength was lacking, and this cannot be blamed on anyone else. Underworld clan's heavenly deity nodded. This made the celestial clan's experts reveal different looks, waiting for his next words. The important figure that came from Underworld Earth opened his mouth and said, I am an extremely straightforward person. If I have something to say, I will say it. My clan will not go so far as to muster large forces to forcefully attack the celestial clan to kill a youth. I came today just to ask for the Lightning Emperor's scriptures. I wish to borrow it to take a look. The heavenly deities from the celestial clan were stunned. They never expected him to be so direct, not disguising his intentions at all and immediately stating his intentions. Dao brothers perhaps do not know yet, but this time, experts from many powerful sects have come into the celestial clan's territory. There is definitely not only people from underworld Earth. If the celestial clan wishes to possess the golden sheet alone, I fear that it is not too realistic. Underworld clan's heavenly deity spoke. His intentions were clear. This time, quite a few great sects came. Huang obtained great natural luck from Origin Sky's secret realm, tempting the hearts of many sections. The War Clan really has done it, Chi Tua said coldly. They leaked this piece of news out and worked together with other sects to coerce the Celestial Clan into meeting their demands. Underworld Clan's heavenly deity left. It was difficult for the City of Heaven to become calm. The Celestial Clan's higher-level figures gathered together to discuss what they should now do. What a joke! These sects want to force us by joining together? Do they think my clan's great formation is just for decoration? The great formation was laid around the ancient city by the 6 great celestials together. Let whoever wants to come, then we'll just kill them all. An old heavenly deity spoke furiously. Since the ancient times, few people dared to force them to do anything. Even at the worst times, they could still rely on the City of Heaven's defenses. There was no way for outsiders to capture them. There is no need to become angry at this. My clan does not fear them. We have the chaotic great formation to protect us, so there's naturally no need to worry about much. There is no need for us to bow down. Chi Tua spoke. Then he frowned and said, however, we still have to make various preparations. Have you obtained the sect protecting bone mirror yet? We need to take a look at Huang's true form first, someone said. Even though the heavenly deities didn't have heavenly eyes, they still speculated that Hao's current appearance wasn't his true appearance. They wanted to borrow their ancestral mirror to see through him, illuminating his soul. Come, let us see exactly what kind of background he has, what kind of footing. a heavenly deity said. He brought out a sparkling white mirror. By the azure lakeside, Hao walked by himself. As soon as he emerged from isolation, he released a sigh. Howling winds and torrential rain had descended, making him feel extremely suffocated. And suddenly he felt his body become rigid. A wave of mysterious power emerged from his back, making him freeze in place. Bright holy radiance scattered down from the void, surrounding his body. This youngster never revealed his true appearance. This is his true form. In the palace, several heavenly deities revealed looks of surprise. They stared at the person inside the mirror. This was a precious mirror that could illuminate one's true body. Could also display the secrets of the soul. Why do I feel like he is a bit familiar? A heavenly deity carried doubt. However, before he was able to think any further, he discovered that something wasn't right. Stop! Someone shouted, because they discovered that a streak of blood flowed out between Hao's brows. His forehead almost split apart. This made the heavenly deities shocked. They quickly stopped the bone mirror, not daring to have it shine on him anymore, fearing that the youth's flesh would crumple apart. What a precious, precious technique! Out of fear of others peering into his divine senses, he carved symbols for protection, wishing to destroy everything indiscriminately. Heavenly deity Chi Tuo said. By the small lakeside, Hao's body trembled. He recovered his freedom. He looked towards the sky, and then he wiped at the blood between his brows. He was greatly shaken inwardly. Just now, someone had tried to peer into his primordial spirit. If not for him carving the Kuan Peng symbols, reincarnation patterns, lightning technique and others inside of his primordial spirit to protect himself, he would have had his sea of consciousness invaded just now. This was the restriction he set for himself. If a heavenly deity tried to forcibly peer into his sea of consciousness, then his head would split apart, destroying him along with his precious techniques. It was because he knew that once others obtained his secrets and got what they wanted, then he wouldn't be far from death. What is wrong with you? Your complexion is a bit unpleasant. True deity Xianxia emerged. It's nothing. Hao shook his head. He believed that Xianxia did not know what had just happened. It was definitely a heavenly deity that tried to investigate him. You have to carefully cultivate in isolation. My celestial clan will create a Tao protector position for you. Recently a few experts from other great sects arrived, but my clan's heavenly deities won't compromise and will protect you, true deity Xianxia said. Hao finally understood why those heavenly deities pried into his primordial spirit. It was because they felt the outside world's pressure and wanted to obtain the Lightning Emperor's immortal scriptures ahead of time. I've entered a desperate situation, he said softly. This was the greatest crisis since entering the higher realms. He walked along the lake and released a soft sigh. He encountered Yun Shi in the Blood Plains, wishing to save her life. Yet in the end he put himself in such a dangerous situation. Hao reflected on himself. It really was difficult to be a good person. He originally had good intentions, slaughtering along and escorting her for hundreds of thousands of li. Yet in the end, he put himself in danger. In the following 2 days, a few other great sects appeared. They all came to pay the Celestial Clan a visit, among them including Immortal Mountain, Demonic Sunflower Garden, Heavenly Country, and other sections. This made the Celestial Clan feel pressured. They had no choice but to reconsider. Dang! Suddenly, a bell sounded. Another guest came. This time, it wasn't a creature, but a bell that was accompanied by chaotic energy. It was simple-looking and mysterious. It appeared in the city of heaven and faced the heavenly deities. It's him! The Celestial Clan's heavenly deities were shocked. Hao was shocked as well. He heard the bell sound and raised his head towards the heavens. Then his mind was greatly shaken. It was because he had seen this bell in the lower realm before, understanding that his was a chaotic magical artifact of the higher realms. It was at the very forefront of precious artifacts. In the past, even the Willow deity had trouble with this bell. I wish to borrow the Lightning Emperor's scriptures. The great bell was long and drawn out, releasing a clear voice that rippled outwards. Its user didn't descend and merely sent out this voice. The celestial clan shivered inwardly. This immortal bell was too unordinary, grasped by an unmatched expert. If it fully displayed its power, perhaps it could destroy the celestial clan's great chaotic formation. There were 2 characters on the bell, the first, without. The second character was extremely indistinct and impossible to make out. It released an ancient aura of great changes. Then, the great bell disappeared from the city of heaven. The expression of the experts of the celestial clan were definitely not pleasant. More and more people came from different sections. It made their minds extremely heavy. If they wanted to leave Huang behind, they would most likely end up bringing a huge calamity onto themselves. Underworld Earth's representative was perhaps right. Our clan cannot possess the golden sheet alone. A heavenly deity sighed and said, "Hold on, just now." The bone mirror reflected Huang's true appearance, but it didn't discover 2 golden sheets on his body. Heavenly deity Chi Tuo frowned. Could it be that it could only be obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm? In reality, regardless of whether it was the 2 golden sheets or the true primordial record, Hao left them all with Grandpa 15, having him comprehend them. He didn't bring them out with him. The most valuable things on him was the pill furnace containing the immortal earth and heavenly river, as well as the thoroughly rusted tattered armor. Within Celestial Clan's ancient palace, one of the heavenly deities was suddenly shaken, saying to himself, "I remember. Could it be him?" Even though he was a heavenly deity, right now his face still revealed exceptional shock. It didn't match the dignity and solemnness of a heavenly deity. "It truly is a miracle. It's actually him," this heavenly deity said to himself. He had previously paid attention to a few matters. "What are you talking about?" Chi Tuo and the others looked at him. This heavenly deity was extremely excited as he said, "Do you know who he is? He came from the lower realm and used to have a great name. He had previously inspected Yun Shi's grandfather's sea of consciousness, and from this learned about the lower realm. He had seen this youth. When the bone mirror revealed his true appearance, he felt that it was familiar, and now he finally remembered. He previously foiled Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country, Immortal Mountain, and even slaughtered 7 deities in the lower realm, stirring up quite the chaos in the higher realms. "What? You are saying that he came from the lower realm?" Chi Tuo and the others were shocked. They asked him for details. That heavenly deity saw through Hao's true body and origins. This immediately made the group of people reveal looks of shock. It was difficult for them to calm down. The Kuan Peng technique is on his body? Apart from this, he also has his own innate reincarnation precious technique. Even these heavenly deities' voices began to tremble. They originally thought that he only had the Lightning Emperor technique, but they never expected that he would also have the Kuan Peng precious technique. This was too shocking. "We cannot expose his identity. Even if we truly have to hand him over, he will just be Huang and not the lower realm Hao." A heavenly deity released a downcast voice. The atmosphere of the city of heaven became more and more nervous. The old celestial had never came out of isolation. The great heavenly deities couldn't discuss things or even make reports to him. That day Hao was shaken. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips and the space between his brows cracked. The flying immortal stone dropped onto the ground, releasing a pung sound. "What is wrong? You are injured." True deity Xianxia was shocked. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu revealed looks of surprise. If it was the flying immortal stone that inflicted injuries onto him, then the effects would be extremely serious. In the past, the Celestial Clan's most stunning geniuses were severely injured because of the flying immortal stone, using up close to 100 years of their lives to recover from their great Tao injuries as a result. Hao didn't say anything and carefully searched around. During these past few days, he felt like it was harder and harder to trigger immortal melody, because the immortal Tao energy within his body was used up. It had finally reached its limit. The only fortunate thing was that the hand of heaven's symbols were vaguely engraved in his flesh. If he was given time, he would definitely be able to reconstruct it. Only now it was a bit troublesome. He was injured. However, he didn't feel like it was as severe as it was before. It was clear that, in the eyes of the Celestial Clan, this was a huge matter. It was because a tragedy had happened in the past. What? He was injured. Within the ancient palace, the great heavenly deities received a report. Regardless of whether the injury is light or heavy, it means that he cannot stir up immortal melody any longer. His Tao comprehension ends here. Is this heaven's will? Let us make our decision. In the Celestial Clan's opinion, injuries to the great Tao were extremely terrifying. Even if it was a light injury, it would take years to heal from. In addition, the pressure they were facing from outsiders was becoming greater and greater. Their opinions were already swaying a long time ago, to the extent where they didn't even want to examine the severity of his injuries. They used this to directly make a decision. Xianxia wiped away the blood stain. He stood up, made his way around the azure lake, and arrived in the street. He had a premonition that things were about to turn bad. Hong! Right at this moment, the sound of space tearing sounded in the skies. Terrifying auras pervaded the air. Several heavenly deities descended. Not far out, Yunxi and Yu saw them arriving together as well, just in time to see the heavenly deities take action to capture Xianxia. Old ancestors, what are you all doing? Yunxi was shocked and hurriedly asked. Yu revealed a look of shock. He walked together with Yunxi and looked over. Yunxi, one sometimes knows a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Sometimes what you see is often not the truth. A heavenly deity spoke. Old ancestor, I don't know what you are trying to say. Yunxi was confused. This person not only tricked you, he tricked all of us. He is not just Huang. He has another identity. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo said. Then, he activated the heavenly deity magical chains to destroy Xianxia's 72 transformation, revealing his true appearance. What? It's you! Yunxi cried out in alarm. She found this impossible to believe. Wasn't this youth dead? How did he end up becoming Huang and arrive in the higher realms? You, for the sake of hiding yourself, you didn't tell me your true identity? Yunxi asked. This person's heart is treacherous, with everything being fake. He purposely hid his true appearance, said Yu. I didn't say anything but was still captured by your Celestial Clan. If I said everything, perhaps things would be even worse for me. Xianxia ridiculed and looked towards them. He hid his true appearance, plotted greatly to enter my Celestial Clan, harboring evil intentions. A heavenly deity spoke in a cold and detached manner. Towards this, Xianxia revealed a look of contempt. So this is the Celestial Clan? Even though he knew that because he had precious scriptures and grasped unmatched precious techniques, there would be a great disaster if his identity was exposed. But it was still difficult for him to dispel the negative emotions he was currently feeling. He could only sigh. Why didn't you tell me that you were Xianxia? Yunxi spoke with a trembling voice. You clearly used Yunxi using her relationship to enter my Celestial Clan. Your schemes really are great. How laughable it is that I actually brought you to the city of heaven before, said heavenly deity Qi Tuo. I fought bloody battles, escorting you for hundreds of thousands of li. Ask yourselves honestly, what falseness is there in this? This is the repayment that you all have for me. Xianxia's voice was extremely loud. His eyes were clear as he looked at everyone. Human hearts are all made of flesh. What about the hearts of your Celestial Clan? Xianxia roared. He had a wave of resentment within him that couldn't be easily dispelled. He escorted Yunxi for hundreds of thousands of li, fighting great battles along the way, almost dying himself in the process, yet he was being treated by the Celestial Clan like this. He couldn't find it within himself to ever do something like this. If someone treated him kindly, he would do everything he could to express gratitude. But right now, the other party was going to capture him, throwing mud in his face, all for his precious techniques. Yu had a head of purple hair, bright and thick. His eyes were clear, his body's symbols faintly visible, and he had an extraordinary and divine temperament. At this moment, he calmly said, The human heart is sinister. This is the best explanation for your human race. You were acquainted with Yunxi? So why are you not willing to reveal your true appearance? Doing everything you could to hide yourself. You understand what you are plotting in your heart the clearest. Laughable, shameless, ridiculous. There is only us here, so why are you all still putting on these final pretense? Just directly slaughter over if you don't have any sense of shame. Is there a need to say all of this? Sure, how berated. Capture him. We'll know everything after a bit of investigation. Heavenly deity Chi Tua spoke indifferently. What a sorry reason and excuse. You all really have nothing else to say. Sure, how calm down. He didn't want to say too much either. Old ancestor. Please retract the order. Yun Shi pleaded. Regardless of whether it was the lower realm or higher realms, Sure How had saved her life. Right now, she needed herself to stand out. She didn't want to see anything bad happen to him. Yun Shi, you feel like he saved you, but in reality, he had set up a huge scheme against my celestial clan. You cannot let your emotions affect your decisions. Chi Tua spoke. His expression was solemn as he spoke these meaningful and heartfelt words. But Yun Shi wanted to say something, but she was immediately stopped by a heavenly deity. Just withdraw. A heavenly deity waved his sleeve, and then a gust of wind rose, bringing Yun Shi and Yu Yu into the distance. The corners of their clothes fluttered about. It was as if these two were walking on water. Yu Yu, accompany Yun Shi for a walk. It is best if you both go into isolation cultivation. It is enough for this person to be handed over to a specialist to deal with. You two do not need to pay any attention to this. A heavenly deity spoke. At the limits of the horizon. As soon as Yun Shi wanted to open her mouth and turn back, she was pulled back by Yu Yu. Let's go. Do not feel dispirited for this type of person, and there is even less of a need for more words. The clan will naturally carry out justice. Meanwhile, an old man appeared that steered a bone boat. Symbols pervaded the air, surrounding the two people, bringing them to a sealed-off place. Little friend, do you have anything else to say? A heavenly deity asked. Sure How remained silent. He had nothing else to say to them. He didn't want to give them another look. Little friend, there is nothing absolute in life. My celestial clan does not want to kill endlessly either. If you cooperate, we will send you out of the city in the end, Chi Tua said. Sure How looked into the distant skies and didn't pay him any attention. A heavenly deity waved his hand. They brought Sure How through the air, and then they arrived in that ancient place. The defenses here were extremely strict. It was difficult for outsiders to take half a step inside. You are still young, so why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Leave behind a path for yourself. This is the best route. A higher-level figure from the celestial clan that was sitting on a praying mat said. Don't you all just want the precious techniques? Sure How sneered. What is the point in discussing things? They were just going to return to this problem. Chi Tua and the others' faces were calm and natural without the slightest bit of embarrassment or unpleasantness. They didn't treat these words of ridicule as anything. They looked at him with calm smiles. Little friend, you are a sensible person. With your aptitude, with enough time, you will definitely rise up in the higher realms. Why do you have to make things so difficult for yourself? One person sighed. Your words are all pretty sounding. If you all want my precious technique, then just directly take action, Sure How said. One person frowned. They long understood from the bone mirror that Sure How set a restriction on his primordial spirit. Once they forcibly tried to pry into his sea of consciousness, it would definitely self-destruct. If not for this, they would have long taken action. Why would they wait so long? Detain him! Chi Tua waved his hand and put away his smile. His face fell, having people bring him down. The palace became quiet. They had to quickly open Sure How's primordial spirit and obtain everything. Otherwise, bad things happened the longer people waited. After all, there were many great sects outside. There are a few methods to seize his primordial spirit imprint, but it needs time for preparation. One person spoke. The most dependable method is awakening the old ancestor. With his powerful divine will and omnipotent, 6 heavens-level divine ability, it isn't a problem at all, someone said. They understood well that Sure How definitely used the Lightning Emperor's technique, Kuanpeng technique, and others to support his sea of consciousness. It was precisely this type of unmatched taboo secret methods that prevented them from rashly trying to break in. This youth was extremely unyielding. If he self-destructed here, then they would lose everything. Create a great soul formation. Together with my clan's secret treasure, we can easily break through, and it won't damage the primordial spirit imprint, someone else said. This type of formation was extremely ruthless. As long as someone was sent inside, it was the same as destroying them. Only the divine sense imprint would remain with the flesh and everything else completely obliterated. And, together with the damaged 6 Tao natural laws my clan possesses, will let him be reborn in the great soul formation. Someone laughed coldly and spoke even more directly. Good. Everyone nodded. All of this needed time for preparation because these were ruthless methods, or more accurately called torture. All types of secret treasures, formations, and other things were needed. Find a few people to investigate him in case he still has some more tricks, someone said. The other heavenly deities agreed. Then this place became quiet. Underneath the divine palace was an underground black prison, and those incarcerated were all the felons imprisoned with the terrible crimes. Every single one of them had extraordinary backgrounds, some from this clan, some from outside this clan. The worst of them were true deity level. Otherwise, they didn't have the qualifications to be sent here. That day, a young prisoner was sent inside, drawing the attention of many great vicious individuals. They all revealed looks of shock. It was just a youth, so how did he have the qualifications of being locked up here? Youngster, it is still best if you think things through and tell us a bit earlier. Otherwise, there won't be a good end for you. The elder that was in charge of sending him here said with an extremely cold voice. Xianxia ignored him. He didn't want to say anything. If you hesitate, things are only going to be worse for you. Do you see that cage? The elder pointed towards a pitch-black ancient cage sealed with iron strips. There were even more mysterious magical chains surrounding it that released a deep and chilly aura. There is a quasi-heavenly deity locked up here, one that is a step away from reaching that cultivation realm. He has been imprisoned for over 10,000 years. He is quite fond of doing it with men, so if you don't know what is in your best interest, I don't mind sending you inside, said the elder. Get lost. Xianxia couldn't help but shout. Are you challenging my authority? This prison head elder was at the true deity level himself. At this moment his face fell, and he stared coldly at Xianxia. Has fresh meat been sent in? A powerful voice sounded from the black prison. An indistinct shadow appeared at the entrance of the cave, tall and intimidating. It was clear that this was a devil king, an ancient expert that was fond of male homosexuality, as well as an extremely cruel individual. A youngster that doesn't know how to appreciate favors. The prison head looked coldly at Xianxia and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Then, he grabbed him by the collar and carried him towards the black prison. I really like this type of soft skin and tender flesh, but prison head, you aren't that bad either, can't be considered that old. Why don't you come in together? This old man can pass on to you the greatest method. A loud and clear laughter sounded from within the ancient cave. Hurry up and go learn some great method from that devil king. Xianxia laughed coldly and said, Youngster, you are bringing trouble on yourself. The prison head gave him a hateful look. He arrived in front of the ancient cave and indicated that he was going to throw Xianxia inside. Xianxia didn't reveal fear. Instead, his eyes were ice cold as he said, You want to humiliate me? At worst, I die. Meanwhile, once the clan's heavenly deities find out, you can't even die even if you want to. The prison head's expression was sinister. He truly wanted to send him into the ancient cave. But when he thought about the clan's higher levels' repeated warnings, he still didn't dare act randomly. Little bastard, you will regret it, the prison head said coldly. Xianxia didn't pay him any attention, showing disdain beneath contempt. Prison head youngster, hurry and send him over, the existence in the ancient cave urged. The prison head released a cold snort, and then he carried Xianxia away. Ho! A terrifying roar sounded from the ancient cave. When he roared, the nearby cells rose and fell in succession. A few powerful experts were roaring together. There were even heavenly deities. Shurhao was shocked. This place really was terrifying, imprisoning even heavenly deities. He couldn't help but look towards that direction. Then his mind was even more moved. He loudly sent a message. Everyone, I am sure all of you are quite curious why I was sent here. It is because I obtained the Lightning Emperor's immortal scriptures. The celestial race is shameless, wishing to force me to hand it over. Shurhao sent this out with his divine will, so it was naturally many times faster than speaking with his mouth, completing everything in an instant. He informed many of the prisoners that if they could break out, he was willing to give them this greatest precious technique. Oh! The underground black prison swayed as if it was about to break apart. All types of auras pervaded the air. It was incomparably terrifying. An uproar broke out as soon as Shurhao arrived, making the prison head's face turn pale, and at the same time, making him incomparably angry. The only thing that reassured him was that the underground black prison was sturdy and undying. No one could break out. Youngster, are you looking for trouble? The old guard carried him, bringing him into a stone room. With a pung sound, he closed the walls. Shurhao didn't want to say too much to him. This type of expression made the prison head furious. It was just a youth, yet he actually treated him with such disdain. It was unendurable. Chi! He brought out a sharp metal sword and directly pierced towards Shurhao's chest. With a piu sound, bloody light flashed. Blood splashed outwards. He was pierced through. The prison chief smiled sinisterly. Do you think I don't dare deal with you? As long as it doesn't go too far, suitable punishment is still permitted. You ended up in my hands, yet you still dare provoke me. I advise you to tell me everything you should tell me, or else you will regret coming into this world. A cold chill blew in. The stone room was full of bloody odor. Several esteemed guests entered the city of heaven. Drums beat simultaneously, and several heavenly deities personally went out to greet them. It was an extremely grand matter. The one that led the guests was a middle-aged man who had a good-looking face, only his eyes were ancient and deep. He had an imposing and impressive appearance and an upright and tall body. Chaotic energy curled about him, and there was five-colored, multicolored light accompanying him. This person was divine and imposing. He was clearly standing there, yet it made others feel as if he had transcended this world and did not belong to this secular realm. He never released divine force, yet the celestial clan's great heavenly deities all felt like they were inferior. I've met Peacock Divine Lord before. Heavenly deity Chi Tua and the others were a bit overly cautious. If Shurhao was here, he would definitely recognize the person next to the Peacock Divine Lord. He was a former acquaintance. Right now, a pair of thief-like eyes were roaming everywhere. This was a male with bright eyes full of expression. He looked everywhere. Cough. On the side, his clansman coughed lightly as a reminder. A group of people came from the Peacock clan, not just 2 or 3. They were all experts. This person immediately became respectful, not using his eyes to look everywhere. He wore 5-colored Dao clothes, so when he acted properly, he had an immortal style and Dao bones, an outstanding air to him, making him look completely different from before. The Celestial clan were speechless. They had long noticed his presence, because he was the only one at the Divine Flame realm. Compared to the other terrifying peacocks, he had the weakest strength. What should I call Dao brother? A true deity asked. The Peacock Divine Lord was right up ahead of him, with heavenly deities carefully accompanying him. Yet even though this individual's cultivation realm wasn't high, he could follow behind them. This meant that his status was definitely not ordinary, so that's why they tried to approach him first. This little Taoist is Choji. Haha. This person laughed and said, My fate with your clan is quite deep. My Dao companion is a celestial. He was precisely Kong Choji, as well as the former second Baldi. He arrived in the higher realms through the Celestial clan's formation. A few people from the Celestial clan were stunned. Thinking back, this peacock had appeared before in part of the Celestial clan's territory. He came from the lower realm. The Dao friend that came together with Yun Songhai? Someone asked softly. Yun Songhai was Yun Shi's grandfather. Where is Yunxi? That girl should come out and greet me as grandfather. Kong Chuji's hair was black like jade. His eyes were bright as he asked with a smile. Yunxi has entered isolation. A heavenly deity spoke. Second baldly was shocked. He was talking with the true deities and casually mentioned Yunxi, yet a heavenly deity replied. Why was that? Senior, please come this way. The heavenly deities were extremely courteous, inviting the Peacock Divine Lord into a great palace. These were honored guests, and they were treated with great respect. Kong Choji didn't enter and instead walked about outside. He prepared to chat with Yunxi's grandfather Yun Songhai for a bit. I heard that there were some changes to the Celestial clan, so I came to take a look, the Peacock Divine Lord said. He sat on a precious seat. Chaotic mists surrounded him, and there was five-colored multicolored light as well. The scene was extremely shocking. One has to understand that regardless of whether it was the lower realm or higher realms, the peacock race were extremely terrifying. Experts emerged in large numbers. They didn't lack heavenly deities, traveling unhindered through the world. They were one of the most terrifying races. Even when the Celestial clan was in its glorious era, it could still only form an alliance with this race and not look down on them, let alone now. Meanwhile, how could this race's lord be ordinary? This was definitely the dictator of an area. The name Peacock Divine Lord alone should already prove everything. Many thanks to Senior. Heavenly deity Chi-Tua was thankful. Right now, the pressure they faced wasn't small. There were many great sects outside, so the Peacock Divine Lord's presence here was definitely a good thing. After all, the relationship between the two should still be peaceful. They shouldn't have to worry about any hostility. Is that youth named Huang in the City of Heaven? The Peacock Divine Lord asked. The Celestial clan's heavenly deities' minds all jumped. With someone of this caliber here, they definitely couldn't avoid this problem. However, it left them quite troubled. Why hasn't the ancient ancestor awoken yet? They hesitated. The Peacock Divine Lord was too formidable. Even though they were all heavenly deities, they still couldn't possibly compare to him. Only the old Celestial from their clan could do something. Apart from this, there was no one else that could do anything. In reality, the Peacock Divine Lord's seniority wasn't among the highest. Even though he was born in the archaic era compared to the old Celestial, he could only be called a member of the younger generation. However, the difference in strength between the two wouldn't be too great now. From a certain perspective, they were in the same great cultivation realm, only one was at the very peak while the other had just started. Huang is indeed in my clan. Heavenly deity Chi-Tua braced himself and replied. He actually really didn't want others to pry into this. The Lightning Emperor was an extremely mysterious individual. Everyone said that he was immortal, living from the immortal ancient era until this world. But it has never been proven, said the Peacock Divine Lord. Then he changed topics. I am quite curious and wish to meet this Lightning Emperor inheritor and see for myself if he has immortal aura. The expressions of a few heavenly deities from the Celestial clan immediately went rigid. It really was going to be like this. They found it difficult to evade this issue. The first reason was because the other party was too powerful, and the second reason was because of their alliance relationship. If they offended this person, the results would be too difficult to contemplate. In the end, heavenly deity ordered people to bring Shihao over here. Someone went to bring Shihao over. Along the way, Kong Choji waved his hand and said, "Where are you all going?" "We are going to bring Huang over," a true deity replied. "Haha, I will also go take a look. I heard that this Huang is quite formidable, actually killing a war king and making Immortal Palace's inheritor suffer greatly. He really is outstanding. He acted extremely familiar with the Celestials, not acting like an outsider at all." The two true deities stopped their steps, wanting to refuse. However, Kong Choji's mouth was extremely nimble, continuously bringing up their relationship about how the hope of the Celestial clan, Yunxi, had to call him grandfather, that he wasn't an outsider at all. The two true deities thought for a bit, and then they decided that it wasn't worth it to offend him. Even if he met Huang ahead of time, it wasn't that big of a deal. In the underground black prison, cold winds swept across. Roars sounded from many ancient caves. There were many great vicious beings imprisoned within, unable to see the light of day. Inside of a stone room, blood assailed the nostrils. He hadn't even been here for long, but he was already stabbed over 10 times. His body was impaled. Blood flowed everywhere. The scene was extremely miserable. His clothes had long become tattered, full of sword wounds. Dark red blood continuously flowed out, dripping on the ground with clear noise. The scene was extremely bloody. There were many wounds on his body that connected from front to back. For a supreme expert, this didn't place him in critical danger, but they were still great injuries to his primordial energy. Youngster, you really are quite strong-willed. I feel like I really have to remove a few of your bones, the prison guard said while laughing extremely coldly. The sword landed on Xiao's shoulder to cut off his shoulder blade. Lightning Emperor's precious technique, your clan, just forget about it. If anyone asks, I can only say that it was because of you that I won't speak, Xiao said. Xiao's arm splattered out with blood. It was pierced through. However, he didn't even frown. Instead, a laugh sounded. You all won't get anything, so you can only kill me. Do you think my clan doesn't dare? The prison head said coldly. You can do whatever you want, Xiao said calmly. Blood flowed from his body. He vowed in his heart that if he didn't die, there would be a day when he'll come back to overthrow the city of heaven. What emperor race, what emperor clan, what everlasting name. Didn't Huang save your clan's Yunxi? Why was he thrown in the black prison? Kong Choji didn't understand. He actually followed them into a prison. He was scheming greatly, intentionally approaching Yunxi. Our clan discovered the abnormality. A true deity replied. They were already close to the stone room. That can't be, right? He's actually that kind of person? Huang. I really admire him. Executing the war clan and daring to fight against Immortal Palace's inheritor. Calmly killing exceptional talents. Second Baldy muttered, shaking his head continuously. Why is it so bloody? When they pushed open the stone door and stepped into the formation, everyone frowned. It was clear that punishment had been carried out here, moreover extremely severely. It was bloody and cruel. When Second Baldy arrived, he saw a badly mutilated person. His entire body was dark red, and his battle robe was in tatters. His injuries were too severe. Xiao raised his head, recognizing Kong Choji with a single look. This was the Second Baldy from Stone Village back then. He had seen Kong Choji turn into human form before. Second Baldy, he spoke. He never thought that he would meet an old friend here, able to meet him again. What fucker dares to call me? Kong Choji was resentful. Apart from the lower realm Stone Village, who dared to call him this? Now, he was a member of the Peacock clan's direct line of descent, a powerful individual of the new wave. It's you? Soon after, he widened his eyes, seeing Xiao's true body. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Then, his entire body's fine hairs exploded. This was both a pleasant surprise and an utterly infuriating result. Who would have thought that he would encounter Xiao again? See him alive. This was a completely unexpected pleasant surprise. A completely inconceivable thing. He felt as if he was dreaming. It was simply too unreal. Xiao was smiling. When he saw his appearance, he thought back to many things of the past, all of the cheerful cries of joy and cheerful talks. Back then, Xiao was still a child who did many things that angered man and God alike. Second Baldly was precisely someone he captured and brought back to Stone Village from the 100 Shattering Mountains. Truly was a small world. Something like this actually happened today. This was what he thought with a sigh. However, there was both sorrow and bitterness. Motherfucking piece of shit. Who did this? Is it you, old-skinned bastard? After a moment of absent-mindedness, he immediately erupted into great fury and flew into a rage. He saw Xiao's body that was covered in bloodstains, how there were at least 10 wounds that went all the way through his body. It was too cruel, actually tormented to this degree. He turned around towards the prison head, immediately sending a palm outwards. Even as a true deity, this prison head dared to take action like this. He was just too angry. The prison head dodged, and then his face fell. The other person was just a divine flame realm peacock, yet he dared to treat him with such disrespect. However, he didn't immediately act out because he knew that outsiders that could come here definitely had great backgrounds. This is my brother. Does your celestial clan wanna fucking die? Second Baldy was seething in anger, revealing a portion of his wings. 5-colored, multicolored light swirled about. Veins jumped about crazily. Kacha! He took out a secret treasure, breaking all of the chains covering Shurehao's body and quickly helped him stop his bleeding. In the past, even though these two often bickered, with all types of joy and opposition, generally speaking, they still shared a deep friendship. This was especially the case when Second Baldy received the Willow deity's assistance, obtaining tremendous benefits in Stone Village. Those few years gave Second Baldy a sense of belonging. He felt that Stone Village was a comfortable place in his heart. The simple and down-to-earth villagers were easy to interact with. What you trying to do? Are you trying to release our prisoners? The prison head shouted, accusing Second Baldy. No matter what kind of background the other party had, if they truly tried to release prisoners, then they had to be executed. Your ancestors can all go fuck themselves. Second Baldy cursed fiercely. He was truly angered beyond belief. However, he didn't lose his reasoning yet. He loudly transmitted sound outside, saying, Huang escorted your clan's genius young lady, fighting bloodily for hundreds of thousands of li. And this is how you treat your benefactors? I want to speak with your clan's heavenly deities. Since the prison was opened, the entrance had not been closed. Sound could travel out. He was pleading for help from the Peacock clan's experts. You really are presumptuous. Even if heavenly deities come, no one can save you, the prison head shouted. However, he still didn't dare take action. He felt like this fella seemed to have quite the background. He merely tried to intimidate him and convict him with a crime to get the clan's experts to give an order to kill. Get lost. Do you know whose orders I've come under? The Peacock Divine Lord. You can just stay off to the side. Kong Chuji roared. Then he turned around, once again helping Shuhao with his injuries. Right now, he was greatly shaken up. Truly was too unexpected. How could he have predicted that they would be reunited under this type of circumstances? I always thought that you perished in the lower realm, dying an untimely death. Who would have thought that you were Huang, fighting against the exceptional talents of the higher realms? You really are formidable. Second Baldy was moved, happy, and finding it a bit difficult to speak properly. However, he was also clear-headed and dealt with the situation extremely seriously, not letting the prison head get closer. I also did not think I would meet you again in this type of circumstances. Shuhao wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He sighed at the vicissitudes of life, the joys and sorrows of its partings and reunions. The affairs of the world really were difficult to predict. Don't worry. My Peacock clan's divine lord might be acquainted with the Willow deity. There is a strange relationship between them. Not even the celestial clan can make things difficult for you, Second Baldy said. Right now, within that imposing palace, all of these people heard Second Baldy's loud roar. They immediately revealed looks of surprise. Bring that unworthy child back. The Peacock Divine Lord spoke. The heavenly deities of the celestial clan frowned. They knew that something unexpected happened in the prison. Soon after, a bloody Shuhao and a furious Second Baldy were brought back, triggering the shocked expressions of everyone in the palace. Old ancestor, this is not only Huang, but also my brother in the lower realm. He came from that mysterious stone village, the Willow deity's disciple. You have to save him. Then Second Baldy cursed fiercely. He stood in the palace and pointed at the celestial clan's experts while shouting, Do you all not have any conscience? My brother brought your clan's genius back. Yet you treat him like, for the sake of his precious techniques, you even want to hack apart his body. I'm gonna fucking... This group of people were stunned. The heavenly deities were stunned. They were actually being cursed at by a divine flame realm junior, daring to stir up such chaos here. Willow deity. The Peacock Divine Lord's eyes became grave. Even though everyone else in the higher realms believed that he undoubtedly died after entering through the primordial gate, He still believed that the unfathomably mysterious and powerful expert was still alive and definitely still in this world. It was because he still remembered, during the archaic years when he was still young, he had seen a painting, one of a green and lush willow tree. Back then, he was still young, just a little peacock. He saw a willow tree in the mountains with 9 branches that supported the 9 heavens. It was surrounded by chaotic energy. Every single leaf of the willow tree supported a star. Its branches pierced into the 9 heavens above, condensing the mysterious emptiness. The great Tao cascaded down, descending from the sky and drowning it within. That scene was vast and incomparable. It left an incomparably deep impression on the young peacock divine lord, one that he would never forget through his entire life. Then, that lush and green tree lowered a drop of sparkling liquid, a drop that reflected the scenes of the heavens. That drop of liquid was different from all else. It possessed the Tao and aura of life, surrounded by the scene of heavenly stars. In the end, it just happened to land on the little peacock's body. From that day forth, the peacock divine lord's fate was changed. He quickly revealed as an outstanding talent, rising up in his clan. From that day forth, he never saw the willow tree again. When he grew up and his strength became more and more powerful, he went outside the country. He unexpectedly discovered an ancient divine country that sacrificed to the willow tree's carving. Countless creatures worshipped it. Later on, in a certain province, he had the fortune of meeting an extremely old demonic god. He mentioned the matters of that willow tree, and as a result, that person's expression also changed. When that ancient creature was young, he had seen a willow tree in a dangerous place. It was blasted apart by the great Tao of the 9 heavens and turned into a seed. Great natural Tao laws merged within it, and then it disappeared. All of this, whenever he thought back to it, would always make the peacock divine lord's expression become grave. Even after becoming this powerful and reaching his cultivation realm, he still felt that the willow deity was powerful and mysterious. Its existence made others feel reverence. That was why, even though those of the higher realms thought that the willow deity would undoubtedly die after entering through the primordial gate, he still felt that the day might come when the willow tree would appear again. Has your celestial clan's conscience been chewed up by dogs? Someone risked their life to escort your genius, your future hopes, yet he ended up in this kind of state. Do you not fear having the world turn against you? Who else dares to associate with you all in the future? Kong Choji was furious, pointing at everyone in this grand palace while cursing viciously. Spittle flew everywhere, almost landing on a few true deities' faces. It was to the extent where he wanted to spit on the heavenly deities, but he decided that this was crossing the line. Even the Peacock clan might punish him then, so he forcefully endured his urge. However, towards those true deities, he didn't feel so much restraining fear. His fingers reached out, about to poke those people's noses, especially those that had laughed coldly in secret before. He directly rushed over, spittle flying everywhere. He grabbed the other party's neck and loudly cursed. Fucking degenerate? What are you laughing at? Heart of a damn wolf and lungs of a dog. Not understanding what the hell gratitude is. You are still laughing coldly here, showing how cold-hearted you are. Is this something to be damn proud of? The person who had his collar grabbed was furious. He was a glorious true deity, yet he was being blasphemed against. He was about to flip out, but when he saw the Peacock Divine Lord indifferently sweep his eyes over, he immediately shut his mouth. That eye contained an indifference and coldness like the void in the cosmos, making his soul tremble. He almost cried out in fear. This was a formless type of killing intent. Where is Xianxia? Get her out here. Someone risks life and limb for your damn ass, escorting you back. Where are you? Get the fuck out here and say something. Kong Choji roared. Even though he was in human form, a collection of feathers appeared above his head, standing up straight one after another. 5-colored radiance shone brilliantly, illuminating this enormous palace. Many people's expression changed. He was still causing chaos here. When was this going to end? Xianxia? Where are you? Don't tell me that they locked you up too? Or you don't even dare show your face. Second Baldy roared. A celestial clan heavenly deity spoke. Mists curled about him. Powerful aura pressed down. He looked at Second Baldy and said, "Little Dao friend, why are you doing this?" Hi's words weren't many, but it was extremely dignified. His intention was clear, informing him that this was the Celestial Clan's palace, a place that one could not create a disturbance in. This was a type of warning. "Little Dao friend, it is better if you sit down." Another heavenly deity spoke. "I am here for an explanation. Why did you all treat my Dao brother like this? What did he do wrong? You all kick your benefactor in the teeth like this. Is there still heavenly reasoning in this world?" Second Baldy roared. He walked up and laid Hao down on a praying mat. He asked for a holy pill from his clansmen and helped Hao treat his injuries. He was absolutely furious. "He became my clan's prisoner, so he naturally committed a great crime. We can discuss these matters in the future." Heavenly deity Chi Tua spoke, not wishing to stay on this topic. It was because they were truly groundless. He looked towards Peacock Divine Lord and said, "Senior, this is Huang. What do you think? Can you sense the Lightning Emperor's aura?" He wanted to bring Hao away after the Peacock Divine Lord looked at him. They couldn't continue like this, because they felt that the gaze of the Peacock Clan's Lord was become a bit strange. "This child has some karma with me, so I wish to keep his life." The Peacock Divine Lord spoke. His voice carried a type of great changes and even more a type of dignity. Not far out, Second Baldy revealed a look of happiness. He knew that he made the right gamble. The Divine Lord had some type of relationship with the Willow deity after all. Back then, when he entered the higher realms, just because he carried a branch of the Willow deity, he was immediately favored by the Divine Lord, thus becoming a member of the direct line of descent. Back then, Second Baldy had visited Heavenly Divine Mountain to help the Celestial Clan repair their higher realms transport formation. The Willow deity gifted it with a branch, telling him that if something unexpected happened, he could use it to return to Stone Village. However, he never used it. "His teacher has showed me kindness," Peacock Divine Lord replied. "What?" The great heavenly deities were shocked. A few true deities almost jumped. What kind of figure was this, to be able to show the Peacock Clan's Divine Lord kindness? This was a bit frightening. "Senior, you are joking, right? He came from the lower realm, a human race country's youth. How can his teacher have bestowed kindness onto your distinguished self from the higher realms?" Heavenly deity Chi Tua asked. His face was extremely overcast. "Does it seem to you like I am joking?" The Peacock Divine Lord asked indifferently. Chi Tua immediately shivered inwardly, not even daring to utter another word. As a result, the atmosphere of the great palace became a bit tense. This was the Celestial Clan's important place, but with such a supreme giant here, a suffocating pressure began to fill this palace. There was no way the Celestial Clan would hand over Hao, but how were they supposed to refuse the Peacock Divine Lord? They secretly looked at each other. Perhaps they could only invite out the old Celestial. "That existence is a willow tree. You all should know about it." At this time, the Peacock Divine Lord spoke again. He didn't want to pressure others through power and enter a deadlock situation with the Celestial Clan. "It's that existence." The great heavenly deities all revealed looks of shock when they heard the Peacock Clan's Divine Lord. They released a pent-up breath inwardly. They had heard of the lower realms matters, always feeling that the Willow deity would undoubtedly die after slaughtering into that bone gate, never to appear again. It was because since the ancient times, not a single creature that entered those bone gates ever returned alive. "This child and me truly have a bit of relationship." The Peacock Divine Lord already spoke so far. His intention to defend Hao was extremely clear. "Senior, he committed a great crime. His heart is vile and evil, sneaking into my city of heaven to obtain my clan's flying immortal stone secrets. He cannot be let off." A true deity spoke, wishing to defend their side. "Hang!" Peacock Divine Lord released a cold snort, and then that person immediately coughed out blood. His entire body seemed as if it was struck by a great hammer, almost flying outwards. His face became incredibly pale. When the Peacock Clan's clan lord opened his mouth, normally true deities, didn't have the qualifications to interject. He coldly swept his eyes out, making many people's minds sink. Even the celestial clan's great heavenly deities' expressions were ugly. It wasn't easy to issue any blame. Senior, this person, we truly cannot let go. After some hesitation, heavenly deity Chi-Tua spoke. This was a decision that he and the other great heavenly deities came to. They couldn't release Xianxia just because the other party was exerting pressure. No matter which side they considered it from, they couldn't allow this to happen. This youth had precious techniques and immortal scriptures on him. His existence was priceless, all of them able to become sect-protecting divine techniques. It could make a sect improve greatly, granting them glory throughout the ages. The other reason was that this youth's natural talents were terrifying. Now that they already offended him, if they let him go, he might become a disaster in the future. If geniuses were not allowed to grow up, then they would not become anything. However, if he was given a chance, once he grew up, the results would be difficult to predict. I ask everyone to reconsider. Peacock Divine Lord spoke. Without that willow tree, perhaps he wouldn't be here today. That was why he had to protect this youth at all costs. I apologize, Senior. We truly cannot agree. Even though the celestial clan's great heavenly deities were nervous, they still refused. Since they had an alliance relationship, even if the other party was being aggressive, they still couldn't yield. What if I forcefully bring him away? When Peacock Divine Lord's eyes opened and closed, 5 multicolored lights swirled. A powerful aura surged around his body. It was incredibly terrifying. Dao brother, do not go too far. Right at that moment, an aged voice sounded, transmitting into the ancient palace. At the same time, an old shadow appeared, one that was leaning on crutches. This person was all skin and bones. There was a pair of bull horns on his head. His skin was withered up like a skeleton, his eye sockets sunken in. He gave off a bottomless feeling, as if one's soul would be sucked away. Senior, celestial clan's heavenly deities got up together, expressing looks of happiness. This was the celestial clan's Tao protector, an existence of the same generation as the old celestial. Back then, if not for the 6 great celestials rising up, this person might have become this clan's guardian deity. Despite this being the case, he was also quite powerful, second to only the 6 great celestials. He had lived through the endless years and was incomparably terrifying. Only his age was just too great, about to pass away in meditation. He couldn't even walk out from the city of heaven, because without the divine substances here, he would immediately wither away. Do you feel that I am forcing you all? I want to ask the celestial clan not to go too far. This youth escorted your clan's genius back. So where has he wronged you? Peacock Divine Lord didn't speak too much. He stopped here to save them some face. Dao brother, you want the Lightning Emperor precious technique on him, correct? The elder asked coldly. Senior, we will not let him go. This concerns too much, Chi-Tua said. With the Tao protector here, he felt a bit more at ease. Even though the elder might not be able to fight for a long time, if he activated the formation here, it was definitely enough. A tongue sounded. Peacock Divine Lord took a step forward. A powerful aura pervaded the air. 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, and a pair of chaotic wings appeared behind him. He looked coldly at everyone. Dao brother, could it be that you wish to interfere with my clan's decision and display military strength here? The Tao protector spoke. You've all crossed the line. As for exactly what is going on, you all understand best within your hearts. For the sake of precious techniques, even your innate sense of right and wrong has been obliterated. Peacock Divine Lord spoke extremely coldly. As of this moment, he was already angered. With his identity, he already tried to discuss things amiably to protect Xianxia's life. Yet in the end, he was refused again. You want to bring this child away? Impossible. The elder spoke. The bull horns on his head shone. It was because he already received warnings from a few heavenly deities that this matter was extremely important. Is that so? Then I will just forcibly bring him away. Peacock Divine Lord's body erupted with 5-colored multicolored light. He looked at everyone with disdain. You cannot do it. The elder walked up to stop him. There are some things I wish to warn you all. Because of today, should he rise up, the celestial clan might fall because of what happened. All of your glory will have become a thing of the past. Peacock Divine Lord said. Are you threatening us all? Peacock Divine Lord said. There is no need for threats. I am just telling you the truth. What I am doing today can also be considered saving you all. If that willow tree appears again and learned that you all killed its disciple, the celestial clan will definitely be wiped out from existence. Hong. At this moment he took action. Chaotic mists emerged from the five-colored, multicolored light. It was shocking to the extreme. That Tao Protector also used his most powerful divine ability. But with a wah sound, he coughed out blood and backed up in retreat. Kacha. Meanwhile, one of the bull horns on the Tao Protector's head was snapped. It fell onto the ground with a dong sound. What? Celestial clans, heavenly deities were shocked. The battle had just began. But the Tao Protector was already defeated? You? Blood trickled out from the elder's mouth. He couldn't stand still. You are already old. Peacock Divine Lord only had these words for him. Divine Lord is unrivaled. Second Baldy was excited, crying out loudly. He supported Sure How while standing to the side. He felt incredibly refreshed, finally venting out a bit of his resentment. You! The Celestial Clan's Tao Protector backed up. Primal chaos appeared. His chest was dyed in blood. His injuries were extremely severe, and the most alarming thing was the horn on the ground. It was soaked in blood and flickering with dark light. This was his unique great divine ability. These bull horns could split the heavens, hack down the sun, moon, and stars. It could cut down a person on the spot, terrifying to the extreme. Peacock Divine Lord only spoke a single line, saying that he was already old. This made the Tao Protector's chest rise and fall intensely, feeling unconvinced and furious. Beauties of the past say they are past their prime, yet they do not allow heroes to see old age. Peacock Divine Lord said softly. This was a type of realization as well as a type of helplessness. He thought about how this day would come for him as well. It was because when one reached their cultivation realm, they finally understood that no matter how powerful one became, there would still be a day when they would disappear. It was to the extent where even the vicious 10 couldn't avoid this. They perhaps reached the insurmountable peak, but they still reached the end of the line, dying in meditation along the endless stream of time. He suspected that the Lightning Emperor, Kuanpong, and the others were all delivered a heavy blow by time as well, ultimately passing away, no longer existing in this world. At this moment, Kong Chuji was excited. Even though he was in human form, part of his original form was still revealed. His tail feathers were displayed, the five-colored feathers shining brilliantly here. As for the Celestial Clan, their expressions became ugly one after another. Meanwhile, their hearts all stirred greatly. The Peacock Divine Lord was too terrifying, actually severely wounding their Tao Protector as soon as they met. Hong! Terrifying aura scattered outwards, and primal chaos descended from the heavens, surrounding this place. Even though the Tao Protector was shriveled up, and all skin and bones, right now, he erupted with incomparable might. This was the fury of an extremely powerful figure. Heavenly force was stirred on, and stellar light scattered down onto the city of heaven. Behind the Tao Protector, magical chains interweaved densely with the heavens, merging together. As of this moment, it could simply represent heavenly judgment. Many great stars appeared in the heavens above, creating a scene that was terrifying to the extreme. In the distance, the expressions of the heavenly deities of a few great sects changed. They knew that extremely powerful experts were in confrontation in the city of heaven. A great problem had happened. Your blood energy is dried up, not even a tenth of what it was during your prime. Fighting against me now, there is not the slightest chance of success. Peacock Divine Lord calmly said. He wouldn't show mercy. He couldn't bear to see Celestial Clan oppress others and bully a youth like this. Moreover, with the relationship between the Willow deity and himself, he naturally wouldn't watch from the side. Chi! From Peacock Divine Lord's back, 5 streaks of divine rainbows rushed into the heavens, erupting with brilliant radiance. It was as if 5 unique immortal swords were slicing open the primal chaos, slicing apart the descending natural laws and order. In that instant, the Tao Protector's face flushed red, choking back a wave of blood. His entire body seemed like it was on the edge of a cliff. One foot stepped on nothingness, causing him to fall. Fear, helplessness, and even more powerlessness. He immediately lost his courageousness, lacking vital energy. This strike struck down his convictions. He really had aged after all, unable to win this battle. The expressions of the celestial clan's heavenly deities all changed, a shadow creeping over their hearts. The Tao Protector was too old, long lacking his peak fighting strength. It was impossible to win over time. Pong! The Tao Protector forcefully trampled down. Symbols flickered between heaven and earth. A strange wave of power emerged, surrounding the entire city of heaven. A formless, unmatched divine might appeared. See, at this moment, everyone raised their heads. No matter how far away they were all shaken up inside. It was because someone had opened up the great chaotic formation the 6 great celestials laid during the archaic era. A boundless pressure appeared. Primal chaos pervaded the air, descending from above and surrounding this city. Things had now become extremely serious. Right now, forget about the people here, even ordinary celestial race cultivators shivered inwardly, feeling a wave of fear inside. This concerned the fate of the clan. The expressions of the celestial clan's heavenly deities were snow-white. They were greatly shaken up inside. They didn't wish for this type of situation to happen. They were allied with the Peacock clan. If they had a falling out now, the results would be unimaginable. They originally wanted to use the Tao Protector as intimidation, but how could they have expected that the Peacock Divine Lord stood at the peak and was impossible to defeat? Sigh. A sigh sounded. The formation, symbols, and primal chaos between heaven and earth suddenly disappearing, restoring the peace of this place. Outside the palace, an elder walked over. He was clearly standing there, yet he felt indistinct, as if he merged with the world. It was a medium of the great Tao and difficult to see clearly. The old celestial had emerged from his isolation. When his foot descended, the enormous city became suffused with auspicious and peaceful radiance, as well as propitious brilliance. The scene was astonishing, neutralizing the great disaster. In reality, Peacock Divine Lord was already prepared to unleash a bloodbath. He produced a sect protecting supreme treasure to connect heaven and earth, destroying this place. Peacock, do you feel that your actions are worth it? For the sake of a youth, you are going to declare war against my clan. The old celestial spoke. I wish to protect his life. Peacock Divine Lord calmly spoke. The old celestial wanted to say something, but then his expression changed. He disappeared from his original location. War Emperor, you arrived? He rushed into the heavens, gazing 100,000 li outwards. He was vigorous like a true dragon, blood energy surging. Compared to that Tao Protector, he simply looked like he was at the prime of his life, powerful to an unfathomable degree. Soon after, he disappeared again. There was no sound, his figure vanishing into the void. It was unknown whether or not he exited the city. City of Heaven recovered its peace. The great palace calmed down. Reporting, Underworld Lord has arrived, wishing to pay my city of heaven a visit. Suddenly, a true deity personally came to report this information, immediately shocking this great palace. Underworld Lord, that was definitely not a small matter. Now that the Deathlands had merged under one rule, becoming an extreme power that was practically an entire world of dead, the appearance of the Lord himself naturally left everyone shaken. In the end, several heavenly deities discussed among themselves. They asked the Tao Protector to guide Underworld Lord into the city. It was because the celestial clan still had confidence. Even though a few giants were here, as long as the great chaotic formation the 6 great celestial laid was still here, they didn't fear any changes taking place. The main reason, however, was because the old celestial had awoken. A black underworld vehicle appeared. It was powerful and mysterious, pulled by 9 archaic vicious beasts into the city of heaven. Underworld mists pervaded the air, as if an underworld was being opened up here. I must ask everyone for forgiveness in arriving uninvited. A man walked out from the underworld carriage. He wore black and gold battle clothes that flickered with ice-cold dark light. His entire being was sinister and handsome, looking like he was in his 30s. He was precisely Underworld Lord, a terrifying, powerful figure. No one knew how many eras he had lived through. Rumors had it that he was an ancient chaotic corpse who, after producing a spirit, then developed divine senses, turning into the Lord of Underworld Earth. Someone else said that he was an unmatched expert to begin with. Otherwise, how could the flesh alone live and become the Lord of a region? There were others that said that he is currently trying to recall his past. If he can remember everything and merge the knowledge of 2 lives, he might perhaps be undefeated throughout the 3,000 provinces. Underworld Lord had a head of black hair that was extremely thick. Only, his bewitching and handsome face was extremely pale. When he saw Peacock Divine Lord, he nodded with a smile. I heard the youth named Huang is in Celestial Clan. He killed my clan's underworld child, so I came especially to take a look at him. He carried a faint smile. In reality, everyone knew that he came for the Lightning Emperor's immortal scriptures, because he was a chaotic corpse that developed intelligence. No matter how great his cultivation became, he would always carry a trace of Yin energy that was difficult to remove. He wanted to obtain the Lightning Tao precious technique and use its most forceful and domineering immortal scriptures to cleanse himself, allowing his own highest level of enlightenment to advance a step further. Underworld Lord arrived. He clearly wouldn't let Hao go. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Even if Celestial Clan pulled back and Peacock Divine Lord wanted to protect Hao, it was still a huge problem. Reporting. Soon after, another voice sounded from outside the great palace. A true deity entered, reporting to the higher-level figures here. Heaven-mending sect's sect master came, wishing to pay the city of heaven a visit. This time, not only was the Celestial Clan's mind shaken, even Hao revealed a look of shock. He definitely had his share of interactions with this great clan, only that it was limited to the lower realm. Now, the greatest sect master in the higher realms was actually going to appear. This gave him a strange feeling. Underworld Lord also revealed a look of surprise, not expecting this person to also hurry over. Great sleeves moved about. An individual that looked like he was about to sprout wings and ascend appeared. This was an elder who walked over, untainted by the flames of the secular world. He entered this grand ancient palace. Everyone was shocked, and no one dared to show contempt for him. If this person displayed his might, he might be able to sweep through dozens of provinces. He was definitely terrifying. The fame of heaven-mending sect in the higher realms was great, and their relationship with Immortal Palace was good. They often acted together, and few people dared to provoke them. Little friend, seeing as how you and my sect have karma, how about you follow me? Heaven-mending sect's elder spoke with a faint smile. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Hao shook his head and said, I will only leave with Peacock Divine Lord. I do not come with ill will. Yu Chan's evaluation of you isn't low. I just wish to ask you a few questions. The elder smiled and said in a rather easygoing manner. However, no one dared to not attach importance to his words. What exactly did he mean? Was he being sarcastic? Or did he truly wish to protect Hao and bring him away? There was one thing that everyone believed, and it was that heaven-mending sect definitely cared about the Lightning Emperor's immortal scriptures as well. There was no way they would show kindness for no reason. Hao's mind jumped. Was this person talking with him as if they were talking to Huang, or to Hao? Then Yin Yang Academy's people came. Following that, the Lord of the Sea who established the 100 Beasts Sutra arrived as well. The atmosphere of the City of Heaven immediately became tense to the extreme. Is Huang here? I heard that the Celestial Clan's Dao brothers are highly principled. Capturing him. It truly is good luck. Fire Devil Palace's Lord arrived. This was a scarlet-feathered crane that transformed into human form. He was an elder clad in scarlet Dao robes. He carried cold intent. As soon as he arrived, he released the message that he was going to kill Huang. He definitely couldn't be allowed to live. This was also helping the Celestial clan, speaking on their side. In Origin Sky Secret Realm, Hao had unleashed a great slaughter on Fire Devil Palace's people, making their sect master furious. They stopped the entrance, yet in the end, they didn't capture him. Today he made a special trip here, truly boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are, daring to let words loose here? Suddenly, a female voice sounded from the heavens, directly berating Fire Devil Palace's lord. Who? Fire Devil Palace's lord was furious. You aren't worthy of knowing. Even though the woman lightly scoffed, her voice was extremely beautiful like the sounds of nature. Then the world calmed down. That woman didn't enter the city. Then Xianxia appeared, arriving in the city of heaven. Then demonic sunflower gardens lord appeared. This was a terrifying existence that was like a great black sun, releasing dark light. This individual walked into the ancient palace, making many people's minds tremble. Soon after, Xianxia appeared, hurrying to this palace. She opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but there were all great figures here with sect masters present. The atmosphere was extremely suffocating. The celestial clan's heavenly deities frowned. They really wanted her to leave. Heavenly country's lord seeks an audience, someone reported. What? Everyone was shocked. This blood-soaked nation's lord came as well? It was just inconceivable. This was an association of assassins. They always walked in the darkness. This old one is the vice sect master and not the true heavenly country lord. The figure of the person that came was indistinct. It was impossible to see him clearly or see through him. However, everyone could feel that he was terrifying and powerful, and there was a thick bloodiness to him that wasn't disguised in the slightest. One could vaguely feel a sea of corpses before them. It was difficult to imagine just how many creatures this person had slaughtered before. Even the great sect masters felt as if things weren't right. This person's bloodiness was too thick and excessively terrifying. He definitely obtained great Tao and achieved great cultivation accomplishments. Huang cannot be left alive. Heavenly country's vice lord's words were extremely direct. He only had these few words, expressing his sect's decision. Everyone shivered inwardly. Regardless of who it was, when they looked at Hao, they all felt that he wouldn't make it out of this alive. What if I wish to protect him? Peacock Divine Lord spoke. Divine Lord, why go so far? He is not worth it. Someone spoke. Ha. Heavenly country's vice lord laughed. The experts of other inheritances revealed looks of surprise. Fire Devil Palace's lord even more so shook his head and said, with so many people here, he likely wouldn't be able to live. At this moment, another person paid a visit, entering the city of heaven. A loud and clear voice sounded that left everyone shaken. I am going to protect him. Everyone revealed looks of shock. This was definitely the voice that sounded from beyond the sky. A few people expressed their discontent, especially Fire Devil Palace's lord and others. They all stood up. Killing intent pervaded the air. They stared at the entrance of the palace. A snow-white clothed woman appeared. Icy body, jade bones, fine black hair smooth and shining, eyes like black gemstones and full of spirituality. As they wandered about, the beauty she exuded was exceptional. Even the sect masters who were used to seeing the illustrious individuals of the world revealed looks of shock. They were deeply shocked. This woman was too special, actually possessing a wave of immortal Tao energy. She stood there, facing these giants, yet she still exuded this type of svelte and confidence. The snow clothes spread out, revealing her beautiful figure. Her divine charm was transcendent, truly exceptional yet solitary. Who are you? By what qualifications do you have to stop the will of our sex? Someone spoke. Fire Devil Palace's lord even more so released a cold snort, releasing killing intent. Because I am Xianxia. You all even dare to touch my people. Her voice was peaceful, but it shocked a group of people until their eyes stood up straight. She actually dared to say this. Youngster, you've crossed the line. One of Celestial Clan's heavenly deities spoke coldly. This woman actually dared to speak like this in their palace. Celestial Clan, you all truly do not want face. The woman directly spoke. Her voice was sharp and clear like droplets on a jade plate. Everyone's expression changed. Someone actually dared to speak like this in the city of heaven. Yunxi was shocked. This woman looked similar in age to her, yet she dared to berate the great heavenly deities of the Celestial Clan. You are talking to us? Heavenly deity Chi Tuo's eyes were cold as he looked down. Correct. So what? She didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Yi Qingxian's white clothes were clearer than snow, her figure long, slender, and elegant as she walked over step by step like an immortal among a world of mortals. She stopped in front of Hao. You actually dare to stir up trouble here? What sect's disciple are you? Someone scoffed, the one speaking a sect master from a certain great sect. Shut up. Yi Qingxian turned around and berated the sect master. Everyone was shocked. This woman actually dared to do this. Immediately, there were sect masters who displayed their divine might to suppress her. However, the swirling brilliance and boundless pressure were scattered by an intangible force. I said I was going to protect him. I want to see who dares to act out. Yi Qingxian stood by Hao's side, her eyes clear. Her entire being exuded a type of spirituality as she swept her gaze over everyone. Even though she was a woman, right now she definitely possessed unmatched valiance. She looked down on everyone, facing the sect masters alone, leaving everyone's minds greatly shaken. A snow-clothed woman with fine black hair, black crystalline eyes that flickered with divine light stood there. She was like a fairy that walked out from a painting. She stood proudly in the great palace, her appearance unmatched. It was precisely this icy, otherworldly beauty that was berating the heavenly deities present, facing the sect masters alone, making many people incredibly shocked. No matter how they looked at it, her age wasn't that great. Her dazzling and graceful body carried an exuberant vitality, so she should be rather young. It was precisely because of this that everyone was stunned, feeling that this was inconceivable. She actually stood against a group of sect masters. It was hard for others to imagine where she got this type of confidence. Unbridled. Celestial Clan's heavenly deity rebuked. This was, after all, their clan's important location. For a younger generation member to barge in and act so overbearing, it was too outrageous. In my opinion, it is you all who are acting unbridled. Yi Qingxian raised her head. She looked towards the great heavenly deities seated high up in the palace. Her words were disrespectful, as if she didn't think much of them at all. Youngster, this is not a place for you to be in. Another sect master spoke and exerted pressure. A wong sounded. Scarlet light suddenly appeared in the palace, scattering down like the sunset glow of the horizon. The brilliant redness carried a blinding golden border. It was incredibly terrifying as it hacked towards Yi Qingxian. Someone took action to teach her a lesson. Have her understand that this was the sect master's palace and not a place where a younger generation member could behave atrociously and do whatever they pleased. Suddenly, the scarlet multicolored light stopped moving, as if it was frozen in midair. A red feather that carried golden color appeared, stopping there. A chi sounded. It began to burn, turning into a divine flame about a zhang away from Yi Qingxian, illuminating the entire palace. In the end, with a pu sound, it turned into ashes, scattering downwards. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. This time, they clearly saw that a mysterious ripple stopped everything, preventing that divine feather from getting closer and eventually turning it into ashes. Fire Devil Palace's lord was shocked. This was a red crane feather he fired out, and it possessed shocking divine force, as well as his clan's unique precious technique symbols. In the end, it unexpectedly exploded, turning into ashes. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but treat this seriously. Do you like pulling out your own feathers a lot? I don't mind helping you pick them clean, plucking all of them out. If you don't believe me, should we try? Yi Qingxian spoke. This was an undisguised threat towards this sect master. She was looking down on the scarlet-feathered crane. Fire Devil Palace Lord's expression became downcast. He felt incomparably shaken inwardly. This woman was too mysterious, actually able to stop this strike. His mind could not stay calm. Youngster, what sect did you come from exactly? Do your clan elders know that you are stirring up trouble here? Do not make a mistake and provoke trouble for your clansmen, someone said. I don't want to lower myself to argue with you, so just stay on the side quietly. With so many sect elders here, it's better if you listen more and talk less. Fire Devil Palace's scarlet-feathered divine crane spoke. I even decided not to make things difficult for you, but now you even dare to threaten and lecture me? Xianxia laughed. Fire Devil Palace's lord's expression changed. This really was quite an awkward situation in front of all of these people's faces. His skin was stinging a bit from heat. You aren't willing to accept this? Xianxia had red lips and white teeth. Her appearance was graceful and exquisite. Her white clothes were fluttering about as if they were riding the wind. However, right now there was an indescribable type of domineeringness. This was quite a contradicting attitude. She was incredibly beautiful, but when she looked out in disdain, there was a shocking pressure. She exuded a type of confidence and aloofness. Fire Devil Palace's lord was angered. The top of his head shone with scarlet multicolored light, ready to release a ferocious attack at any moment. He turned around to look at the celestial clan's heavenly deities and said, Dao brothers, what do you all think? Heavenly deity Chi Tua and the others frowned. This young lady was extremely troublesome. Right now, they all felt like she was bottomless, unable to see what kind of background she had. Meanwhile, this old crane was definitely lacking in confidence as well, trying to drag them down as well. Meanwhile, even though this was the city of heaven, they still found this difficult to deal with. What do you think? You just attacked me in secret, so of course I have to help you pluck a few feathers as punishment. Xianxia spoke extremely casually, her voice pleasant to listen to, melodious like heavenly music. Her body shone, brilliant like a rising sun, dazzling and resplendent. Her graceful, tall and straight body was covered in a layer of holy radiance. She walked over with quick and agile steps towards the scarlet-feathered divine crane. Everyone was shaken up. She truly dared to take action? She was actually on the initiative. Younger generation, I give you face, yet you don't take it. Now, you even dare take action against this old one? I'm going to capture you. The scarlet-feathered crane naturally wouldn't shrink back. Now that things reached this point, he was definitely going to act powerful to the extreme. Otherwise, what face would he have left to stand in this world? A hong sounded. The entire ancient palace was shaking. His left rib shone, and then an enormous wing flew outwards. Scarlet multicolored light erupted like flames, burning fiercely. Lightning erupted as well. This place was covered in a dazzling multicolored haze. Thunder rumbled, and great Tao symbols appeared densely. It was incomparably dazzling and brilliant as it immediately surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia walked over. She lightly scoffed, and then her body erupted with auspicious brilliance that rippled outwards. They spread out in the ancient palace like bell sounds, unexpectedly producing a rumbling sound. What is this? Many people were shocked. These ripples looked gentle, but the sound they released was tremendous, so loud even the deaf could hear. It was a great Tao sound. It blasted through that scarlet haze and swept through all of the fiery light, wiping out the scarlet feather symbols. Fire Devil Palace Lord's mind leapt. His precious technique was broken through, the fire Tao divine ability dulling. The ripples battered over and were about to reach his body. He released a loud shout. The red crane wing was like a heavenly blade. It was incomparably sharp. Within the blood color was killing intent as it hacked downwards. Dang! The ripple struck his divine wing, releasing a metallic sound. Then, something happened that made everyone quake in fear. That crane wing cracked apart. Feathers flew everywhere, scattering on the ground. Fire Devil Palace's lord released a muffled grunt. He quickly pulled back the wing. A streak of blood was left behind in the void. He actually staggered backwards. Chi! At the same time, the wing that was pulled back unexpectedly shone again. It was ignited again, because the densely packed ripples swept over, landing on its surface. Ah! Fire Devil Palace's lord was furious. He was injured by a younger generation, igniting his wing, making it wither away. Truly was a huge humiliation. Hong! Xianxia's body flowed with mysterious, multicolored brilliance. Her body shook, and then even more ripples flew outwards. They all landed on that ancient crane's body. It was impossible to avoid. In that instant, Fire Devil Palace's lord released a loud shout. Half its body was scorched black, and half of its scarlet Dao robe was destroyed, turned into ashes. His entire body flew out, blood flowing out from his mouth. It was clear that the Dao robe was formed from his feathers. Now that a small half of it was destroyed, it truly was equivalent to having his feathers plucked clean by someone. It immediately became difficult for people to calm down in the palace. Celestial Clan's true deities were immediately scared stiff. This was the first time they saw a youth this powerful. Who is this person? Could she be the core descendant of some emperor clan? Just a young lady, yet she is actually able to injure Fire Devil Palace's lord. Outrageous. Is she going to oppose my Celestial Clan too? This result left everyone greatly shaken. Forget about them, even those sect masters narrowed their eyes. They revealed looks of shock, finding it difficult to calm down. Fire Devil Palace was not the most powerful great sect, but it wasn't a pushover sect either. Their palace lord reached heavenly deity level, yet in the end he was defeated just like that, suffering such a huge loss. At this moment, heavenly deity Chi Tuo couldn't sit still anymore. This was just a young lady, yet she immediately displayed power, moreover not being any weaker than them. This was truly a shocking thing. Are you convinced now? Xianxia looked towards Fire Devil Palace's lord and asked like this. Her voice carried a bit of magnetism, a unique charm. It was beautiful and moving. However, right now, no one dared to treat her like a weak, beautiful young lady anymore. They all looked at her like she was an extraordinary and holy expert that was incomparably dazzling. What could Fire Devil Palace's lord say? His face was scarlet red. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't even stand straight here. Convinced. Completely convinced. Older sis, you are a true immortal. Not far out, Kong Choji shouted loudly in praise. If not for Peacock Divine Lord giving him a look, he most likely would have jolted his buttocks over. Xianxia gave him a look, and with a rather discontent tone, said, Am I that old? I'm younger than you. When these words were spoken, it triggered another great commotion. What kind of freak was this? Everyone believed that she definitely had some great secret on her, or else no one should have this type of strength at her age. Little friend is outstanding and rarely seen since the ancient times. However, you should forgive those that should be forgiven. In the palace, a heavenly deity from the Celestial Clan spoke to stop her. After all, Fire Devil Palace Lord had helped them before, speaking on their behalf, and that was why this even happened. If they ignored this, then others would look down upon them. Your Celestial Clan really is despicable. Xianxia turned around and looked at the great heavenly deities, not showing any bit of fear, and directly spoke rudely. The heavenly deity's eyes became cold. This was the Celestial Clan's palace. Yet she didn't give them any face. Little friend, you've crossed the line. Chi Tuo spoke. Things that will cross the line even more are still to come. He delivered your clan's genius back out of goodwill. So why do you all bite the hand that feeds you? Xianxia pointed towards Shi Hao. The she looked at them while loudly asking. Her eyes carried anger. There are ulterior motives in this. He schemed viciously to get his hands on my Celestial Clan's supreme treasure. A heavenly deity said coldly. What a joke. Back then, I was in the blood plains as well. I saw everything clearly. You are extremely shameless. Xianxia's words really were harsh and shocking, directly challenging City of Heaven's higher levels. Great One, please let Huang go. He escorted me hundreds of thousands of li and has showed me great kindness. Yun, she spoke. Her expression was complicated. The snow-clothed woman actually dared to berate heavenly deities even though her age didn't seem much different from her own. How can you understand the vileness of the heart? Back off. Chi Tuo's face fell as he spoke. A powerful pressure descended to make it difficult for Yun-Shi to speak. The heavenly deities' expressions became cold. They secretly blamed their clansmen for letting Yun-Shi appear. She should be in isolation. I really am disinclined to bickering with you all. You all even dared to touch one of my people, so today I came to demand an explanation. Otherwise, there is no way things will end peacefully, Xianxia said. Her white clothes were exceptional. She didn't look like a weak young lady, but instead a monarch of the world beneath the heavens, overlooking the 3,000 provinces, a sovereign of a generation. Everyone trembled inwardly. They all originally believed that she just wanted to save Huang and bring him away, but they never expected that she would even demand an explanation. This was domineering to the extreme. Everyone became even more shocked. What kind of background does she have? Meanwhile, Heavenly Country's Vice Lord, Qin Changsheng, Demonic Sunflower Garden's ancient ancestor, Underworld Lord, Heaven-Mending Palace and other sect masters revealed looks of shock. They extended their wills to investigate her. Hong. At this moment, Xianxia's white clothes suffused with large amounts of multicolored light. Mysterious ripples spread outwards, unexpectedly forming a protective barrier that isolated her from the outside world. Not simple. The great sect masters were inwardly shaken. This woman had a great secret on her. Celestial clan, give me an explanation. I want a sincere explanation, or else today's matter will not end. Xianxia said. You want an explanation from us? Heavenly deity Chi Tuo's face fell. He sat on top, overlooking the white-clothed woman. Killing intent seeped out. Regardless, this was the city of heaven, so they should be rushed to do anything. No matter what the celestial clan wished to do, it was not something outsiders could interfere or meddle with. The other heavenly deities' eyes were cold. As heavenly deities, they rarely let their emotions affect them. However, this time they became impatient. They all released symbol light, prepared to take action. You cannot deal with them alone. Just hurry and leave. Sure how transmitted mentally. He did not believe that Xianxia truly could face the entire city of heaven. Relax, you are my little bro, so I'll naturally bring you out, Xianxia said with a smile, not seeming worried at all. Sure how was shocked. She was going to take him as her little bro. Fairy, how about accepting an older bro? Kong Chioji wasn't embarrassed or impatient, licking his lips as he moved forward. Get lost. Even though Xianxia's style was unmatched, beautiful and pure to an almost dreamlike degree, at crucial moments, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. These words alone immediately made Second Baldy feel suffocated. Enough! Chi Tuo spoke. She actually acted as if no one else was here, chatting with others and completely ignoring the heavenly deities. Their eyes immediately became cold. Are you ready to give me your explanation? Xianxia turned around and asked. This is the Celestial Clan and not your sect. Forget about capturing Huang. Even if we wanted to kill him, it is still none of your business. Chi Tuo shouted and swept his eyes towards Shihao. The benefactor of the Celestial Clan ended up becoming a maniac that harbors evil intent. You all actually dare to say this out loud. Moreover, killing just because you all wish to. It truly is overbearing. Xianxia sneered. Her fine black hair flew about. Her slender and elegant figure released sparkling radiance. Capture. He released a light scoff, using a heavenly deity magical artifact. The purple-skinned gourd enlarged. Symbols covered the mouth of the gourd, turning into a purple vortex that sucked in everything. Mists pervaded the air as it tried to capture Xianxia. Xianxia's body shone. She raised her hand and pointed outwards. It was unexpectedly still a ripple, and as it undulated outwards, it released a great bell sound, striking that purple-skinned gourd. Dang! It was like the evening drum and morning bells of a temple, ringing through heaven and earth. In addition, sparks flew outwards. After the purple-skinned gourd was struck by the ripple, it released zhang sounds. Symbols erupted as well. Suppress, Qi Tuo shouted. He never thought that the heavenly deity magical artifact wouldn't be able to deal with Xianxia, unable to move her in the slightest. He immediately stirred on the purple-skinned gourd to directly smash into her. This was a secret treasure that was ranked even at the forefront among heavenly deity magical artifacts. It was extremely formidable. Right now, it was like a purple-golden divine mountain as it released purple energy, suppressing downwards. Capture! Something shocking happened. Xianxia released a light scoff. Her body shone, and then ripples extended out like ropes, wrapping around the purple-golden gourd layer after layer. And heavenly deity Qi Tuo was shocked, feeling like he lost connection with that magical artifact, unable to control it anymore. Ripples spread outwards, covering everything densely. They battered the purple-skinned gourd with attacks, surrounding it and refined it. Everyone became shocked. This girl was too formidable. How could she so easily seize a heavenly deity magical artifact at such a young age? She has a divine treasure inside of her. Qin Chongqing spoke. It might very well be chaotic magical artifact. Demonic Sunflower Garden's ancient ancestor said. His entire body was surrounded by a great black sun, submerged by the dark demonic flames. He was incomparably terrifying. When this sentence sounded, everyone immediately became shocked. A chaotic magical artifact was definitely astonishing. All of the sect masters' eyes went red because it was just too rare. Girl, do you believe that just because you have a magical artifact, you can do whatever you wish in the city of heaven, behaving atrociously in my clan? The other heavenly deities stood up. They all shouted, "Ha ha ha!" Xianxia didn't reply and instead sneered, releasing laughter that sounded like silver bells. Her eyes released astonishing radiance, appearing incomparably self-confident. "Lock him away," a heavenly deity ordered, having someone bring down. "I want to see who dares." Xianxia stopped them right there. "Girl, do not be overconfident in your magical artifact being astonishing and think that you can do what you wish because of that. My celestial clan's matters are not for you to meddle in," heavenly deity Qi Tuo said. "Today, I am going to get involved," Xianxia said. "Since you all don't want to give me an explanation, then I will get it my own way." She looked at Hao and looked at the blood covering him. "Who did this?" "A prison head," Kong Choji said. "Is that so?" Xianxia stood tall. From her large black gemstone-like eyes, two golden beams of light made of symbols appeared, staring at Hao. "Martial Dao Heavenly Eye?" At this moment, forget about the true deities, even the heavenly deities, those terrifying sect masters were shocked. They all revealed looks of shock. The two beams of golden light swept through Hao, and then a scene unexpectedly appeared. The prison scene slowly replayed, a clip of the past. The prison head's sinisterness as he pierced Hao's flesh with a magical artifact. It was bloody and incredibly cruel. "What a celestial clan," Xianxia said softly. Everyone became incredibly shaken. The martial Dao heavenly eye was mysterious after all, actually able to replay what happened not too long ago. Everyone felt rather strange. How can this be? She actually has martial Dao heavenly eyes from such a young age. Forget about true deities, not even heavenly deities like those sect masters could do this. This kind of achievement was unrelated to one's strength, purely relying on one's flesh and soul. It was hard for the entire palace to calm down. There was a huge uproar. Those sect masters all revealed strange looks. Rumor has it that the martial Dao heavenly eyes can be grafted? Someone said softly. This was extremely dangerous. By reminding the experts here, it could be said to be harboring evil intentions. "So it's you. Why don't you come over then?" Xianxia took action. An expanse of symbol light flew out, imprisoning and detaining a true deity from outside the palace here. It was precisely that prison head. He escorted Hao over with the others and hadn't left yet, always staying outside the palace. Right now, he was captured. There was chaotic energy. She used a magical artifact's power, moreover an unmatched supreme treasure that truly has its own powerful will. Underworld Lord said. His handsome and pale face revealed a look of shock. We cannot tolerate your wantonness. Celestial clan's great heavenly deities moved, all of them aiming to suppress Xianxia. Precious artifacts shone and symbols interweaved. Heavenly deity magical chains were like spider webs as they covered the void. Break! Xianxia shouted. Her snow-white clothes shone, and from within her, a brilliant expanse of symbols surged. It produced a diagram that released undying energy. At this moment, forget about the other deities. Just the great sect masters shivered inwardly. It was because they sensed true immortal Tao energy that flowed in the void. What is this? The great heavenly deities cried out in alarm. It was because their magical artifacts all disappeared with no hopes of returning once they sunk into the void, unable to budge an inch. They were imprisoned in place. In the void, brilliant colors swirled about like jade. A divine projection appeared, a divine diagram. That was a person, one that was hard to see clearly. It was formed from hazy light, sitting there and releasing immortal scriptures that locked down all of the heavenly deity magical artifacts. It was a supreme treasure after all, a sect master said softly, eyes blazing. This type of divine object was too rare, so even his heart was tempted. However, heaven-mending sect's lord, demonic sunflower garden's ancient ancestor, underworld lord and the most ancient great sect master's expressions all became grave. They didn't easily display any intentions. They were all endlessly shocked. They were pondering things, appearing a bit uncertain about something. Hong! Xianxia's body was resplendent, erupting with even more brilliance, making the void's divine projection distort. It was precisely that divine diagram that refined everything. It was as if there really was someone seated there who was exerting immortal might. The heavenly deities released muffled groans, staggering backwards. They looked like they had seen a ghost. Many of their faces were flushed red, and blood seeped out from their mouths. They couldn't believe what was happening. It was because the hazy figure in the void released immortal light that swept through them, inflicting heavy injuries upon them. They couldn't defend themselves. I want an explanation. Yet you all are still trying to stop me? Xianxia looked towards those people. Then, she imprisoned that prison head, and then after lightly pointing out, holy light blossomed. No! The prison head screamed. Even though he was at the true deity level, he couldn't struggle free at all. After being surrounded by that mysterious radiance, he couldn't move at all. Kacha sounded. The sound of bones cracking sounded in his body, and the symbols in his flesh were also immediately wiped out. His entire body immediately became dispirited. You crippled my cultivation? The prison head cried out, his face full of horror. I will never take the life of another existence, but I don't want to let you go either, so this is the best way, Xianxia said coldly. She then tossed him aside. True immortal sister, I like your methods. Kong Choji flattered from the side. In the palace, many celestials were furious. This was their domain, yet this little girl forced back several heavenly deities and crippled a true deity. It was inconceivable. Hong! Suddenly, a sect master took action to suppress Xianxia. However, Xianxia was still without fear. Her body shone, and the divine projection in the void became a bit clearer. It engraved itself there, swirling with symbol light. That was a person sitting there unmoving. However, it was releasing immortal Tao aura that terrified one down to their soul. That sect master was greatly shaken. That attack was useless, completely neutralized. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. What was this? All of you should not act rashly. Heaven-mending sect master spoke. Is this the legendary immortal Tao mark? When Underworld Lord's eyes opened and closed, dark light erupted. Underworld mist surrounded his entire body. Rumor has it that the unmatched existence in the ancient times, immortal and mysterious, fell. It left its divine projection, engraving it on its former magical artifacts to be reproduced in the future. Demonic Sunflower Garden's ancient ancestor said slowly. The so-called divine projection is the embodiment of a divine conscience. Someone added. What? Everyone gasped. They were all shocked. This young lady actually had this type of thing on her. No wonder she could look down on everyone. She was borrowing the immortal Tao Mark's power. You came from the vast uninhabited depths? Heavenly Country's Vice Lord spoke. His body was indistinct. He stood up, bringing with him a great bloodiness. Xianxia smiled, but she didn't say anything else. Let me give it a try. Let's see if that really is the immortal Tao divine projection. Heavenly Country's Vice Lord held a blood sword in his hands. He suddenly erupted with power. At this moment, the city of heaven trembled, as if an endless hell was unleashed. It was unknown just how many people fell weak onto the ground. Everyone shivered inwardly, finding it difficult to endure this killing intent. Even a few sect masters felt restraining fear. They then rushed backwards in retreat. No one was willing to stay that close to the head of an assassin organization. He disappeared. There was only mountains of corpses and sea of blood. Endless terrifying killing intent surged, and then a heaven-seeking bloody radiance erupted. Hong! A blood sword tore through the air, suddenly hacking forward. Symbols erupted. A hazy figure shone in the void, gradually appearing more distinct. A hazy figure sat down with its back towards everyone, one that released undying energy. Dang! The blood sword was blasted apart. Heavenly Country's Vice Lord's body was immediately exposed. He staggered backwards and revealed a look of shock. There has always been a legend that there are two immortal Tao divine projections. I actually had the fortune of seeing one of the engraving diagrams, he said to himself. He wanted to back away, no longer taking action again. This strike was stopped by an immortal Tao divine projection. It also made Xianxia receive some damage. Her body lightly trembled, but soon after, she stabilized herself again. After this, everyone became quiet. Even the great sect masters were stunned. The two divine projections are both in the depths of the boundless uninhabited region. People in the past had seen them before. Heaven-mending sect's master spoke. Qi. Xianxia's palm shone. A simple and unadorned shield appeared, putting that divine projection away. An indistinct figure sat on that shield, releasing immortal Tao aura. Was this that ancient magical artifact? Everyone stared at it. They called it a shield, but it was better to call it a grinded piece of a bell. I said I was going to bring him away, and that I wanted an explanation. Is your celestial clan going to agree to my demands or not? Xianxia spoke. The celestial clan became silent. This young lady came from the depths of the uninhabited area. That place was too mysterious. She was not good to provoke. Old Celestial, I came. Are you not even going to meet me? Xianxia spoke. A sigh sounded. The old Celestial appeared and said, You can bring that person away. However, Xianxia didn't leave, continuing to stand there. Do you have some other matters? The immortal Tao divine projection really deserves its reputation. The old Celestial said. He harmonized with heaven and earth, as if he embodied the Tao. The archaic contract of alliance? Do you still remember it? Xianxia spoke. I remember. The old Celestial nodded. Many people were confused. Only the most ancient sect masters gasped. They were all extremely shocked as they stared at Xianxia. In the past, the 6 great celestials entered the boundless uninhabited region, but in the end, only a single old celestial returned alive. Could it be a contract formed from that time? Or was it to say that there was a group of people that participated, establishing this oath of treaty in the archaic era? Everyone stared at the center of the stage, all of them wishing to know. Archaic contract of alliance. Just this name alone made others' hearts tremble. These words carried a heavy aura of times past. What kind of contract was this exactly? Everyone felt that there should be some kind of great secret hidden here that, once exposed, would most likely shock the world. 6 great celestials known as an undying legend. If in the end, I was the only one that returned alive, so how could I forget? The old celestial said to himself with a downcast voice. Everyone shivered. The so-called archaic contract of alliance was formed during that period after all. It should have something to do with the 6 great celestials, their former glory. Not long ago, someone has sent you a letter, but there was no reply, so I came here myself to pay you a visit, Xianxia said. Her snow-white clothes fluttered about, pure like an immortal. At that time, I had not yet revived and was about to pass away in meditation. The old celestial replied. You should already know my purpose for coming, which is for you to fulfill your obligations to the archaic contract of alliance. It's time for the contribution, Xianxia said. Her voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. What kind of oath was this? Even after endless years when the old celestials were about to depart from this world, it still had to be honored. Even the old celestial himself was stunned. Then, with an extremely shocked, "Look," he said, "it appeared again. I am about to be wiped out from the list of the living. Yet the day when I have to fulfill the oath has still come." The deities present were all extremely nervous. Every single one of them wanted to find out exactly what was going on, but neither party leaked out any information, not willing to speak too much. Only heaven-mending sect lord, Qin Changsheng, underworld lord, demonic sunflower garden's ancient ancestor, and some others seemed to understand something. They clearly heard about this before and knew a few details. Are you not willing to go? Xianxia asked. I am willing. Unexpectedly, the old celestial's reply was sonorous and ear-splitting like the striking of metal. It was extremely straightforward and resolute. Ancient ancestor, what exactly is going on? Heavenly deity Qi Tuo carefully asked. He was full of confusion inwardly and wanted to understand what was happening. If there is a day when you can make my celestial clan into an emperor clan of the 3,000 provinces again, then you'll have the qualifications to know, the old celestial said. His eyes were profound and unfathomable as he looked into the horizon, as if it could penetrate into the archaic to a certain place. What? Everyone gasped, their backs breaking out into cold sweat. What kind of oath was this? It was too terrifying and strange. Immortal stream heads east. Long lives end. World's elites decline. Mortal society in 100 worlds. Heavenly geniuses wiped out. With the setting sun comes leftover blood. When are we headed? The old celestial said softly, carrying endless sorrow with his voice. He had a feeling that he was at the end of the road. Old ancestor! The celestial clan's deities cried out loudly. They all wished to stop him, not willing for him to fulfill his obligations to that so-called contract of alliance. They all felt even more so terrified. Xianxia was extremely calm, not saying much. However, when everyone looked at her, their eyes were clearly different, feeling that this woman was more and more terrifying and mysterious, coming from the uninhabited area to send a message to the old celestial. At the same time, when they looked at Hao, they also felt shocked. This youth was most likely really going to be saved. Everyone had to reconsider if they still wanted to kill him. The archaic contract of alliance is dignified and sacred. Since it has long been set, I believe you will not refuse. All right, this matter is already decided. Let's talk about him now. He was humiliated by your celestial clan for no reason, so I need an explanation no matter what. Xianxia spoke, pointing towards Hao. What else is there to say? Just bring him away. Immortal Tao divine projection is not truly unfathomable. It is not your power, so it is impossible for you to be undefeated. The old celestial said. Things are already at this point. No matter what, your clan has to offer a bit of compensation, no? Xianxia spoke. Her large eyes swirled with multicolored light and shone brilliantly as she said, I heard your clan has a mortal melody. How about you lend it to me for a few years? Impossible. The old celestial directly refused. If you are talking about compensation, I believe it has already been enough. He has comprehended the flying immortal stone for many days and already cannot continue further. Heavenly deity Qi Tuo timely spoke up. I'm not the one that comprehended it for many days though, Xianxia muttered. Then, as if she accidentally leaked her intentions, she hurriedly stopped herself. Everyone was shocked. She was the one that had her mind set on the flying immortal stone. When the celestial clan looked at her, they all revealed looks of shock. As compensation, you can comprehend it for 10 days, and then immediately leave. The old celestial decisively spoke. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Fine, then it's decided. Xianxia nodded. Archaic contract of alliance, we only know a bit about it, but it should have nothing to do with us, right? Meanwhile, this child is someone we wish to capture. So he cannot leave like this, Underworld Lord said. Are you sure you want to take action? Xianxia turned around, covering her body in hazy light. This is the higher realm's 3,000 provinces and not the vast uninhabited region, Underworld Lord said. I feel like in the future, you will also have to fulfill the archaic contract of alliance, Xianxia said. Impossible. We never agreed to any contract, Underworld Lord calmly said. The War Emperor has never went to that place either, but when I met him not long ago, he also agreed to the archaic contract of alliance, Xianxia said. Everyone within the great palace's expressions went rigid. Their breathing became hurried. What kind of contract was this? It actually made the ancient and powerful War Emperor and Old Celestial act like this. I don't understand. Why do you need to protect him? Demonic Sunflower Gardens Lord asked. A black sun surrounded him, black flames surged, making him look powerful and intimidating to the extreme. It is because I had previously met someone who told me to lend a hand or two. Also, he can wear that tattered armor, so he is worth me taking action for. Xianxia replied. Let him leave. He was captured by my celestial clan. The old celestial spoke, promptly standing up, not letting this problem continue any further. When the few most powerful sect masters heard this, they all became silent, not opposing him. It was because this was the city of heaven. Forget about the old celestial being powerful and troublesome. There was still the great chaotic formation the six great celestial laid down. It was extremely terrifying. Immediately prepare a great transport formation, the type that can cross provinces, Xianxia said, deciding to immediately send Hao out. Didn't you want to study Immortal Melody? Heavenly deity Qi Tua said, his eyes flickering with a strange light. The longer they stayed, the more opportunities there would be. He already finished comprehending it, so what is left? It'll be enough if I just comprehend for him. Xianxia giggled as she spoke. Everyone became speechless, feeling that her skin was incredibly thick. No wonder the old celestial agreed later on. It turned out to be satisfying her own wishes. City of Heaven's Center. A massive transport formation that was ancient and existed since the distant past rested here. Hao stood in front of the altar, turning around his body. When he looked at Xianxia, his expression was a bit complicated. Xianxia smiled. Her snow clothes were brighter than snow, her style unmatched. It was precisely her arrival that changed Hao's fate, saving him. Hao opened his mouth to speak words of gratitude. If you want to thank me, just become my battle servant. How about it? Xianxia took the initiative to speak. She was all smiles, and her black crystal-like eyes flickered with brilliant radiance. All of Hao's words of thanks were immediately swallowed back down, and dark lines appeared on his forehead. What, you aren't willing to be my little bro? Xianxia giggled. You aren't coming with us? How about I leave together with you? Kong Choji skeezed onto the altar, hooking his shoulder around Hao's. Then, he looked towards Xianxia and said, I want to get in on this archaic contract of alliance. Can I sign now? Someone like you? Go cultivate for another 1,000,000 years. Xianxia waved her snow-white sleeves, sending him flying out. Thank you, Senior. Hao made a deep bow towards Peacock Divine Lord, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Peacock Divine Lord nodded. Kong Choji wanted to come over, but he was stopped. Are you not leaving? Hao asked Xianxia, feeling worried for her. After all, those sect lords were not of the kind sort. If they truly wished to make things difficult, then anything could happen. I want to comprehend Immortal Melody and hide from a terrifying existence inside of here, Xianxia said. You have the chaotic supreme treasure. So what kind of enemies do you need to hide from? Shurhao was shocked. Back then, when he had the little pagoda with him, he could travel unhindered through the world, going wherever he pleased. Immortal Tao divine projection really isn't my own power. Xianxia pointed towards the outside world and said, "There is a fella there that has been chasing after me this entire time, wishing to use my ancient shield to repair his rotten bell." Shurhao was shocked. He thought of the immortal bell that had previously appeared in the lower realm. It had appeared in the city of heaven not long ago. "Your ancient shield, is it related to that bell?" he asked. "Mine is the bell's soul, while his is the bell's corpse." Xianxia felt that it was beneath her dignity and began to spout nonsense again, saying how she was going to beat the shit out of that person. "You won't be in danger, right?" Shurhao asked. "It's really not that bad. With the old celestial here as well as the war emperor outside, it's enough. Actually, I just don't really want to have to run and lose face. Otherwise, who can do anything to me?" Xianxia said. "Is it really impossible for you to not shoot your mouth?" Shurhao couldn't handle her. "What do you mean? Am I someone that loves to shoot my mouth?" She directly flung Shurhao onto the altar, and with a wave of her sleeve had him go on his way. Suddenly, Shurhao felt as if he had obtained an extra divine symbol in his bosom. It was incredibly mysterious and had a strange aura like that of primal chaos. Meanwhile, he heard Xianxia's voice as well. After being transported out, immediately use this realm-shattering symbol, or else it will be dangerous. Shurhao shivered inwardly. He nodded his head. At this time, the great formation shone, quickly forming a resplendent passageway, unknown where it leads to. Dozens of provinces out, purple profound province. The old celestial secretly informed Xianxia. "Okay." She nodded, expressing her agreement. Shurhao entered the passageway. When he looked back, he saw that many people's expressions carried killing intent, regret, as well as those that were deeply concerned, for example, Kong Chioji. "Next time you encounter trouble, just say my name." Xianxia spoke, leaving a group of people speechless. Only the old celestial helplessly frowned. Yunxi appeared. She opened her mouth. While standing in the distance, she said softly, "You have to take care of yourself." Shurhao swept his eyes over everyone. In the end, he looked at the most powerful existences of the celestial clan. Then, he didn't turn around again as he headed into the distance. At this moment, the great heavenly deities' bodies went cold, and even the old celestial frowned, feeling a bit of regret. By letting this youth go, will there be a disaster in the future? The void passageway was closed. The light mists disappeared. Shurhao listened to Xianxia's suggestion, so he immediately used the realm-shattering symbol, activating it. Dense mists of radiance pervaded the air. This divine symbol released resplendent light, and then it fiercely tore through the passageway, changing the direction. Meanwhile, Shurhao was shaken up inwardly. He saw a large black hand appear behind him, demonic sunflower garden's lord. Apart from this, a blood-colored radiance erupted. Heavenly Country's vice lord suddenly appeared in the passageway to capture him. Hong! Another large snow-white hand appeared that carried heavenly underworld mist. It was precisely Underworld Lord. However, he was stopped by Peacock Divine Lord, causing him to be a few steps slower. As expected, the most powerful sect masters secretly took action, using their spiritual bodies to blast apart the void and enter that passageway to capture Shurhao. It was to the extent where Shurhao even saw heavenly deity Chi Tuo and a few others, as well as this clan's Tao protector. However, there was no need for him to think too much. The realm-shattering symbol tore through space, distorting the passageway, bringing him away from this place quickly. This time, it continuously changed the direction and coordinates. In an instant, he disappeared, freeing himself from everyone. In the rear, a group of people had gloomy expressions. The realm-shattering symbol was extremely complex, enough to break through a great thousand worlds, impossible to stop. There was no way to seize its coordinates either. Shurhao thus departed. The realm-shattering symbol was the size of a palm. pierced through the void with extreme speed. In that instant, it was unknown just how far Shur-Hao traveled. In the end, the symbol was wiped out. It released a blast of fiery light, ignited the void and formed a gate, sending him out. Shur-Hao sighed. This type of rare secret treasure really was unordinary, so precise. The instant it used up all of its divine might, it connected to the outside world and formed a safe passageway. Pong! Shur-Hao fell onto the ground. Earth and stones flew outwards. The tremendous impact force smashed apart a huge ditch. He stood up and observed the surrounding wilderness. Weeds grew up to his waist. It was incredibly desolate. This was a great savanna that stretched as far as the eye could see. Shur-Hao had no idea where he was or how far he was from Heaven Province. Wind blew over. All of the great grass was swaying, releasing sha-sha sounds. There was also an earthen aura and a grassy smell. Shur-Hao rose into the air. Blood flowed out from him. He couldn't help but frown. He had his flesh pierced through with a magical sword by a true deity, causing him to be seriously injured. Even though he ate the Peacock clan's precious medicine, he still hadn't recovered completely. Celestial clan, he said softly, his eyes cold. This time, he actually encountered this type of disaster. After sending out Yun Shi for several hundreds of thousands of li, showing the Celestial clan such kindness, he was treated like this, imprisoned and tormented. He began to think to himself, for an unmatched inheritance, there were some great clans that, forget about conscience, even if it was more hypocritical or ruthless things, they would be able to do it as if it was nothing special. He carefully thought to himself. From today forth, no matter what, he couldn't land himself in this type of dangerous situation again. Strength was the foundation. He sighed softly. When I become an emperor, I will definitely pay them a visit again. Even emperor clans and emperor races will fall. Shur-Hao said to himself. Before leaving the Celestial clan, he didn't make the vow, nor did he say anything. He simply gave them a deep look. It was because no matter how much one said, it wasn't worth as much as a single instance of action. Demonic sunflower garden, underworld earth, heavenly country, I will visit you all one after another and play a song of blood and flames. This wasn't his oath, but rather something he was just going to do in the future. Shur-Hao looked into the distance and said softly. When he left, those sect masters still wanted to capture him. Those cold and ruthless figures still appeared before his eyes. There were mountain ridges at the end of the horizon as well. This indicated that this wasn't purely a savanna. Shur-Hao stood in midair. He surveyed the scene, coughing out a bit of blood. He really was injured badly by the Celestial clan. There were more than 10 bloody holes on his body. The crisis this time made him feel extremely humiliated. I need to rise up and increase my strength. Even if I am only one person, I still have to become an emperor clan. He descended onto the ground and then walked along the prairie. Grass grew abundantly, and the terrain was vast. He displayed the earth to Inch's great divine ability and headed forward. He wanted to find signs of human habitation and understand where he was currently, what type of place he arrived in. Along the way, Shur-Hao coughed out blood again. He couldn't help but frown. He felt that he had to find a place to treat his injuries. This was the first time he suffered such injuries without even participating in a battle. Suddenly, he stopped. He heard a thunderous sound that was especially oppressive. Then, the great earth rumbled and trembled greatly. There was even the roaring sound of a waterfall. Soon after, he noticed that a black flood was rushing over, moreover with extreme speed, shaking up this entire prairie. Not good. It's armored mounts. Shur-Hao was shocked. That was a group of armored cavalry. They all wore black armor, rushing through the great savanna. They were really fast. From the distance, they looked just like a flood engulfing the great earth. Even when separated by such great distance, endless killing intent already pervaded the air. It was as if winter descended. Shur-Hao's eyes shot out electrical arcs. He carefully gazed outwards, and then couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. These mounts were all unordinary. All of them a vicious beast, giant wolves. Every single wolf was pitch black like ink and as enormous as giant elephants. They were covered in deep, cold scales that flickered with dark light. When they ran, they were even faster than wind. This type of giant creature, coupled with them being in a pack of several thousands, when moving together was simply like a black flood. All of the riders held sky halberds, war spears, and other weapons. They pointed them forward, their bodies releasing great killing intent. Meanwhile, noise could similarly be heard from behind Xianxia. The noises of the iron hooves were ear-splitting. They trampled the half-person tall wild grass apart. He turned around and saw a scarlet flood. Their vicious aura was even more severe, similarly a group of armored mounts. However, the mounts were different, a group of vicious lions that were all blood-colored. This group of lions' manes were scarlet red, 2 to 3 meters in height as they danced about in the wind. It was as if scarlet flames were raging. This was a group of vicious beasts. They were incredibly vicious. Every single one of them were the size of a small mountain. When several thousand of them ran together, the savanna that was trampled on shook violently. There were also crazy lion roars. On the vicious lions' bodies sat scarlet armored soldiers. They carried terrifying blood-colored weapons that erupted with war energy. They slaughtered over. By now, the peace had long been disturbed. The blood-colored lions and black giant wolves rushed together. A decisive battle unfolded. Xianxia was surprised. He encountered a great battle as soon as he entered this great prairie. It really was unexpected. Fortunately, he confirmed that they didn't come in his direction. He turned into a void figure and pierced through the grassland, avoiding the armored mounts on both sides, carefully watching everything from the distance. Kill! Roar! Shouts of war shook the skies. Lion roars and wolf cries sounded, shaking the entire great savanna. Both sides clashed, and blood immediately surged. This battle was incredibly intense. The giant lion claws moved about with enough strength to split mountains apart, tearing the great earth asunder. Meanwhile, the black wolf's scales were dark, similarly incomparably vicious. Pooh! A vicious lion tore apart an enormous wolf. Blood soared more than 10 meters into the air. Ayo! The wolf's howl was ear-splitting. An enormous black wolf opened its mouth, spitting out a light blade, tearing through the divine light protecting the lion and also hacking it in half. Black wolf bandits, hand over your lives! The thousands of cultivators on top of the blood lions shouted. At the same time, they brandished their weapons. Symbols erupted as they hacked forward. Blood lion plunderers! The ones that should die are you all! The black wolf cavalry were also roaring. They raised their long spears and other weapons to fire out dark light, piercing towards their opponents. Pooh! This battle was incredibly bitter. From time to time, people would drop off of enormous beasts, having their heads removed or their chests pierced through. Blood dyed the great prairie red. There were many people who rose into the air, battling in the heavens above. They produced their precious artifacts and displayed divine abilities, fighting intensely. Meanwhile, many of the blood lions and black giant wolves rose high up into the sky as well, carrying their masters to battle. Both sides fought an extremely bloody and barbaric battle. They were all extremely vicious. Xianxia was shocked. These were clearly bandits, not any good people, but both sides actually had divine flame realm experts, and there were even a pair of true deities fighting. How formidable! What kind of place is this? He was a bit confused. The two bandit parties were so vicious and powerful. He really didn't know where he ended up. Soon after, 600 or 700 corpses appeared from both sides. There were those of enormous beasts, as well as of cultivators. Blood dyed the prairie red. The chaotic flame is just something of ancient legend. You all heard a rumor, yet you all immediately decided that we discovered it? Attacking our blood lion group. You all will suffer our retaliation. The legend of the chaotic flame has always existed in this place. It is clearly my Black Wolf clan's experts that unexpectedly discovered some clues, but then had it stolen away by your clan. Our members were slaughtered, so we naturally demand an explanation. Both sides fought each other viciously. The great battle was incredibly intense. All types of precious artifacts filled the air, covering the sky densely. There were figures everywhere, as well as enormous lions, black wolves, and others. They could all fly and spit out precious techniques. Gotcha! From time to time, weapons would snap and blood would splash outwards. There were even a few powerful corpses that fell, smashing into the prairie. Sherhao's heart was shaken. He could clearly hear everything from the distance. There was unexpectedly a chaotic flame. This was something out of a legend. Could it be that there really was some in this world? Any creature that wished to enter the divine flame realm had to ignite a divine flame. This realm's name clearly indicated everything. Some people borrowed the divine flame pill, while others relied on their body strength. There were others that seeked the world's most mysterious flames to cleanse their bodies, refine their bodies and souls to become more tyrannical. The effects would become even greater. For example, impure divine flame, five-colored heavenly flame, and others were all wondrous things ranked at the very forefront. While netherworld flame, paradise flame were things even more shocking. As long as one could obtain them, they could advance to the most perfect state, establishing a powerful Tao foundation and rush into the heavens in one swoop. Their fighting strength would completely surpass that of others in the same realm. Unfortunately, few have found them since the ancient past. As for chaotic flame, it had always only been a legend. Of course, there were those that confirmed that an ancient individual did obtain it before, but were all burned to death as a result, unable to use it as their foundation. Different flames would make the cultivators that ignited their divine flames through them entirely different. As a result, any experts that wished to enter the divine flame realm had to be extremely careful and not rashly break through. It was because this was related to a person's future accomplishments. Its effects were profound. Two individuals both at the divine flame realm with different flames could be as different as the sky and earth with huge disparities in strength. What kind of place was this? How could there be signs of a chaotic flame? Sherhao was extremely shocked, but at the same time, his heart began to pound with pung-pung sounds. He was at the supreme expert realm right now, so the next step was to think about lighting a divine flame. The chaotic flame was just too tempting, even though it had only existed since the ancient past and might not even be real because, after all, even though there were people that were suspected to have obtained the chaotic flame, they all burned themselves to death. There had never been anyone that successfully made it their divine Tao foundation, yet it still made everyone's heart moved after hearing about it. The distant great battle ended. The two true deities both suffered with neither side winning. The two bandit groups respectively backed off, leaving behind an expanse of corpses. Enormous bloody lions and black giant wolves were piled up like a small mountain. They laid on the ground with blood everywhere. There were experts from both sides as well. More than 2,000 mounts stayed behind here, losing their lives. Sherhao walked over and carefully looked around. As expected, he found a few heavily injured soldiers that had not stopped breathing yet. He used a secret method to preserve a person's life, and then he asked him what he wanted to know. In the end, these bandits were extremely vicious, not willing to cooperate at all. They even wanted to detonate themselves to injure him. Sherhao had no choice but to use his divine abilities, disturbing their minds and making them like puppets. He then asked what he needed. What is this place? Fire Province. Even though it was called Fire Province, there were no flames in sight, only endless grassland. This left Sherhao shocked. However, soon after, he understood why this province had fire as its name. How far is it from Heaven Province? I do not know. Never heard of Heaven Province. Through this response, Sherhao was now sure that he traveled several tens to over 100 provinces. Otherwise, there was no way a supreme expert wouldn't know about this. What provinces does this place border? He then asked. Adjacent to Goddess Province, Kuan Province. Sherhao revealed a look of shock. Goddess Province's Goddess Academy was extremely well known. The Feng Wu he fought against on the Copper Sparrow altar was there. Then, he asked the most important question. Did you obtain clues on the chaotic flame's whereabouts? After asking this, he understood a few details. In the end, Sherhao then asked many other questions, allowing him to understand a bit about this place. Fire Province was extremely chaotic with bandits everywhere. The distribution of powers was tangled and complicated. In this place, many rare divine materials were produced. The savannah was full of divine ore, and great powers were stationed everywhere, all for the sake of obtaining the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was to the extent where there was immortal gold buried within a legendary mysterious ancient mine. This was heaven for adventurers, the nest of bandits, as well as the training ground for great academies, a battlefield for the young talents of top clans. It was extremely bustling with activity. A chaotic land where clans tussle. It's quite suitable for me, Xianxia said to himself. Suddenly, strand after strand of blue flames seeped out from the ground, flickering with a deep light. It was burning hot and strange, completely burning the corpses clean. Xianxia's pupils contracted. He finally understood where the Fire Province got his name. Even normally, there would be strange flames emerging from the ground from time to time. It normally had to do with creatures dying and divine materials appearing. They possessed a mysterious aura. Of course, this wasn't all there was to it either. There were all types of strange situations that happened, even able to cause the spontaneous combustion of living deities. It really is strange. Xianxia tried to make contact with it. He could see the flames move past both sides of his body, burning through all the corpse. It then receded on its own, disappearing underground. He originally still wanted to find a place to cultivate in isolation, and wait until his injuries were completely treated. But now, he felt that the situation wasn't that stable. He had to find a place with human habitation, because the indigenous folk should be more clear on the safer areas of this region. From the information he received from the dying bandit, Xianxia headed east towards a famous city on the grassland. Along the way, he saw a few barren areas. They were enormous abandoned ores that had previously contained divine materials. Now, however, they had long been completely excavated by great sects. "Hey, little brother, are you trying to make a fortune alone too?" An elder appeared on the grassland mountains. His cultivation should be quite profound. Fire Province was rich with divine metals and other items, so there were many scattered cultivators who came in search of them. They were all gold panners. Xianxia, for the sake of safety, had long adjusted his cultivation down to the formation arrangement realm. He didn't want to attract attention. He maintained a smile and discreetly asked how far away Fufeng City was. The elder was quite good-natured, enthusiastically pointed and said, "The bandits here have suffered a disaster, and there are great sects seizing or here. It is extremely chaotic and dangerous, so you have to be careful." "Thank you, sir. You don't have to come with me. I'll be fine on my own," Xianxia said. The elder was quite enthusiastic, and with a gentle smile, said, "Don't worry. I don't have anything to do right now, so now is a good time for a stroll." Soon after, a mountain ridge began to stretch over the grassland. There were creatures there, and one of them quickly swooped over to cut off these two individuals. "Old Mo, today's efficiency isn't good. Only 2 slaves have been sent over, so we are desperately in need of more manpower in the great divine caves. The more the better." That person spoke. Xianxia was stunned. He looked towards the elder. This was a human trafficker? His expression became cold. All of his good intentions instantly disappeared. "Little friend, it is extremely dangerous for you to travel alone through the grassland, and there are wolves waiting for you around every corner and bandits after your life. Don't go trying to make it big. I found quite a good job for you," the elder said with smiled. While speaking, he already accepted a thumb-sized piece of divine material as compensation. Then, with a wave of his hand, he decided to leave. "You old thing." Xianxia turned around and rushed towards him. "Come back!" From the rear, that person shouted. With a paw sound, a whip lashed over that carried fiery light. It was actually a divine magical artifact. It turned into a flood dragon as it wrapped towards Xianxia. His strength wasn't that profound, also at the supreme expert realm, but the weapon he used was extremely formidable. This was clearly precisely for suppressing the slaves that were sent in normally. Xianxia used the earth to inches withdrawal technique. disappearing from his original place. He appeared behind that person, and with a pung sound, he grabbed his neck. Kacha. His neck was snapped, and he seized the divine flame whip. Then, with a pa sound, his hand lashed over, releasing a streak of divine flames to attack that elder. You have some skill. Today I made an error in judgment. It's unexpectedly an excellent supreme expert. The old slave trafficker was astonished. Flames surged around him as he rushed at Shurhao. Meanwhile, he shouted towards the mountain ridge, "Black Falcon, are you still not coming? There's a bit of a problem. I'm going to send you quite a good slave today." A human figure swooped down, one with black wings and a human body. He slaughtered towards Shurhao. This was a Black Falcon elite. Shurhao reached out with his divine will, discovering that these two were the only powerful individuals here. The others were nothing to worry about. He quickly took action. His body shone, and a strange, mysterious force appeared. When the two powerful experts attacked him, all of their magical force were neutralized. He was completely immune. Pooh! Black Falcon was shocked. He discovered with shock that his own chest was pierced through. This youth's flesh was even more terrifying than his own, killing him. How do you have magical immunity? The old human trafficker's expression changed. He quickly retreated to escape. Pong! Shurhao's foot swept out, like a dragon snake whipping out its tail, sending him into the air. His body split apart and blood flew everywhere. In 15 minutes, Shurhao departed from this place. He collected a bit of blue spirit gold, quite the excellent divine material. With a blast of flames, he burned this place to the ground. An hour later, he could see an enormous city in the distance. Shurhao closed in on Fufeng City, arriving at a place where there was human habitation. The city was extremely tall. There were formations engraved, and the buildings had many engravings on them. They looked like they were cast from black metal, extremely tall and vast. "You swindler, stand still. What kind of precious technique is this? It's not useful at all." As soon as he entered through the gates, Shurhao saw two cultivators running, one chasing after the other. They continuously fought, and both of their bodies were dripping with blood. He frowned. How could it be so chaotic here? As soon as Shurhao walked out not too far away, he saw more cultivators fighting it out in the streets. They fought intensely with precious artifacts. Soon after, someone was beheaded. Blood rushed high into the air, and a headless corpse fell downwards. This left him shocked. Fufeng City really was too disorderly. He had just entered the city, yet these two things already happened. No one even seemed to care. In addition, when he looked at everyone, he found that they were all extremely calm, at most commenting a sentence or two. There was no panic or disorder present. It was obvious that these things happened often. They weren't really major events. "Brother, do you need spiritual medicines? I have one here that is extremely special and never seen before." Someone approached Shurhao and said quietly. Shurhao turned around. This was a well-behaved man with his sleeves curled up and his feet still sticky with mud. It seemed like he had just returned from picking medicine. He had a nervous look on his face. "Why not just go to the pill medicine pavilion? I doubt selling it to me will make you better off," Shurhao said. When he heard these words, the male's eyes immediately became red. "This city is filled with bandits, thieves, and other vile people. Last time, I gave them a stalk of wondrous medicine, but they insisted that it was ordinary medicinal grass and only gave me a bit of reward. It really is bullying others too far." Shurhao was shocked. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy. "Come with me. I'll show you." This time, I entered some historical remains and dug up this precious medicine. It is quite mysterious. I can't even recognize it. He pulled Shurhao to a corner, pulled out a beast skin pouch, undid a corner, and produced a precious medicine. In that instant, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. In addition, there was lunar essence scattering down, silver white and holy. Shurhao's eyes widened. He sniffed the fragrance, looked at that medicinal herb, and then his heart was immediately moved. Wasn't this the legendary snow moon holy medicine? The fist-sized flower was spotlessly white and sparkling. took in and sent out multicolored mists. It was like a snow-white moon suspended in the sky. When one inhaled its fragrance, they would feel relaxed. The medicinal fragrance was rich to a shocking degree. There is wondrous medicine? Where? Not far out. Someone smelled it and released a look of shock. Their eyes moved this way. Rather, how about it? Is this medicine passable? The man asked, revealing a hopeful expression. He had a simple and clumsy expression. Xianxia was quite shocked. He actually discovered holy medicine on the street. This was just a heaven-defying opportunity. One has to understand that it was hard to pick even in Origin Sky Secret Realm. Do you want it? If you don't, I'm leaving. The male hurriedly closed the beast's skin pouch out of fear of an accident happening. I do. Only, I want to know why you are selling it to me? Xianxia asked. Fufeng City is too chaotic, and there are too many evil people. Meanwhile, I saw that you had just entered with a good-natured face unlike those vicious lunatics. The man sighed softly, his face appearing dejected. Let me see it again, Xianxia said. This time, he used the dual pupil to carefully inspect the holy medicine. He was immediately shocked. He sneered inwardly. There was one point where the male was correct. Fufeng City was full of dragons and snakes. It was too chaotic, including the person in front of him. This medicine could actually pass off as the real thing, and even medicinal masters would be fooled. There really is precious medicine over here. We want. A few people walked over. Little brother, do you still want it? If not, I'm going to sell it to them. The well-behaved male revealed a troubled look. And sell it to them then. Xianxia turned around and left. He felt that he really couldn't believe anyone in this chaotic place. No wonder he encountered a human trafficker along the way. It was because the atmosphere of this place was just too awful. You? The man was at a loss for words. The expressions of the others also suddenly changed. There is a holy medicine, do you guys want it? I won't buy it. Xianxia revealed a simple and honest smile. He called towards those in the surroundings and then quickly left. Isn't this golden medicine hall's people? They came out to dupe others again. Someone muttered. Ah, thieves. Suddenly someone cried out loudly, frantically chasing after the person in front of them. The streets were in a state of great chaos. Xianxia hid himself, and without batting an eyelid, he slapped at a middle-aged man's hands. The other party could actually steal through precious techniques, fumbling through his body to seize things. Damn it! My spiritual medicine pouch is gone. Oh no! Where did my flood dragon bone armguard go? There were people cursing unendingly. They clearly fell into others' trap. Xianxia was speechless. The one that tried to steal from the others was definitely a divine flame realm expert, actually able to do something like this. It was just too unusual and extreme. Could perhaps be said that the entire city was strange. The culture was really terrible. After entering Fufeng City, Xianxia only encountered chaos the entire time. This place lacked order. There weren't any restrictions. It was extremely chaotic, lacking order. Hong! Suddenly, the sound of wind and lightning tore through the air. Hooves stamped onto the ground, rumbling through everyone's minds like war drums and making their blood surge. Even their hearts felt like they were going to split apart. Everyone became stupefied, because there was actually 2 scarlet dragons that swooped down. There was a type of world-ruling might to their appearance. They roared towards the sky, shaking heaven and earth. They descended, appearing on the street. In that instant, their dragon bodies shrunk and they turned into 2 pure-colored great horses, scarlet red like blood diamonds. They were clearly divine mounts. Many people sucked in cold breaths of air. Cries of alarm sounded. Those are Divine Cliff Academy's scarlet dragon horses. Divine Cliff Academy only has 4 or 5 scarlet dragon horses in total, right? Why did 2 of them immediately appear? This type of divine mount had scarlet dragon blood within them. They were descendants of the true dragon, one of the world's greatest mounts, a creature unique to Divine Cliff Academy. Divine Cliff Academy was situated in Fire Province. This was one of the world's greatest Dao inheritances. There were hundreds of thousands of ancient cliffs there, and they were rumored to be ancient true immortals' Dao caves. Now, in this world, this was the home of a powerful academy. There should be a blood dragon pond inside that would produce a few scarlet dragon horses every generation. Once this mount was raised up, it would make the eyes of every cultivator under heaven red, could soar towards the sun and moon, trample the stars. Its original power was great as well. Once it grew up, it wouldn't be weaker than its owner. It was an extremely powerful type of creature. Above the two dragon horses respectively sat a male and female. The male was tall and heroic, dressed in scarlet gold armor like a divine king. His heroic aura was imposing. Symbols and divine light accompanied him. What a handsome and heroic male! Many people cried out in alarm. Everyone felt as if a monarch had descended into the secular world. He was just too outstanding. When others his age stood beside him, they felt like chickens looking at a phoenix. Meanwhile, on the other scarlet dragon horse, the female had an impressive figure. Her purple hair danced about, eyes like those of a phoenix, and similarly wore scarlet golden armor that shone brilliantly. She was valiant and formidable looking, a rarely seen beauty. This was not the typical weak-looking beauty. She had an aura of valiance, as if she was a war goddess. Her body shone, her hair scattered down, her eyes deep and dreamy. These two individuals were like giants among men. They were exceptionally outstanding and had extraordinary temperaments. These are Divine Cliff Academy's great heavenly geniuses. They actually arrived. Someone recognized their identity. Sure how also looked out. These two were too unordinary. They had primordial true blood within their bodies. They definitely surpassed the exceptional talents of the world. These two were extremely powerful. This was not what left him shocked. What truly drew his attention was that he saw a familiar female here. She unexpectedly appeared here, and she went up to welcome the two people. Of course, this was only after he used the dual pupils. That female concealed her true body's perfect appearance, a cold fairy untouched by the flames of mortals. Yuchan. It was actually her. She also appeared here. Sure how revealed a look of shock. He watched from the distance. Did heaven-mending sex people come? What kind of movements will there be in the future? Why did she come here to welcome Divine Cliff Academy's people? Yuchan, who had world-collapsing beauty, did not reveal her true appearance right now. Only geniuses with heavenly eyes and dual pupils could see her exceptional beauty. But those people were truly rare in this world. It was clear that she had a divine ability similar to the 72 transformations. She put away her beautiful appearance. She wore a faint golden dress that made her look clean and elegant. Even though it was definitely not comparable to her former fairy-like beauty, she still possessed an outstanding temperament. Elder brother Zixiao, elder sister Xiaodi, forgive my tardiness at welcoming you. Yuchan revealed a faint smile. Right now she was delicate and pretty. Even though there wasn't a moon-hiding, flower-shaming beauty, she still possessed a unique brilliance and beauty. When everyone heard this, they became sure of it. As expected, it was Divine Cliff Academy's exceptional genius pair that arrived. The male on the scarlet dragon horse was named Mu Zixiao. He was tall and heroic. Divine patterns protected his body and divine light filled this place. The scarlet golden armor was also brilliant, flickering with scarlet multicolored light. There was an imposing air to his figure. Meanwhile, that female was named Xiaodi. She was not of the human race. Her purple pupils were sparkling, flowing with a dreamy radiance. This war goddess female was supposedly the princess of some ancient country, and today, she came to cultivate in Divine Cliff Academy. It should be Sister Qing-yi? Xiaodi smiled and said. Her tall and slender figure leapt off the scarlet dragon horse, and when she landed, one could see that her height was similar to normal men. Her eyes carried a valiant look. Junior Sister Qing-yi, we've met previously. Mu Zixiao also jumped off the dragon horse. He had a warm smile on his face, yet there was still the dignity of a king being emitted from his presence. In the distance, Sure Hao was shocked. Yuchan used an alias, so wasn't this the same as him? In that instant, his mind jumped. Could this be? Yu Chan's second body? This is another genius from Goddess Academy. Rumors has it that she joined the academy a year ago. She is a heaven-warping talent, extremely intimate with Feng Wu. Someone said this, speaking about Qing Yi's background. Of course I know she came from Goddess Academy. You can tell just from the insignia on her sleeve. Only I never thought that she was Qing Yi. What is she trying to do? Many people were shocked. Qing Yi was a heavenly genius that rose up recently from Goddess Academy. Her name shook Fire Province, Goddess Province, Kuan Province, and she was the most stunning young lady of the academy in recent years. Thus, Hao was sure that she was Yu Chan's second body. She had previously joined with him in a wedding ceremony and entered the bridal room. They unexpectedly met again. Hao revealed a strange expression, and great waves stirred within his heart. Yu Chan's second body didn't go to heaven-mending sect, instead choosing a different path. She clearly feared being killed by the main body because she did, after all, get married to Hao under the moon. The scene was charming and gentle, truly an equivocal experience. Hao had previously seen her spotlessly white jade body, one that possessed unmatched grace. The main body knew about these, and she even more so knew that they had engaged in intimate skinship. If the second body risked returning to heaven-mending sect, then there would likely be great danger. Meanwhile, Hao also understood why the main body didn't disclose his identity in Origin Sky's secret realm, because she feared that he would speak randomly as well. If he really exposed her relationship with the second body, then that would tarnish heaven-mending fairy's holiness and perfect bearing. When the time comes, I might just bring Yu Chan's second body to pay her main body a visit. Hao secretly snickered. If they met like that, what kind of expression would the main body reveal? Hao couldn't help but laugh at these ill interests of his. Of course, he was just thinking right now. He couldn't even meet the second body right now, or else something unexpected might happen. Qing Yi, Mu Zixiao, and Zhu Xiaodi left for the distance, entering a manor in the city, clearly having things to talk about. Meanwhile, there were several powerful auras around them that went back into hiding. I know what they are going to discuss, someone said. Oh, tell us. Tell us. Many people were interested. They wanted to know why two great academies' outstanding talents were walking together. It is definitely for the sake of the great scarlet sky flame. What? Many people were shocked. That was a flame ranked at the very forefront. Once one ignited it and transcended the supreme expert realm, they would be able to display the most perfect transformation. Their foundations would be stable, and their fighting prowess would be world-shocking. Even if they were all at the divine flame realm, the great scarlet sky flame cultivator would sweep through all those before it. This individual would rarely encounter worthy opponents. Great scarlet sky flame, its name reflected everything. In the ancient legend, the three words Great Scarlet Sky were as heavy as divine mountains, unshakable. The flame that had this name naturally transcended the mundane world. Since the ancient times, not many people obtained it. It was one of the world's most powerful precious flames. It was like heaven flame, something that could be discovered but not sought. Rumors had it that Goddess Academy had clues to the whereabouts of the Great Scarlet Sky Flame. As a result, Divine Cliff's people were moved, sending out two of their exceptional heavenly geniuses to negotiate with them. They wished to obtain that type of flame as well. In reality, there were a few rare and valuable divine flames, but that didn't mean that every type was suitable for cultivators. Meanwhile, for the Divine Cliff inheritance, what they needed the most was precisely the Great Scarlet Sky Flame. It was because there was a scarlet dragon pond in the ancient cliffs that had true dragon scarlet blood. There were endless profound mysteries stored here. The Academy's most outstanding people had the qualifications to soak within it, using it as a baptism, as such were granted a few transformations and abilities of the Scarlet Dragon. If they had the Great Scarlet Sky Flame as well to accompany this, then that person would be like a tiger that grew wings like a dragon in the ocean. His fighting prowess would soar and undergo the most shocking evolution. That was why this time, Divine Cliff Academy became nervous. They urgently rushed to Fufeng City to discuss with Goddess Academy. They were willing to pay an extraordinary price to obtain clues regarding the precious flame. Fufing City was located where Fire Province, Goddess Province, and Kuan Province intersected, and as a result, it bordered several great academies. The great inheritances all had their own official residences here, with many experts being stationed here. Heavens, the great scarlet sky flame is actually going to appear? Is a pair of unmatched heavenly talents really going to be created? After being informed of the inner details, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Now, Divine Cliff's two greatest geniuses Mu Zixiao and Zhou Xiaodi personally descended, so they naturally needed this the most. Meanwhile, the higher-level figures of the clan would naturally do everything they could to accommodate. Divine Cliff's exceptional pair are making preparations, wishing to welcome the 3,000 province great battle, the gathering of 100 rivers at their greatest possible state. They really might be able to forcefully oppress the experts of every race. Someone said softly, speaking about the true root cause. If they could obtain the great crimson sky flame and bring it into the place of decisive battle, they could immediately transform at that immortal ancient remains. These two could then construct the most powerful Dao foundation. During the great confrontation between countless races, who could even compete against them? There were news that it was ultimately related to the immortal ancient record, or else why would the sects all make such a huge fuss over it? There were unfathomably great natural opportunities there. One couldn't exceed the supreme expert realm, a type of cutoff. However, after entering, there weren't that many restrictions. Every clan is making preparations to help their own disciples soar into the heavens. Even if they can't ultimately win, they would still be able to protect themselves and bring back great natural opportunities. It was clear that not only Divine Cliff was preparing. The other inheritances were doing the same. A few exceptional talents forcefully suppressed their cultivation levels, waiting until their true bodies entered before erupting with power. Only, Divine Cliff was relatively fortunate, unexpectedly learning about the great crimson sky flame. When Shihao heard about this, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to miss out on this, also wishing to prepare himself. What kind of conditions did Goddess Academy demand? After all, the great crimson sky flame is too shocking. If there are clues, how could they casually give it away and strengthen their competitors? They naturally needed to exchange with similarly astonishing things. Someone sighed and then name of the object was spoken. This immediately made everyone gasp. 7-colored immortal gold. Goddess Academy's appetite really is great, actually wanting this type of legendary item. Who can bring such a thing out? Many people knew that Goddess Academy's Feng Wu excelled at arrow techniques. She naturally didn't fire them with a great bow, but rather used some precious techniques to directly fire them. They could throw heaven and earth into chaos. It was clear that Goddess Academy were preparing this for her as war preparation. They wanted to use the most precious immortal gold to refine an unmatched weapon. They had all heard that 7-colored immortal gold emerged with 7 types of immortal materials. Once they were used together, the power would be unmatched. If they could be used to create 7 divine arrows, when the 7 brilliant unmatched arrows were fired, it would simply cause the heavens to fall and earth to rend. Who could contend against this power? At the very least, there would be few opponents among her peers. Everyone knew that Goddess Academy's old clan head was a precious artifacts master, and he could create the most outstanding weapon for her. Breaking news! Divine Cliff Academy and Goddess Academy's talks are approaching an end. There is a chance that they might carry out an exchange. What? Great Scarlet Sky Flame and Immortal Gold are both going to appear. Everyone became shocked. They had only talked for 2 hours, yet they already reached such a breakthrough. It was completely unexpected. An hour later, the center of Fufing City surged with radiance. Goddess Academy's Feng Wu came, entering a manner to continue the discussions. Soon after, when the dust settled, the 2 great sects reached a preliminary agreement. Both sides were going to take what they needed. Only, the clues Goddess Academy offered only pointed towards some ruins. That place was full of dangers, and it was unknown whether the great crimson sky flame could even be obtained. Meanwhile, Divine Cliff Academy only offered an extremely small piece of it came from the Academy's remains, and only a small piece of 7-colored immortal gold rested inside. It wasn't enough to make 7 divine arrows. This left people shocked. Was this just the smoke both sides were putting up? Or were they trying to undermine each other, not wishing for the other party to obtain the secrets? Why did they leak this out so quickly? Hao thought to himself. It seems like he had to do some work for the impending 3,000 provinces great battle. It was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Powerful individuals would emerge in large numbers, and their methods were all extremely astonishing. Chaotic flame, does it really exist? Is it really in Fire Province? He said softly. He thought back to the secret information he obtained from the mouths of bandits and began to think to himself. Soon after, some news came out. Goddess Academy then spoke out a few great taboo regions, informing all the mercenary groups and great loose cultivators that they would offer a great reward for anyone that found 7-colored immortal gold inside of them. The place of immortal gold inevitably had secrets. There was no need for them to truly excavate it, because they were definitely dangerous places where one would have to pull off a miracle to extract it. Otherwise, why did 7-colored immortal gold only appear a few times since the ancient past? Goddess Academy only needed people to offer verification and clues that there was 7-colored immortal gold there. What kind of rewards are they willing to offer? Someone asked. They are willing to offer a pond of water, and one can soak themselves inside of it for a day and night. This is too stingy, right? Many people shook their heads. This was unbelievable and even harder to accept. It is a divine pond that a tribulation-crossing divine lotus has been planted in. Someone added. When this sentence went out, all of the sounds of discontent disappeared, and it turned into cries of alarm. There were even sounds of saliva being swallowed. Tribulation-crossing divine lotus was a true divine medicine. This type of thing could reconstruct the flesh and make one undergo a complete breakthrough, successfully passing into the next level. Once it matured, its flowers and leaves would dissolve into the immortal pond, turning it into divine precious liquid. Only its roots would remain to regrow again. This was a heaven-defying item. In the entire higher realms, only Goddess Academy had one. It made the eyes of the heavenly deities of every sect go red, staring at it without letting go. When Hao heard this, his heart pounded with eagerness. It was because he had a divine fruit, golden Bodhi fruit, that he didn't dare use the entire time. He needed a divine medicine to help protect him during the process. Goddess Academy has this type of thing? He said softly to himself. Golden Bodhi fruit, an extremely mysterious fruit in this world. It had extraordinary divine effects. Unfortunately, only a limited few number of individuals could eat it. For the other races, they could only refine and absorb a small part of its essence, ingesting it only with other precious medicines. 90% of it was going to be wasted. If I could eat the whole thing, it would be equal to obtaining another trump card, Hao said to himself. He swallowed close to 300 stalks of soul blood grass, and only then did he produce a moment of magical immunity. When facing enemies, it had terrifying effectiveness, allowing him to even kill deities. However, this type of ability would weaken with the advancement of cultivation realms, to the extent where it would even become negligible. This ability won't continue to become stronger, and when the day comes that he ignites his divine flame, and this ability still maintains its original state, it would gradually become more and more useless as his cultivation realm increases. According to legend, only the golden Bodhi fruit could make this type of ability strengthen along with one's growth, just like the ape demons of the blood plains. Once one obtained the golden Bodhi fruit, everything changed. They would become a different type of species and undergo a fundamental transformation. If this type of ability can be maintained for a long time and accompany my growth, it will definitely be an extraordinary thing. Hao was extremely hopeful. Only what gave him a headache was that the golden Bodhi fruit was too tyrannical. The human race couldn't endure its effects, as their constitution would clash with this fruit. That was why he was interested in the tribulation-crossing divine lotus. I definitely have to think of a way to eat this golden Bodhi fruit. That way, when the great battle of 3,000 provinces happens, even though they have all types of trump cards, I will have another great slaughter method as well. Ever since he heard about the great scarlet sky flame and 7-colored immortal gold, those heaven-defying things, he didn't dare act carelessly. He definitely couldn't look down on anyone, or else he would suffer for it. Little brother, are you interested in joining my Devil Wind mercenary group? We are going to search for 7-colored immortal gold together. At this moment, someone called out to him. Xianxia turned around and saw an elder. This person carried a kind smile and enthusiastically welcomed him into his group. He looked again and again, but he directly refused. It was because the people of Fufeng City were too unusual. Even if not all the residents were bad people, it wasn't far from it. They were all cunning and dangerous, and most of them were notorious bandits. As expected, as soon as he turned around, that elder muttered to himself and said, "There aren't enough cannon fodder. They're so hard to find." Xiao's forehead was covered in dark lines. He really wanted to turn around and give him a beating. Did he look that much like cannon fodder? Ever since he entered this place, he discovered that he met scoundrels again and again. Generally speaking, this was a chaotic place. There really wasn't much good people. Of course, when he thought more deeply, these bandits were quite cute as well, scheming here and there and using their methods to feed themselves. The restricted areas Goddess Academy announced were all distributed throughout Fire Province. These places were suspected to contain 7-colored immortal gold, and as long as someone could find concrete proof, they would have the opportunity to soak for 1 day and night in tribulation crossing divine lotus water. It was because not even someone as powerful as Goddess Academy could search them one after another. Those places were too dangerous, and the losses would be too severe. Only when they were sure of one place would they concentrate their efforts in searching that ancient place. This was the most dependable way. Fire Province was a place rich with divine gold, as well as all types of heavenly treasures. They were all top-quality precious materials for refining weapons, and that was why the great sects of the higher realms all flocked over to occupy this place. The enormous Fire Province was divided into many regions, and there were many rich ores, but these were also the reasons resulting in the immortal gold legends. Since ancient times, it had always been widely circulated, and these rumors had never ended. Similarly, Fire Province really was a peculiar place. From time to time, flames would mysteriously appear from the ground to burn all things. There were quite a few mysterious and supernatural events that had taken place. And it was also precisely because of this that there were several great taboo areas to speak of. Everyone firmly believed that Fire Province definitely had some heaven-shocking secret. Only, it was extremely difficult to explore them all. As a result, many mercenary groups and loose cultivators moved out together, heading for those taboo regions surrounding areas to look for clues. They wanted to obtain that great reward. Even though bandits and loose cultivators were savage, they also knew that some places could only be explored from the distance and not entered. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly die. Some of the restricted areas had damaged immortal ancient formations that had trapped old sect masters to death. Some ancient regions were like a great sea to get lost in. Once one entered them, they would lose their soul. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Fufeng City was incredibly bustling with activity. Group after group set off, disappearing into the distance. Xianxia also left. He wanted to find a peaceful place to recover from his injuries, and then he would think about everything else. The grassland stretched as far as the eye could see, but it wasn't all covered in grass. He flew several thousand li and discovered a mountain range that he wanted to use to go into isolation. But as soon as he appeared, a wave of white flames soared up. This made him shiver inwardly. No wonder there were rumors of there being strange, spontaneous combustions that caused deaths. These places in Fire Province really were dangerous. In the end, he noticed a village where there were several hundred people and wanted to try and stay here. Places where people stayed indefinitely went through many ordeals and wouldn't be a dangerous place. However, as soon as he entered, he underwent all types of interrogation. The village's people treated him completely like a vicious savage. In the end, after Xianxia gifted them with a divine material, he was finally permitted to stay here. He hid within a house, using up 5 days before finally recovering from his injuries. The main reason he was able to recover so quickly was because of the great effects of the precious pill Kong Chuji had him take. Otherwise, it would have definitely taken longer. This made his eyes cold. With his constitution and the unbreakable body already reaching this kind of level, one could see how vicious the Celestial Clan's methods were. After his cultivation was sealed, that vicious sword damaged his flesh, harming his vital areas and vitality. Hao got up and silently used this time for comprehension. He felt like he had recovered to his peak state, so he decided that he would head for a place to hide himself. He wanted to take a look, see if that place really had the chaotic flame. He was inwardly hopeful, only he didn't know whether the clues were accurate. He saw many creatures from all different races wandering about Fire Province's Great Earth. Along the way, he saw a few ancient mines that released auspicious multicolored light and great brilliance. There were clearly rare divine materials within them, but unfortunately, they were all occupied by a few great sections. In the end, he landed in front of a great rift valley. This place was quite secluded and incomparably spacious. It was just too large. It covered an area of over 10,000 li. Hao frowned. This place was quite strange. Was there a chaotic flame underneath? He was a bit hesitant. He could clearly see that the surroundings of the Great Rift Valley had been refined, forming a layer of ceramic glaze-like luster. It was clear that earth flames would seep out from time to time. He took out the pill furnace, put on the tattered armor, and completed his defensive preparations. If there really was no way, he would immediately escape. He then rushed down into the depths of the earth. The radiance became more and more dim, ultimately forming a dark expanse. It was pitch black without a bit of sound. This type of place really was horrifying. It was as if he entered the dark and desolate outer space, unable to feel the slightest trace of life. Hao extended his divine senses and also produced the dual pupil, using it to observe the surrounding scenery. It was too deep. He swooped down several dozens of li all the way until he was more than 100 li down, and then he finally saw some blurry outlines. This was an expanse of ruins. This left Hao shocked. He was so deep underground, so how could there still be debris? Were there people who lived here before? In addition, this place was extremely vast with enormous rocks, decomposing metal, and some remains. This meant that this used to be a vast and magnificent buildings. Hold on. These things appeared recently. After exploring through this vast region, he finally stopped. He revealed a look of shock. While holding the dual pupil in his hands, his entire body circulated with magical force. He extended his divine senses and resumed his investigation. It had to be said that this region was too large. Hao explored for an entire day and night. He was now sure that this abyss was extremely strange. There were many enormous rocks, remains, and other things. They all seeped out from beneath the earth. Suddenly, he shivered inwardly, feeling a strange sensation. A strand of mist seeped out from the depths of the abyss. Chaotic energy! Hao was shocked. Then all of his fine hairs stood on end. Could it be that the chaotic flame truly was here, that it was going to appear? He held the pill furnace in hand while thinking to himself. He didn't know if he could use it to collect the flame. He really didn't have much confidence in being able to do this. Then, the abyss shone. The surface unexpectedly split apart, and a strange wave of energy began to fluctuate about. It stirred up the debris, enormous stones and other things until they tumbled out from the abyss depths. As expected, Hao said to himself. The crack became larger and larger. Light erupted outwards. Hao was extremely nervous and hopeful. Soon after, he discovered that there was no longer any debris or enormous rocks shooting outwards. Only the crack was widening. That is, an underground palace? Hao was shocked. Through the enormous cracks, he saw a shining underground palace. Of course, it was already damaged and fell into the depths of the earth. Strand after strand of chaotic energy was seeping out from it. He focused his attention and he became vigilant. After waiting for a long time and seeing that nothing unexpected happened, he ultimately clenched his teeth and flew down along the cracks. This was an enormous underground palace. Perhaps it could also be called an underground city. If it wasn't underground, it would be an enormous city. Even after being abandoned for endless years, there were still some tattered symbols shining. Sure Hao wasn't interested in these things. He only gazed towards the place surrounded by primal chaos. What is that? He was shocked. There was a grand Dao platform at the center of the ruins that towered like a mountain. There were a few things laying in disarray on it that released chaotic energy. He extended his divine senses, and then he used the dual pupil to carefully inspect it. He became more and more alarmed. On top of the mountainous Dao platform, there were 9 enormous skeletons. They were sparkling and releasing an undying aura. Symbols covered them densely, as if they were a certain type of creature, true dragons. These are the skeletal remains of dragons? Sure Hao was confused. What left him horrified was that behind the 9 enormous skeletons was an enormous copper coffin. It was covered in mottled copper rust, as if it had existed through endless eras. This coffin was extremely large. A corner of it was already opened, and chaotic energy was currently seeping out from within. Sure Hao shivered inwardly. He always felt that this place was mysterious and too unordinary. When he saw this coffin, his heart rate sped up greatly. There is another one. He could clearly see through the opened lid that there was a smaller coffin inside. It was also made of copper and similarly aged. Primal chaos seeped out from within. He called it a small coffin, but it was still big enough to store a person. Who was it that was buried here? Sure Hao was baffled. Could it be that the chaotic flame was inside the little coffin? He was incredibly bewildered. What kind of place was this? How could there be such a strange copper coffin? Exactly what kind of thing required this type of excessiveness and secrecy? Kacha! A light sound rang through the air. In this dark and solitary world, it was extremely ear-splitting. Every single one of Sure Hao's nerves became taut. He quickly rushed out tens of steps. For this collapsed city of death to suddenly release a sound, that was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. His eyes became forceful. His primordial spirit between his brows formed a golden blazing sun, releasing the most powerful spiritual perception strength to explore his surroundings. In addition, the dual pupil he held in his hands became covered in symbols as well, producing an expanse of interweaving brilliance, capturing all of the nearby irregular events. It was deathly silent. There wasn't a trace of sound. The enormous ruins recovered its dull and lonely atmosphere. Sure Hao didn't discover anything different. He shivered inwardly. What was hiding in the darkness? It was unknown how many eras this city of death had existed through. Even the divine gold that had once been adorned with symbols had become decomposing metal, and those enormous rocks were even more so corroded, about to turn into dust. One has to understand that there were many mysterious and powerful ruined patterns here, yet they still couldn't protect the city. This was enough to prove just how ancient this place was. As for the Dao platform, it was even older. It seemed to come from the prehistoric era, tracing back to the era when heaven and earth were opened, giving off a type of going up the river of time feeling, one that leads back to the place of origin. Dong! Suddenly, a metallic sound rang through the air. It was extremely clear, originating from the bronze coffin. It was as if something wanted to come out. Sure Hao's expression changed. The copper coffin was full of rust. It had existed for countless eras, yet there was still something living inside of it. At this moment, a chill ran all the way down his body. Goosebumps appeared on his back and neck. He stared forward, watching the enormous inner and outer coffins silently. The pill furnace in his hands had already opened. The insides flickered with lightning radiance. That was the heavenly river from the immortal tomb. Even though there wasn't much left, it could still be used as defense. The vile existences of the underworld depths, ancient tombs and corpses and other things should hate this type of extreme yang lightning the most. Sure Hao watched with utmost vigilance, ready to erupt with endless lightning at any moment. However, even after waiting for a long time, there was no activity to be seen. Primal chaos seeped out from within the copper coffin like immortal mist, curling about the underground ruins. It was strange, secluded, and serene. It gave off a suffocating pressure. Was there something sealed within the copper coffin? Was it still alive? This really was a bit scary. After being buried for endless years, could the corpse still have a spirit? He felt incredibly uncomfortable. Shao's eyes focused, forming two tangible beams of light flames. He stared forward, extremely vigilant as he produced defensive symbol light. However, strand after strand of gas wafted outwards, disturbing his divine senses and blocking the dual pupil's investigation. Xiao couldn't see through that copper coffin, unable to see through it. This was not something that happened often. Even the dual pupil was ineffective. Should he leave? Xiao thought to himself. This underground world was too sinister. Even though there might be a chaotic flame here, there might be a great vicious existence that might appear. It was too dangerous and terrifying. Suddenly, he felt a chill from the top of his head. Strong winds roared, and something threw itself towards him. Something that carried a cold and gloomy aura. He quickly moved out of the way, using the earth to inch his ability. He also raised his head to take a look. What he saw immediately made him shiver inwardly. What kind of creature was this? It had a human-like build, but it also had a pair of bat wings as well as an enormous black tail. It threw itself over like a malicious spirit. Its eyes were cold and deep, its teeth pitch black. Its body had powerful symbols erupting from it that released the most powerful fluctuations. It was comparable to that of a heavenly deity with boundless and unmatched power. Xiao was shocked, because he discovered that this wasn't some living thing, but a puppet engraving. Right now, even though it displayed its power, it also began to break down. Finally, while accompanied with enormous divine might, it swooped down. Before it reached the ground, it already exploded on its own, turning into rotten black stone. What is going on? He looked at the sculpture that was in pieces. If he pieced it together, it would be vivid and lifelike, and the reason it could display divine might was because of a symbol that was carved on it. Just like that, a heavenly deity-level expert was created. How heaven-defying of a method was this? Xiao swept through the ruins. He saw a few similar carvings by the collapsed city gates, but they were already badly ruined. Apart from this type of creature engravings, there were others as well, such as divine birds, devils, strange ancient beast kings, and others. This left him completely shocked. What kind of glorious ancient city was this? If these engravings could all display their most powerful divine might, that would just be too terrifying. The malevolent sculpture that was originally on the ground, along with the movements of the earth, was pushed upwards and had just fallen down. Gotcha! Right at this moment, the Dao platform began to crack apart. A large piece fell off, a piece that was several 100,000 jin in weight. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. It was smashed apart by the engraved sculpture that had just fallen. Meanwhile, the copper coffin released another dong sound. Could it be that the Dao platform was about to collapse, unable to endure the weight of the bronze coffin any longer? And that was why it produced those sounds, not because there were some living things? Xiao wasn't sure. He began to move, making his way around the coffin. After looking around, he confirmed that the Dao platform under the copper coffin was cracking apart. Just now, it might really be because of this that it released a sound. Just a false alarm? He said to himself. Finally, under his shocked gaze, the entire Dao platform broke apart. The remaining symbols released their final flash of radiance before dimming in the underground world. Hong! The bronze ancient coffin and 9 enormous skeletons began to sink downwards, ultimately falling at the sides of the city of death. Xiao waited an extremely long time, but he still didn't see any activity here. In the end, he couldn't endure it any longer and headed towards the bronze coffin. He wanted to loot this tomb. Just what kind of character is buried in such an enormous coffin? I wonder if there is some inheritance or precious artifacts here, he said softly. He was extremely nervous, because he was worried that something like the chaotic flame or other unknown things might suddenly appear. When there was still some distance between them, Xiao began to use his precious techniques. He wanted to open up the coffin and see exactly what it was within it. Suddenly, bone text unexpectedly appeared. Symbols scattered down, making his efforts completely useless, disappearing without a trace. The inner and outer coffins didn't move in the slightest. Magical immunity? Even more thorough than my own. Hao's expression became serious. He felt more and more that this coffin was not ordinary. In the end, he clenched his fists tightly, coming to a decision. Through the opening of the coffin, he entered the great copper coffin, walking step by step towards the smaller copper coffin inside. Hao was always daring and fearless. This was something that had never changed since he started cultivating. He also had an inherent powerful desire for exploration. Of course, this was also relative to his current level of divine senses and because he didn't sense any terrifying dangers. That was why he dared to check things out. Chaotic energy curled about. Hao felt an incredibly great pressure. He felt as if every strand of energy was as heavy as a great mountain. Normal cultivators would have long been crushed into minced paste. Open. He used precious techniques at close range, but discovered that it was still useless. The copper coffin didn't move in the slightest. Hao clenched his teeth and used his flesh's power. His hands grabbed the inner coffin's lid, and with a grunt, he used his own great Tao strength. This amount of power was enough to move an enormous mountain. However, he still failed. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but instead that there was something strange with the copper coffin's lid. The strength of his flesh could move mountains, and he indeed opened the coffin's lid, but it suddenly shone, and then with a quang-dang sound, it closed again. There was clearly some type of mysterious force inside that blocked everything. "Rise!" Hao shouted. All of his blood vessels bulged. He used all of his strength to move aside the coffin lid and investigate exactly what kind of secrets there were inside. The coffin's lid was raised another inch, but only for an instant. Hazy, auspicious, multicolored light erupted like brightly colored immortal radiance. Strand after strand of primal chaos seeped out as well. Dang! Unfortunately, the mysterious force appeared again, forcefully closing the copper coffin. Again! Hao shouted. However, this time something unexpected happened. An enormous Hong sound rumbled through his ears. Meanwhile, a terrifying scene appeared, attacking at his sea of consciousness and leaving him shaken. His soul even began to tremble. What was that? Kill! Ow! I am going to slaughter my way inside. I definitely have to slaughter my way in. He saw a shockingly great battle where endless creatures slaughtered about. That small world itself even split apart. Primal chaos surged, and corpses fell everywhere. What was horrifying was that those people were too powerful to an unfathomable degree. They warped through heaven and earth, rushed into the 9th heaven and down to the 9th layer of hell. They slaughtered to the ends of the earth, causing heaven to fall and earth to rend. Blood splashed everywhere. Immortal splendor pervaded the air. Everything was being destroyed. What level of experts were these? Dong! At this time, the bronze coffin shook. It released an enormous sound, shaking Hao's body until it began to sway about. However, he was completely unaware of this, because he couldn't free himself from that scene. He was still immersed within it. The scene didn't continue for that long of a time. It slowly scattered, and in the end, he only saw the copper coffin be dragged by 9 dragon figures, away from that terrifying world. Everything else disappeared. The copper coffin traveled through a long stream, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. Was that the river of time? Or was it some immortal river that linked up the walls of great worlds? In the end, everything disappeared. Nothing else could be seen. This left Hao horrified. He loosened his grip and left the coffin lid. He took a few steps backwards, his heart rising and falling fiercely. It was hard for him to calm down. What kind of era did this all happen in? Where did it all happen? His mind was trembling. It was because he seemed to vaguely have seen a few familiar figures. I seem to have seen the willow deity? Hao was trembling. Then he forcefully shook his head. Hao sat here for an extremely long time. He thought silently to himself, standing there without moving as if he was petrified. After a long time had passed, he released a breath of air. He looked at the copper coffin, knowing that there was no way he could open it. This type of thing contained a shocking heavenly secret. If it was opened, it might shock all 3,000 provinces. There will be a day when I will stand at the peak of heaven, see through all mysteries, and go wherever I wish. Hao said to himself. He was naturally unwilling. He still wanted to explore further and learn about more mysteries, but his many tries left his body shaken until his blood and chi surged. He only heard the copper coffin rumble. There was nothing else. In the end, he used all types of secret methods, even applying his own blood to the copper coffin, using the Reincarnation precious technique and everything else. Unexpectedly, this time there was some type of reaction. He heard a mournful roar. Countless unmatched experts were roaring with sorrow. Why? The decline of old age. For what reason does it exist? Our contract of alliance. Hao felt a wave of surprise. He heard himself say, I will slaughter out a path for you all. He was stunned, and his expression froze. He quickly released his hand and covered his own mouth. He looked at the copper coffin while taking steps backwards. This was just too strange and sinister. So weird. Hao shivered inwardly. Why did he open his mouth just now? Afterwards, no matter how he moved, no matter how hard he tried, the copper coffin didn't show any reaction. Hao could only helplessly withdraw. Can this thing be brought away? Hao stood in front of the ruins, staring at the enormous copper coffin. If he could use this thing as a weapon to smash others, he reckoned that any precious artifact would be crushed to pieces. Unfortunately, after trying many times, he found that this copper coffin couldn't be shrunk at all. It was too enormous. It gave him a headache. Are these the skeletal remains of true dragons? Hao turned around. He focused his attention on the sparkling skeletons. They were shining, holy, and peaceful. What a pity. There is no flesh. However, can these bones be used to make soup? He immediately threw himself over to touch every single bone, carefully inspecting them. In the end, Hao's eyes shone. I hope dragon bone marrow can be slowly extracted. When he spoke up to this point, saliva almost flowed outwards. At this moment, he turned into a complete foodie. Suddenly, in this extremely quiet place, he felt as if something wasn't right. His expression immediately froze, because he saw a ball of flame in the ruins. Did you come to help me refine dragon bone soup? He put on a fake smile, and his expression was similarly rigid. A streak of flame, green and faint, a sphere only the size of a fist appeared. However, even when he was extremely far away, Hao already felt as if his soul was being ignited. This was an extremely mysterious type of precious flame. In its surroundings, wisps of mists spread outwards, mysterious and unfathomable. At the same time, there was a heart rate-raising fluctuation. It was as if ripples of the great Tao were spreading outwards. Was this even a flame? Hao was shocked. He carefully looked at it. Why did it have the aura of the great Tao? It really was shocking. Tao brother, help me out here with this dragon bone soup. I invite you to drink a cauldron with me, Hao said. However, he was inwardly nervous because he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He felt that this precious flame was not easy to subdue. He had to think of some other way. He actually already felt the urge to fly into the sky. A pair of Kuan-Peng wings were faintly visible behind him. If he spread his wings, he would immediately possess extreme speed. He didn't believe that this sphere of fiery light would be able to catch up to him. Chi! The green light illuminated everything, as if the heavens were opened. The jade-green radiance swept outwards without a trace of impurity. However, as it burned, it began to turn blue, becoming more and more like the color of the sky. Hao was shocked. His intuition told him that this flame was extremely unordinary. However, it seemed to dislike him and was going to act aggressively against him. As expected, a show sounded. A green streak flew at him, a fiery wisp. It unexpectedly burned the void until it distorted. Natural Dao Lo ripples even sounded. Hao was shocked. He moved his body sideways. That was just a wisp of flame, yet it melted an enormous rock that weighed over 100,000 jin in weight. It even more so left the great earth roiling with magma. He sucked in a cold breath of air. This kind of power, this type of natural Dao law ripples were too terrifying. This power could definitely easily kill deities. I definitely can't subdue it. Sure how clearly realized this reality. That flame seemed to have a will, and it bore hostility against him. Dao brother, if you have something to say, then say it. Do you want to eat the bones? So how about I move out of your way? Sure how laughed bitterly. Hong. Suddenly, that green flame became more and more dark blue. Then it quickly spread, immediately filling the skies above the ruins. It was as if the sky was falling, dark blue like a great flood. Sure how spread his wings. His body curled with electricity, and at his feet, symbols appeared as well. He merged the Kuan Peng, lightning, and earth withdrawal techniques into one, forming the greatest speed to rush into the heavens. However, right at this moment he suddenly felt as if something was strange, so he stopped himself again. It was because that blue sky retreated, not attacking him. Meanwhile, he felt as if something not too far out was comfortably warm. There was a flame there that was bright and sparkling. It appeared at the edge of the bronze ancient coffin and scared off the green flame. This flame was similarly the size of a fist and densely packed with symbols. Upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like a flame and more like something formed from symbols. It was even more strange. How could there be another flame that appeared? Sure how was stupefied. Moreover, all of this was so strange. This was definitely not an ordinary divine flame. Is it the chaotic flame? This place was full of chaotic energy, and it all originated from the ancient coffin. He didn't know whether the flame itself also carried chaotic energy. He had no way of telling. Hong! Suddenly, the blue-green flame moved, erupting with endless light and even exerting a suppressive type of power. It transformed into a dark blue sky and descended. Meanwhile, in front of the bronze coffin, the warm radiance seeped out. Then, the flame that appeared was covered in symbols, making it look not like a divine flame, but like Dao patterns. It easily supported the blue sky, making this place unaffected. Sure Hao's pupils rapidly contracted. What a powerful flame. Sure Hao became silent. That blue fiery light disappeared. It was startled and was chased off, entering the great earth. This made Sure Hao shocked. Meanwhile, the sparkling symbol light by the copper coffin disappeared with a flash. It also quickly disappeared. They both left. Sure Hao rubbed his hands. He suddenly discovered that both of these precious flames were terrifying and not as easy to absorb as he thought. I am not familiar with their behaviors. I need to search through the ancient bone text records and understand a bit more. He felt like he had to make some more preparations, or else there was no way for him to acquire them. This place became quiet. Sure Hao began to work at the dragon bone soup, but after cooking it for a long time, the bones remained sparkling white without any changes. Meanwhile, the water in the cauldron was already completely dried up. Could this be true dragon? Sure Hao carried a piece of bone and tested it with his own teeth. In the end, tears almost fell, and his gums were so awfully sore. He couldn't bit through them at all. There seems to be dragon marrow. Why can't I get it out? He carried this bone, looking left and right as if he was incredibly confused. Then, like a thief, he decided that he was going to bring this stuff out and hide it. It was too unsafe to leave them here, especially since the two bandit groups knew about this place as well. However, what left him dejected was that all precious artifacts were useless, unable to store the copper coffin, nor could they bring the 9 enormous skeletons away. Regardless of whether it was the heaven and earth pouch or the cauldron, they all seemed to have lost their efficacy. Come on! Sure Hao roared. He raised the entire enormous bronze coffin. Even though he couldn't open the lid, he had enough divine force to forcibly raise it. Sure Hao was shocked. The inner and outer coffins were even heavier than a great mountain. It was incredibly strenuous for him to lift it. This won't do. This thing is too large. If I carry it out like this, I will definitely be discovered by others. Sure Hao was worried. He held his hands behind his back and paced about the ruins, trying to think of a way. When the green flame covered the sky, it didn't destroy the ruins. These ruins were still here. He wanted to find an ancient altar so that he could bring this ancient coffin with him out of this place. However, no matter where he looked, the entire city was deathly still. In the end, he discovered an ancient altar, but it had long been destroyed. Only the enormous foundation rock remained. Xianxia was shocked. As he searched through the ancient city, he discovered a few ruined artifacts that were divine materials. They were extremely valuable. He was immediately moved, starting to gather them. Medicine Hall. What left him shocked was that there was a collapsed medicine refinement place. He actually dug up several jade containers that were perfectly intact, and after unscrewing their lids, they released multicolored light. These jade containers clearly had terrifying symbols carved on them before. Only now, they had all practically disappeared. Only the containers remained. What a pity. It has been too long, and the divine pills have practically all dissolved. There is only a bit of thin medicinal fragrance left. He felt rather regretful. It was because he felt that these were definitely refined from holy medicines at the very least, perhaps even having divine medicines. At the same time, he found a weapon-storing pavilion. All of the magical artifacts were destroyed, simply unable to resist the corrosion of time. Their symbols were dim and the weapons snapped. Xianxia searched through the entire ancient city. He was puzzled, feeling like this place had existed for endless eras. It was far more ancient than what he had previously thought. This is a precious interspatial case? Suddenly, Xianxia exulted. He discovered a magical artifact that looked extremely similar to the bronze precious case that contained a small world. However, the case was full of cracks, and faint light seeped out from it. With a light flick, a ka-cha sounded. It directly broke apart. With a hong sound, this place erupted with noise. Truly was a small world, and at this moment it was collapsing. It was an extremely terrifying and shocking sight. If not for Xianxia's speed being fast enough, it would have been extremely dangerous for him. He was extremely regretful. This precious case wasn't able to stand up to the test of time either. In the explosion just now, the things inside were most likely destroyed. What kind of thing is this? Suddenly, he was shocked. A rock material flew out from the explosion, a black-colored item. It was the size of an infant, and it smashed towards him. There was actually something in the precious case that wasn't destroyed and was still perfectly intact. This was too shocking. Even the void blasting apart didn't affect it. Dong! The moment Xianxia caught it, he released a groan. It was because this rock that wasn't that large was too heavy, weighing at least 100,000 jin. Together with how it flew over, it was simply like a mountain slammed into his body. If it was any other supreme expert, their muscles and bones would have definitely been torn apart. The world precious case exploded, yet it wasn't destroyed. Is this an extreme immortal material? Xianxia's mind was thumping with noise. This small rock was more than 100,000 jin in weight. It was horrifyingly heavy. He felt that this thing might be formidable. It was extremely heaven-defying, or else why would it have been stored in the precious interspatial case? He immediately carefully stowed it away. When the explosion calmed down, Xianxia looked forward. He saw a sparkling radiance, as well as fragments everywhere. He immediately cried out, "Heavens! My treasures! My holy symbols!" He cried out with AOAO sounds. This was too much of a pity. There were divine symbols everywhere, but they had all split apart. From the types of materials used, they were all definitely shocking items. Everything sealed within the precious interspatial case were treasures. However, once it disintegrated, the result was similarly terrifying. The items inside were pretty much all destroyed as well. Xianxia counted them up approximately. There were more than 1,000 divine symbols. Just how shockingly rich was the one that owned this previously. They were all carved from heavenly materials. Heavens! You might as well just send down lightning and hack me to death, Xianxia lamented. Then he saw a symbol that was unexpectedly still shining in the distance. It produced a barrier of light, not truly destroyed. Right now, there were still a few symbols within the barrier of light that were still intact. Protection divine symbol? Xianxia was shocked. He actually encountered this type of legendary precious symbol. Even after the precious interspatial case exploded, it still wasn't destroyed, so one could see just how high level this item was. There is a crack. I don't know if it can be used again, Xianxia said softly. He waited for this divine symbol's radiance to recede, and then he picked it up. There were a few other divine symbols that, due to the protection divine symbol's barrier, were able to be preserved. Realm-shattering symbol? Xianxia was shocked. There were 2 realm-shattering symbols, unexpectedly similar to the type Xianxia gave him. Even the auras were a bit similar. This could clearly penetrate realm walls and travel through endless distance. It was a precious treasure, yet 2 of them appeared at once. There were 2 other symbols. One of them, even after studying it for a long time, couldn't figure out what it did, so he could only put it away. He managed to get a rough idea of the other one, a space-shattering symbol. Its use was quite clear, able to tear apart space and send one a certain amount of distance. It was a weaker form of the realm-shattering symbol. Let's test out its power a bit. Xianxia had searched everything within this city of death, but there weren't any other spoils. He wanted to test the space-shattering symbol's efficacy, so he arrived in front of the copper coffin. In the end, he controlled the direction, bringing the bronze coffin and 9 skeletons with him as he disappeared from this place, entering the underground depths several hundreds of thousands of li away. The underground was dark, a sealed-off place. Placing the copper coffin here should be okay, right? Suddenly, he was shocked. This place lit up. That sparkling, resplendent flame that was formed from mysterious symbols appeared again. It had also followed along. Xianxia was shocked, but then he was extremely happy. At the same time, he began to wonder, could this flame be just inside this coffin? For the following half a month, Xianxia used all sorts of methods to try and subdue this flame, but all of them were useless. In addition, this flame didn't appear often during this time, only appearing once every few days. In the end, he had no choice but to leave this place dejectedly. He decided he would look through the bone books and learn a bit more about these things before returning. The copper coffin, dragon bones, and precious flame were all moved to a different spot. He believed that outsiders wouldn't be able to find them. He returned to the territory of those 2 bandit groups and secretly scouted about. He unexpectedly discovered that these 2 groups of people had entered before him, but they never discovered the underground ruins. Instead, they once startled the green flame and had half their men directly wiped out by the blue sky, and as a result, the remaining people fled in panic. There were some unexpected spoils. Now that I have the realm-shattering symbol, I can take a look around Goddess Academy, Xianxia said to himself. He didn't have to worry about being unable to escape upon having his identity exposed. He wanted to read their bone books so that he could understand more about that flame in the bronze coffin. In addition, he wanted to obtain the Tribulation Crossing Divine Lotus Elixir so he could eat the golden Bodhi fruit. After that, he would have a symbol immunity ability that would grow together with him. Yu Chan's second body is there. I wonder what it will be like when we meet again, Xianxia thought to himself. Meanwhile, he thought of another matter. Back then, when he fought with Feng Wu on the Copper Sparrow altar, the other party continuously hollered how he was a great vicious being and how she was going to take him as her mount. In the end, she didn't even have the chance to display her own exceptional talent precious technique, and was instead defeated by Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia had jokingly said that should the day come when he visited Goddess Academy, Feng Wu had to admit her loss and become his mount instead. He never thought that the day really would come, that their province was so close to Fire Province. Several days later, Xianxia returned to Fufeng City, and then he scouted about, discovering that Goddess Academy was extremely close. It was because Fire Province, Goddess Province, and Kuan Province all shared a common border. Goddess Academy was right on the border. He didn't use a transport formation and directly flew over. In just a day's time, he already hurried to this bustling and sacred cultivation land. Goddess Academy was right on its respective province's border. It was exceptionally grand and majestic, covering an extremely vast area. It was far greater than an ordinary city. Multicolored clouds rose, and all types of structures towered imposingly. There were even many spiritual mountains, flying waterfalls, and great rivers passing through the academy. It was extremely beautiful. It had a renowned reputation. Even though the higher realms were vast and boundless, this academy's long tradition and powerful name shook the 3,000 provinces. It was an inheritance that stood at the peak. Goddess Academy's 10 Beauties paintings. Who wants them? These are the 10 most stunning women you know. Sun God Sparrow Descendants Precious Technique. Extremely valuable. Even though it is damaged, it can bring one's fire Tao to the peak. Once one completely comprehends it, one can understand the true meaning through the great Tao of fire and establish one's own path. Quasi-Holy Medicine, 8,000-year-old ancient medicine, already released Holy Radiance and on the verge of becoming Holy Medicine. Those interested, bring your offers. This is a rare, precious medicine. When Shihao entered this region, he already saw this kind of scene when he was still quite far from Goddess Academy. There was a lot of people here, and an enormous open market rested here. All types of treasures were being exchanged. In fact, there were many smaller cities around the academy, stretching as far as the eye could see. When they were all linked up together, it exceeded the enormous city. The amount of area they occupied was terrifyingly great. Of course, there were no walls in these places, only buildings. This place was a bustling open market. Because it was adjacent to a great sect, there was simply no need to build a defensive wall. Who would dare behave atrociously here? It was quite evident that the outer regions all thrived because of Goddess Academy, and all together, they formed a spacious urban area or an open area. It was much larger than Goddess Academy itself. There were people who did a population count. When the dozen or so satellite towns were merged together, the visitors and long-term residents totaled to several million. There were some who lived here for generations, and some were here purely for the sake of doing business with cultivators. There was even a larger group of youngsters who crossed provinces to come here to cultivate and join the academy. Shihao was quite shocked. This region was too large. Even after walking around for more than 2 hours, he still didn't reach the academy's entrance. It had to be mentioned that there really were treasures that could be exchanged for with other rare hidden treasures. It was to the extent where he even saw an archaic vicious beast precious technique that could be directly purchased. Of course, the price was extremely great, enough to ruin a few great clans. It was just too expensive, a price normal people couldn't bear at all. It was clear that this place had many unordinary people. At the very least, Shihao saw a few youngsters that surrounded that place, looking at the bone book and assessing that precious technique's price. Meanwhile, this wasn't the only example. There were other rare great divine abilities marked for sale. Of course, those were all areas decorated dazzlingly with extraordinary and imposing style. These were being auctioned off in a grand manner and not sold directly like in a regular stall. How formidable, even selling this type of divine ability. Goddess Academy really is quite formidable. Shihao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Someone on the side heard him say this and said, "But of course, this is one of the higher realm's greatest cultivation holy lands. Many great clans send their disciples here, so this is a place where countless geniuses gather. Many of the families behind these youngsters have the ability to purchase these things. However, those precious techniques aren't complete. They more or less have some faults, and after they are sold, they can't be leaked outwards or else they will be reproached. After all, the original owner of the technique wishes to sell more copies of this technique." Someone said. Shihao was shocked. He earnestly asked for guidance. "Youngster, did you just arrive? You know too little about Goddess Academy. These auctions are not simple. They are supported by great figures, or else they wouldn't dare to do this. Rumor has it that the backer is Goddess Academy's heavenly deities surnamed Su. They sell the spoils of war and precious techniques here. These precious techniques were all things extremely powerful experts obtained after traveling the world and stumbling upon opportunities, not things that belonged to the academy. Since they couldn't use them either, as a result, these divine abilities were passed on down here. Apart from this, the geniuses of the academy, if they obtained any divine abilities when gaining experience in the outside world and didn't need them, they could also sell them here. Hao strolled around this place, looking for things he was interested in. After walking a large circle, he discovered that this was a place where good people and scumbags coexisted. Good items were mixed with rubbish. There were quite a few fake goods. Unknowingly, when he arrived in front of Goddess Academy's enormous gates. This was a gate that had existed since the archaic era. 12 incomparably thick enormous stone pillars rested here, every single one of them so wide several people had to join hands to wrap their arms around them. There were auspicious beasts and divine birds engraved on their surfaces. They were filled with an ancient aura. The gate building was vast and tall. It seemed to carry a feeling of great age that seemed to embody a great history. Without a doubt, Goddess Academy was a sacred place. It was a cultivation holy land in the hearts of many. Even large clans didn't hesitate to send their geniuses over provinces, all for the sake of seeking the Tao. Inside the academy, there were ancient relics, heavenly deity magical halls, and the private room of the sect master. As long as he could enter them, his benefits would be tremendous. It was because there were insights gained by wise figures gathered there, the recordings of their cultivation knowledge. The restricted precious techniques inside the academy couldn't be leaked outwards. This was a continuing tradition of their inheritance that was used to protect the sect. However, the insights that were recorded were still extremely useful for other outstanding talents. This was also the place most young talents yearned for the most. As a result, many geniuses would gather here year in and year out to enter this academy. Of course, for those disciples that were definitely going to depart in the future, if they wanted to comprehend and seek the Tao here, they had to pay an extremely great price. After all, there was no place under the sky that offered charity without a good cause. Hong! Large amounts of multicolored mists surged from the depths of the academy, and then an enormous figure appeared that covered heaven and earth, one that towered into the clouds. This figure even made the heavens tremble. He was like an unmatched human immortal. Right now, he revealed his true body, preaching within the academy and chanting sutras. The entire ancient land was shaken. That type of aura was too grand. It shook one down to their hearts. Many people couldn't help but bow down, prostrating themselves piously in worship. Large expanses of light scattered down, allowing many people to gain enlightenment. They all obtained some benefits, their flesh and souls appearing to have undergone some type of purification. Only after a long time had passed did everyone return to reality. Those are the remains of a predecessor, and within it are true immortal carvings. There are insights from sect masters, as well as an inscribed tablet containing an emperor clan's experiences. It is the most divine place, a place even giants from other great sects desire, hoping for an opportunity to enter once. Who is this? Such a great opportunity, such great natural luck. Don't even have to guess. It's obviously Feng Wu, the exceptional immortal beauty. She already entered several times. This is a preparation for the 3,000 province Great Battle of Geniuses. Everyone was discussing this matter, feeling envious and admiration. It was because they could see this scene even from outside the academy. Hao was also shocked. Great waves stirred within his mind. Multicolored mists pervaded the air. The might that majestic figure released rushed into the ninth firmament, not scattering for a long time. It was not any inferior to the War Emperor or Old Celestial. Meanwhile, these were just the effects caused by some of the inscripted engravings, so one could see just how shocking the great natural luck stored within was. That projection had already receded, disappearing without a trace. Only when that place was opened would the scene from just now appear. One could well imagine what kind of great benefits they could receive if they entered inside. There are true immortal engravings inside? Is this true? Hao asked the people around him, because he was greatly stirred up inside. Country bumpkin, you just arrived? Not even knowing this, yet you still want to enter Goddess Academy? It seems like someone else who wants to try his luck and bluff his way in has appeared. There's no way you'll get in. A young lady at the academy entrance spoke. Her appearance was quite great, and her figure was impressive. She had a look of disdain on her face as she looked at Hao. This was clearly a student of this academy. Sherhoa was shocked. Upon closer inspection, he found that this young lady was extremely beautiful and extremely rarely seen. What are you looking at? Stop obstructing the academy entrance. The young lady spoke, her tone full of disgust. Her mood seemed to be quite terrible. Junior disciple is saying that our academy is not a place anyone can enter. Only 1 out of 1,000 geniuses are chosen, and all of those geniuses are elites of their clans. A young man smiled and spoke. He carried a somewhat currying tone as he looked at that woman, his face carrying a warm expression. Then he looked at Sherhoa and said with a voice full of scorn, "You look like you are 21 or 2 years of age already, still in the formation arrangement realm, yet you still want to enter my academy? I advise you to return and cultivate bitterly for a few more years. What does an 18-year-old formation arrangement realm cultivator have to show off? There are a few excellent figures your age that are already about to light their divine flames." That extremely beautiful girl released a snort. She wore green clothes that were like lotus leaves, setting her off like flower buds, tender and gorgeous. She was extremely outstanding, curves undulating up and down. Her skin color was like snow, her appearance outstanding and truly beautiful. It was clear that the surrounding people noticed the scolding voices on this side. Many of them looked over, and there was no lack of academy disciples among them. Isn't this Chun-Lin of the 10 Beauties? Why is she so upset? Her mood seems to be quite terrible. There were some who revealed looks of admiration. Shush, lower your voice. The academy has recently produced a ranking of beauties, and Chun-Lin has been squeezed down to 11th place, not ranking in the top 10 beauties anymore. Rumor has it that the newly arrived Qing entered the rankings. Her pure and exceptional temperament has made many junior and senior brothers feel like they are as light as a feather. Everyone discussed this with extremely soft voices. However, Sherhoa still heard them. His divine senses were extremely sharp, and as such, he was shocked. No wonder this young lady he randomly met was so beautiful. It turns out she used to be a well-known individual on Goddess Academy's exceptional beauty rankings. Meanwhile, he knew that Qing was Yuchan. She didn't reveal her true body, or else an even greater uproar would be produced and her rankings would climb even higher. The other reason why Goddess Academy was so well known was because of its stunning beauties. Since the ancient times, it was unknown just how many exceptional beauties have appeared here. What are you still staring blankly for? Hurry and leave already. Stop standing in the way. The young man that was trying to get on Chun-Lin's good side spoke again. Isn't that Wu Feng, one of the Academy mid-level top 100 experts? He's been famous for a while. I heard that he had been pursuing Chun-Lin for a long time, an extremely powerful flower-guarding escort. Someone said softly. At the same time, a few others moved over, standing behind Chun-Lin. It had to be said that the women on the beauty rankings had extremely great popularity. No matter where they went, there would always be a large group of flower-protecting escorts. Why do I have to leave? I wanted to enter Goddess Academy. Who knows, we might just be fellow disciples. Sherhoa smiled and said, not getting angry. On the side, someone reminded Sherhoa that now wasn't the time to accept disciples. It was because the last instance didn't happen too long ago, so if he wanted to enter, he could only wait until next year. It's not that there's no way. The Academy's great gates are always open to exceptional geniuses. If you can successfully walk up the heavenly staircase, then an exception can be made. Anyone can enter the Academy at any time through this method, someone said. There is this type of thing? Sherhoa was shocked. You should save your energy. Even you want to climb the heavenly staircase? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? Chun-Lin said. Her face was full of contempt, and with an expression of disdain, she said, not knowing how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. What is going on recently? The quality of newcomers really is going downhill. Any random dog and cat even dares to boast shamelessly in front of my academy. Wu Feng echoed, ridiculing Sherhoa to curry favor with the ranked beauty. In the surroundings, shouts of laughter sounded. There were some of goodwill, but those carrying mockery as well. They all looked towards Sherhoa. Those that can make it through the heavenly staircase are definitely not ordinary geniuses. What kind of benefits are there? Sure Hao didn't get angry, instead humbly asking those around him for guidance. A few people revealed looks of shock. Was this youth really so daring that he was going to give it a try? After making it through the heavenly staircase, one will naturally become a super disciple. When the time comes, you can enter the immortal pond that the tribulation crossing divine lotus was planted in for a baptism, and even have a chance of bathing with the most famous unmatched ranked beauties, because they often have the chance to bathe and cultivate there. What? That's too awesome! Sure Hao was so excited he almost screamed out. Everyone looked at him, especially a few younger men who were laughing strangely. They all revealed ambiguous expressions. Meanwhile, a few young ladies' faces became red. They inwardly spat out. It was clear that everyone didn't think he acted like that for the immortal pond, but instead that this fella had his eyes on the ranked gorgeous beauties. In that instant, Goddess Academy's great gate became quiet.